Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again. This is Mtembei TV. This is your open forum political discussion show where we give you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest political situation in the country and how the political players are taking us around. Well, today it was Kenya's prayer breakfast, and Mother Karua stands in for Raila Odinga at the prayer breakfast. William Ruto, the DP, apologizes to the country for God knows what. He did not say for what. And he said many things that they may have done wrongly the 10 years they have been in power. So DP has been part and parcel of this government for 10 years. When he has been telling us he was sidelined, Mara, his roles were given by to other people, all this metapeliwa na hii masuala yote. Leo ameomba msamaha. Haya basi tusonge mbele. Raila Odinga rocks BUSIA, the western region of this great country, is in great and high spirit with the visit of one Raila Odinga, the son of the soil. And it is all on the faces of the people in those political rallies. They are speaking volumes to the nations that the way to go, it should be Azimio la Umoja. Ama mnaonaje? Of course, Mother Karua, after the prayer breakfast, headed straight to the campaign trail and was speaking to Laikipia. Kenya Kwanza were up and down too into their campaign trail. Let us get down to discussing to see what is happening, where are we so far, and how will it go at the end of the day. Remember, the DP also gives a commitment that this is one of the elections that will be unique, peaceful, and quiet by the grace of God. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to salute all of you. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate those of you that are coming in fast and furious. And I want to urge you, as soon as you get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. Share this in your WhatsApp group. Share this into your Facebook groups and all your social networks. Let them all tune to Mtembei TV and enjoy this global program that seeks to give you an opportunity to say what you feel and think about our current political situation. God bless you wherever you are. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Omato Mark Ndets, asante sana. Karibu Tatu Juma, asante sana. Duke Moses, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. You say Mother Karua did an amazing job in the prayer meeting. Very powerful message to Ruto. Thank you. I agree with you. Godfrey Musiebo. Asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Robert Opilu, we appreciate you. Alum, we thank God for you. Mr. Ruto misquoted the Bible verse, the earth is hard. We thank God for everything. He will go back to Sunday school and revisit Bible verses. Thank you very much. Kevin Ombati, we salute you. Patel Seboka, thank you so much. Nanui Florence Machengo, you are welcome. Kipruno Langat, we appreciate you. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Cheburuz Jebres Thomas, we appreciate you. Jackton Ogutu, Gloria, asante sana. Ustadi Savan Swale, asante sana. Mildred Wangoi, Aman, thank you. Kevin Ouma, we appreciate you. Robert Opilu, tumemsalimia, asante sana. Robert Mumanya, you are welcome. Nani huyu? Maria Meli, asante sana. John Mutinda, we appreciate you. Cecilia Yanga, Mama Kelin, asante sana. Alafu Rogers Kuku, we appreciate you. Muhammad Nyamawi, we salute you. Thank you so much. Karibisha wawili watatu tujumuike pamoja katika mjadala wa leo. Tunazungumzia kuhusu Mother Karua ashaanza kazi, amekwenda katika prayer breakfast kwa niaba ya baba. Huko baba naye ameshika doria Busia, mambo yanakaa yako juu. Azimio la Umoja inaonekana ndio darling wa sehemu hiyo ya nchi, sio? Unaonaje? Nashukuru kwa wote ambao mna join. Please, you are most welcome. Nani Kevin Ombati, kama kamera yako haifanyi kazi, bas studio nayo haitakubali uweke kwa screen. Your camera has to be on throughout for us to retain the quality of the broadcast and be able to rewatch it after. So black screen, we have banned it. This is now the 3rd week. If you were not aware, now you know. We will only admit you to the studio when your camera is on. Thank you. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Bernard.
Did you see the deputy president in the waiting?
Yes. She did very good.
Excellent.
Kwanza walikuwa wameketi na Charity Ngilu wakinong'ona sana. Sasa akaitwa. I like the way she marched. Akaenda polepole. Deputy president anasema anafunja protocol. She went there humble. Lakini maneno alisema, Bernard, if you are a church leader, be a church leader. Huwezi kuja utuambie maneno ya kanisa na unaenda unatusiana. Huwezi kuita machina, matapeli, makitendawili. And I was happy today, I knew. So Mother Karua is a sister. I thought ni ule mama tu. Alikuwa sikujua kumbe anajua china ya mother, but thank you, she called her mother, sister. And I hope to hear that every day. That ya kwamba, I don't say sister because that was for today, but if she can address her as Mother Karua, that is our happiness. So kutoka hapo, mama akashika ndege Nyandarua. Oh my God. Mpaka watu wanasema ile ya keep anatulalamikia akisema tulitaka 30%. So now they were saying it is even more than 30%. Imeenda penatiko 60 inaenda. Kesho ni Nakuru amalize kura sa diaspora. Sasa nikisema hiyo ya mother, baba naye amefanya wonders. Western. Hiyo ni Pudalangi, sijui wapi, Busia. Bernard. Yeah, nilifanya hesabu nikaona 90% ya Mudavadi na Wetangula. So nikatoa 9, nikapaki 0, nikakumbuka kumbe hata Mudavadi hawezi pigia Ruto. Itakuwa kama ile yake na Jeremia Kioni. So still Mudavadi will vote for Baba. Wetangula will vote for Baba. So even the 10%, I don't know where it will come from. Maybe wafuasi, but for real, they cannot. Kitu ingine ikanifurahisha ni Balala akajaribu kuwa na mkutano. I don't know where walifurushwa, walikimbishwa, utatuambia kwa sababu wewe ndiye unaweza kuwa na hizo mavideo. Western have decided. Na hiyo ndiye tunashukuru kwa sababu when the people decide, that is what we want, Bernard. We are so happy about it. So ingine nafikiri nitawachia watu msamaha. Siwezi sahau msamaha. Bernard, this is the last, it is a red carpet. Sasa mambo ya mwisho, lazima uombe msamaha. Watu wanaenda pinguni. Nani anataka kubaki? Mtu anajua by August 8 he will not be deputy president, no powers, no nothing. So lazima uombe msamaha. And thank God kwa sababu tumekuwa tukihubiriwa na hii watu ya UDA ya kwamba so leo deputy president ameomba msamaha, president ameomba msamaha wa Kenya. Anasema aliwacha kazi yenye alikuwa amepatiwa asaidie mkubwa yake the friend. Mkubwa yake alikataa kuketi na yeye, akaamua kuketi na Chief Justice na akaketi na alikuwa kwa mesa. Okay, vile protocol imekuwa imewekwa. So otherwise pia Biblia inasema nikikuomba msamaha penalty na ukatae kunisamea, tukienda pinguni tutakuwa wote. So na Uhuru naye akajibu akasema I hope msamaha ama ile maneno deputy president amesema ni ya ukweli. So we want to take it the same, kwa sababu nikiomba msamaha na ukatae kunisamea bado niko na shida. But president alisema I hope yale unasema it comes from your heart, kwa sababu akipanda ndege kufika mahali anafika, hiyo ingine imesaulika, wanaanza fresh. So nimeona Mombasa, maana mwanaume amepepwa na wheelbarrow. I was thinking in my head, pengine nyoka itokee ama kitu itokee, hiyo mtu ya wenyewe ataumia aje penalty, kwa sababu wewe siomba kura ati wanaume wamekushikilia huko juu kwa wheelbarrow. Oh my God, these people they are crazy. But wacha niwachie hapo, wacha niwache wenzangu wengine waendelee. But 2 months to come, Kenya is changing, Central has changed. Kura ni kwa baba, mwenye hana macho aoni. Ndio sababu Tribute ameomba msamaha, because he knows with the strong lady standing there anasema thank you Tribute, thank you William for giving me that chance. You know, now that is it. Anyway, thank you so much.
Asante sana Mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Tuendelee kwa pamoja. Kila Mkenya asante sana kwa kuchagua Mtembei TV. Nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha watu kutazama na kufuata kipindi hiki. Naamini ni cha muhimu kwa kila mmoja, kwa hivyo tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mama, karibisha baba, karibisha ndugu, watu wote diaspora and at home. We need all to be here and hear what is happening as we analyze our politics. Thank you very much. On the comment section, let's keep it clean. Let's keep the respect and ensure that everybody enjoys the entire program by reason of what is being shared by different Kenyans around the world. Bwana Guru, vipi leo?
Mzuri sana.
Naona wewe ndio DP kabisa kabisa, mbolea.
Vindu vichenjanga.
Vindu vichenjanga. You are right. Thank you.
Where do I start? First of all, I must point out that what has happened is phenomenal. It has brought out the kind of government we would have, that the deputy that was picked by one Raila Amolo Odinga is a fitting one. They do not have to carry one another everywhere for them to have effect on any function. I am waiting to see the other side, to see Rigathi Gachagua being sent even to central Kenya to go and campaign alone. I'm waiting for that day. The person called Mother Wangari Karua is performing beyond expectations. Mlima ulikuwa umewekwa sumu. Of course, there is that population that already made up their mind that they will not vote for Kenya Kwanza, but there was also a very radical group, and that is the group she is targeting. Initially, they tried to frustrate her by sending crooks to go and heckle and generally create an image to other Kenyans that Baba cannot penetrate the mountain. That has since fizzled out. Mama amepanda mbegu, ndiye ametuambia, na atakunja mara ingine kupalilia na kunyunyisha maji, na mwishowe tukielekea pale August takuja kufuna. I think she is very metaphorical and she is correct in what she is saying, because the fact of the matter is that the residents of the mountain are changing very fast. There are people who can see the direction in which the government is moving, and they wouldn't want to be left out. So we are expecting much more harvest in a short while. I am looking at a situation whereby we might not be talking of there before we used to talk of 60, 40, 70 in favor of Samuel Ruto, but now it may be inverted the other way around, the way things are moving. There is no doubt at all that what we experienced in 2002 is taking root in the country. The only difference is that this time it's a collection of parties that are within Azimio. That time we had NAC, basically, with other small parties. But now we have a whole lot of parties, about over 20, which are under Azimio, and they'll bring in candidates. Now, the only issue here is that there will be a lot of friendly fire. You saw it today in BUSIA, where Okia Mtata, who seems to be very popular in the area, quite electrified the crowd, and I think, in my own assessment, I think he will get the seat of the senator that he wants. So, what has excited me in all this is the fact that the two, Mother and Raila, they complement each other very well, and you feel adequately represented even if you are not present. I am not very sure that the other side will enjoy that kind of thing. So let's wait and see what happens from there. And then Kenya moves on. I'm also happy that finally the deputy president has realized his mistakes, though late, and was magnanimous enough to say sorry. That he actually has failed. He has actually fallen short of what was expected of him as a leader. First of all, by being insubordinate. That in itself is a very bad thing. I hope that whoever becomes a deputy, whether at the level of the governor and deputy governor or the president and the deputy, they do not have a relationship like the one that the president has. You can see is the president is still struggling to see whether he can accommodate him. If you looked very well, even as they shook their hands, the president was looking the opposite direction, meaning I think their differences are deeper than we initially thought. And it is only that it was inevitable that they have to shake hands. You know, wakati mwingine Bernard unaweza kuwa cornered, unasalimia andui. That is the situation that the president found himself, although he did it reluctantly and very quickly and withdrew the hand very fast. So if you go and ask people who read body language as a form of communication, they will tell you there was no greetings there. It was just a gesture and nothing else. So wacha nisimamia hapo, hao wengine waongee. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru, tuendelee mbele. Thank you Kenyans and the world for tuning to Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Share that link with everybody in your life. make sure that they are here following what is going on. Mother Karua stands in for Raila Odinga at the prayer breakfast. Of course, the highlights there. Competition for scriptural quotations. Some scriptures are misquoted, but apologies given, na mambo inaendelea hivyo. Kwa hivyo tusonge mbele katika kuanalyze ya maneno ili tuelewe kinaganaga. Steven, namna gani?
Poa sana, ni aje Ben?
Niko salama.
Niko salama pia, nashukuru. Na mapanelists wenzangu, unanisikia vizuri?
Uko proper, endelea. Sauti ndio utainua kidogo tu.
Okay, nataka nianze na hapa kwa msamaha ya huyu DP Okay, I don't think it's important for now because the damage has been done for so many days. Amekuwa akidharau boss wake hadharani, akimuita majina. So I don't think it will do him any good. The damage is done, it cannot be undone. So yeye tu niombe Mungu aone tu mahali atajipata by August na tunajua ni wapi atajipata, ni huko Sugoi tu. Nafikiri timu ya wale wana supervise miti kukatwa iko huko. Ikatwe kwa wingi sana, wasibakishe wakati yote paka yeye inachipuka wakati. Tutapanda baadaye, lakini sasa hivi waondoe yote. Okay, on the issue of Martha Karua, it's nice to see she's bold as always. She did the best thing to speak what she spoke. Now she's on the right path. So let's encourage her to still be bold like that. Asimamie ukweli kama kawaida yake. Miaka yote mimi nimemjua yeye ni mtu wa kuongea ukweli, ni mtu wa kusimamia ukweli. Aendelee tu hivyo hivyo. Hii ya BUSIA nao nimeona leo, sikuwa nafuatilizia sana lakini nimeona juu. I think finally it's coming home. Actually it's coming home. The energy, the excitement is just on another level. Watu wamefurahi, people feel happy around that man, people feel so energized. Yani without mobilization, hakuna kaunga unapewa uende baadaye nyumbani, hata nafikiri t-shirt hakuna, kofia hutapata, but you feel happy, you feel like you are in the right place at the right time. That's the best way to campaign. You don't need to give handouts for people to follow you around. I think the way Baba is doing his campaign, hiyo ndo kitu watu wameshindwa. Hiyo watu wengine wameshindwa, hii secret yake ni nini? Yeye anaongea sera zake na anaenda. Hii mambo ya handouts haijawahi saidia nchi yoyote na haitawahi saidia nchi yoyote. Wakati handouts inaisha, watu nao wanaisha. Ni hivyo, simple. Handouts ikikauka, watu nao wanakauka because utakuwa hauna kitu ya kuwapea, wanakuja kuchukua nini? Hawezi kukusikiliza wakati wakijua hakuna kitu watapata. So I think we are on the right track as Azimio. Let's encourage our friends, our neighbors, our workmates in the streets. Let's continue to spread the gospel of truthfulness. We convince as many people as we can. We tell them and we try to bring them on our side because I think it's the best side as of now, or since the independence of this country. Hakuna ticket yenye imekuwa kama hivi, despite the fact that we have our first DP as a woman, but she's a woman of credibility, and also Raila is a person of credibility. People who have stood for the truth, people who have suffered for this country. So these people are reformists. Let's give them a chance. Tuone mahali watatuwekea hii nchi. We just need to clean this country. The characters who double speak, the characters hizi zote hizi, it's there to liberate this country. Thanks Ben, leo sina mambo mengi.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Steven, we appreciate that, and let's have a feel of BUSIA. This is very touching. When I grow up, I'd want to be Raila Odinga. When I grow up. Thank you very much. Chuck, karibu tuonge mbele tafadhali.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Hamjambo wenzangu hapo.
Hatujambo, tuko salama, karibu.
Okay, asante. Mimi leo tu ni furaha, unajua kama nilivyotangulia kusema tangia nianze kuingia hapa. Siku zote magugu tu lazima yatapepesuka kwa baridi na mbegu zitabaki kwa ungo. Sasa hii ni dalili wazi kwa sababu kile kimefanyika pale kwa maombi mimi kimenifurahisha. Na punde tu alipotajwa Martha Karua kwa mara ya kwanza kwamba atasimama, crowd yote iliweza kumshangilia.
Wanachanga.
Kisha yes boss.
Samahani, unavunja sheria. Unapaswa kwa shati tafadhali. YouTube rules require that. Thank you. Engineer Robert, endelea tafadhali. Hello.
Habari zenu wenzangu.
Yes.
Leo nimefurahia sana, nimeona the deputy president amerecognize the incoming one. It's amazing today. Na ni kitu ya mshangao sana, hata kama hakuwa kwa laini siwezi jua. And kitu leo Ruto ameomba msamaha. Ikuwe ni hivyo, isikuwe ati akishatoka nje tena ameanza matusi. Kaenda pande hii ameanza matusi. Martha amemwambia ukweli. Akiomba msamaha ikuwe just from the bottom of his heart. Isikuwe ati ameomba tu hivyo tu. Anikiguzia kidogo hapo kwa Raila rally. Bernard, tumeona rally za Western Kenya. Hii kitu hata Malala amesense. Malala ameongea juzi, niliona kwa internet. Malala amesema kuuza Ruto in Western ni ngumu. Na yenyewe ni ngumu. Hata hao wenyewe wamejionea. Tukiona jana tulikuwa Vihiga. Tumeona venye watu walikuwa. Leo hata tukiangalia Busia, tumeona venye Waluya naye wako na baba, kusema tu kweli. Sijui 70% Ruto atatoa wapi? Mudavadi atatoa 70% wapi? The whole Western ni ngumu sana. Wacha wapambane. But mimi nashukuru Waluya wenzetu. Simameni tu hivyo. Nikiguzia hapo kwa Kalonzo kidogo Bernard. Kalonzo, let us forget about Kalonzo. Alikuwa mtu wa kuharibu na shaamua naenda. Sasa tuwezi tukamsimamisha. Wacha aende mbele, watu wakutane mbele kwa debe. Tuone atatokea na nini. Hata kama atakuwa president wa Kenya ni sawa. Mungu ndiye amejua. Lakini mwenye amedanganya Kalonzo amemdanganya. Hata kama alinunuliwa ni shauri yake. Wakamba tumeona Wakamba wamejaribu, hata leaders wa Wakamba wamejaribu. They voted. It was 45 against 5. The 45 walikuwa Kalonzo arudi. Ambapo hata Kalonzo akienda kusimama, sijui MPs ni nani watamfuata. Tukisema tu kweli, nani atafuata Kalonzo hata akienda kusimama peke yake? If you are against 5 against 45, sasa hiyo hata wewe angalia tu hiyo range yote. Hakuna. Atashaamua anaenda, wacha tuachane na yeye. Tutachukua Tangilu tuna replace hapa ama Kibwana. Na tukiendelea mbele Bernard, mimi ningeomba opinion poll tena irudi. Tifa itoe opinion poll hata kama ni next week. Martha ametufanyia kazi kwa milima. Amejaribu kabisa. And I hope very well. Tifa ikirudi hata sahi, Ruto atakuwa chini. Wacha niachie hapo, nitarudi baadaye Bernard.
Okay, thank you Robert. We appreciate that. Kabla Mruga aje, due to public demand, Alumu hapa anataka kunimaliza. Anataka Wanjara. Okay. Ni hapa ama wapi? Do I have it? Let me see.
Ruto anapatia Wetangula na Musada condition eti ndio wakuwe kwa serikali yake, ni lazima walio wapige kura 70% kwa Ruto. Wataweza kupata 70%? Itawezekana. Sasa anayekupenda sema anayekupenda, asiyekupenda. Sasa tunataka kudeclare hatutaki Ruto BUSIA. Sasa kila mtu asimame, nataka mcross mikono yenu, malizane na hii majambazi. Hatutaki serikali ya majambazi. Haya, weka mkono kila mtu. Kamera sasa, sikia BUSIA vile inataka kusema. Haya, Musalia tunasema kawe. Musalia Wetangula Ruto nikate waizi mekata.
Hapo mimi sisemi kitu. Bwana Murunga. Upo au upo? Murunga amekwama. Bantu Warrior, karibu tuokoe muda.
Good evening Bernard.
Wewe Murunga, wewe unastakiwa hapa. Au nataka waambie waseme Murunga tawe.
Murunga tawe namna gani? Murunga yuko.
Tawe. Sawa, karibu basi.
Habari ya masiku Ben?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Salimia wangwana wote studio.
Wako fit, unaona vile wako ngangari.
Naona. Salimia huyo ndugu yetu ameongea saa hii, huyo engineer. Salimia kila mmoja mwenye yuko. Sasa leo tunataka kuchangia mambo machache. Ya kwanza tutaanza na issue ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Wale wanasema Kalonzo Musyoka kwa sasa ametoka ameenda, ama hiyo tutoe hiyo mawazo hapo kabisa, manake this guy is with us. Kalonzo Musyoka is with us and is going nowhere. And they are actually organizing for his coming on Monday. I am sure, not on Monday, on 30th. I am sure Kalonzo Musyoka is going to be part of Azimio, and he's going to be, if there is one person who is going to campaign for Raila Odinga more than the rest of us, it's Kalonzo Musyoka. More than the rest of us is Kalonzo Musyoka, and that one you should actually bank on that. He's somebody that we should trust. And now on the matters of politics of the day, I will request someone, Bantu Warrior, to make a bit of contribution. Then I come in Bernard in a minute. Bernard. I'll request Bantu Warrior to come in briefly, then I make my final contribution.
Unmute Bernard.
Okay, so Bantu Warrior, take it.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Nimekuandikia mimi lakini sijui kama ilifika hiyo, lakini nimefurahi sana na kushukuru sana kwa kazi yako kila siku. Mimi nashukuru, na Mungu akupe nguvu zaidi na hikma na mawazo, na kazi nyingi inakuja hivi sasa, ni bado, it's just the beginning. Asante sana, na wasalimia nyote, engineer, ndugu Murunga, Paul, Steven, Nyumba, asante sana. Yangu ni machache. Kwanza nitazungumzia kulingamana na hii iliyokoko sherehe ya usubuhi ambayo ilifanywa hapo Nairobi, na Martha Karua, incoming deputy for sure, anafanya kazi yake mzuri sana, kazi mzuri sana mama anafanya, na kila wakati ukipita mama anazidi kugain confidence na anajipanga, na sasa anaonekana kweli yeye anastahili kuwa na ile nafasi na hakuna mtu yote anaweza kucomplain. Na upande mwingine, His Excellency the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, mimi nampongeza sana. Tulikuwa vijana wakati huo pamoja, yeye akiwa na mzee, nakumbuka anamchukua State House wakati wote na Mama Ngina. Tunamshukuru sana huyo kijana, na ameinukia katika nyumba yenye heshima na adabu. Yeye sio street guy, yeye ni mtu wa heshima, hajui mambo ya barabarani ya wauni na wakora, hajuagi mambo hayo. Is a disciplined gentleman. Nashukuru sana, na aliwahi kusema siku za nyuma, kutangulia sio kufika. Baba atakuja polepole na atafika. Na Bwana Bernard, ukikumbuka siku za nyuma alikuwa anasema tsunami inakuja, wachana na earthquake, tsunami inakuja, na unaona hizo clip, hiyo ndio tsunami inaanza kuja, na bado. Na kama sikosei, engineer, nikusaidie, saa hii nimeona kwa Twitter kuwa Kivuza Kibwana amehakikisha kuwa Wiper wako Azimio. Kwa hivyo msitie wasiwasi kabisa, hiyo imetoka kwa Kivuza Kibwana Twitter kuwa Wiper wako Azimia. Na ukiona mtu kama Kivuza anaongea vitu kama hivyo, wewe mwenyewe utaunganisha. Ni ya mwisho ni Mheshimiwa Ruto kuadmit, ile ni kama ameadmit guilty. Sasa yeye yuko kwenye ile guilty conscious, na alikuwa atakana mapema sana ajirekebishe. Mambo hiyo alikuwa anatakana zamani sana, lakini ameshakubali kuwa mambo anaenda sio mzuri. Sasa basi, siwezi kumwongelea kwa ubaya mambo mengi kwa sababu ni Mkenya mwenzetu, na namsifu sana kwa ile bidii yake anayofanya, japokuwa mengi anayofanya ni wrong, lakini ni gentleman ambaye anaonekana ana fight kama vile mtu mwingine yoyote. Lakini sasa yuko na toxic loose cannon politician, na hiyo ni makosa makubwa. Amekubalia kufanya kitu kama hiyo, kuacha watu ambao ni toxic, ambao hawamsaidii kitu, wao wanamwangusha, na kila wao wakifungua midomo yao wanampotezea kura. Samahani sana, nikianza ni Aisha Jumwa, Cleophas Malala, Dismas Baraza, Linturi, Moses Kuria, Kingi, Alfred Mtua, Gashagwa, Ndindi Nyoro, Mohamed Jichopevu, Hassan Omar, Oscar Sudi,
Bantuoria pole, inaonekana network imekurusha nje, lakini asante kwa mchango wako, tutajiunga pamoja baadaye. Mundu wa nyumba namna gani?
Asante Bernard, namna gani ni mzuri sana, namna gani ni mzuri. Sasa
yes, karibu.
Asante sana. Panelists na wasalimia wote, mmesalimika. Asante hata kwa kukubali kurespond kwa salamu zangu. Yangu mara nyingi huwa ni mafupi sana, na huyo Bantu Warriors amepotea, huyo ni rika yangu. Haya, sasa wacha niende kwa mjadala. Mother Karua stands for Raila at the prayer breakfast. Yeah, things are already set. Mother Karua is the Deputy President of Kenya, and she has taken her responsibilities as per what is required. When the President is very busy in BUSIA, the Deputy President takes room in Nairobi. The President was in BUSIA. Honorable Raila Odinga, that's the President of Kenya. This is not blasphemy. This is no, I'm not breaking law by saying that, because things are already set in that manner. And I said I'll touch one point. Maybe later I can expound on the points. I go to second agenda. DP Ruto apologizes to Kenya. I don't know. DP Ruto is a man of doublespeak. And as Honorable Karua said, we like was to be supported by actions. His actions have been totally negative from somebody who can actually even apologize. His apology may be fake, but let's pray that it was genuine. Genuine in that he may already have accepted he is defeated. And that was his defeat concession talk. I repeat, if that was a concession that is already defeated, well and good, you're done. But he's still going on campaigning, and the thing we should watch is language from tomorrow. Huyu mtu kusema huyu mama, huyu mtu wa hadithi, huyu mtu wa nini whatever, muganga, kitendawili. I hope from tomorrow it stops. Then we shall confirm that was genuine apologies, and then we shall move forward. Baba Rocks, BUSIA, there's some things that are so clear, they need not explanation. If you try to explain, you are going to belittle them. It's obvious. Baba rocked BUSIA. If I had anything, maybe I'll be subtracting. You have seen it, even those clips that were played by our very good moderator by name Bernard. The other point, Karua lures NYANDARUA. NYANDARUA is actually part of Central, and Central was lost. For people who don't know me, I keep on repeating because I can see quite a number of new members here. I am a Kikuyu based in Nakuru, cosmopolitan, and I was in disagreement with the youth in Central who are in Kenya Kuisha. We people, we are also part of the diaspora at local level. I've grown in Rift Valley, so I'm more part of that. NYANDARUA there's that euphoria, and that's why you saw an MCA in part of Nyandarua. they elected a UDA member. Even Nakuru here, I'm in Menengai West ward. My neighboring ward is London, called London. Of course, London in Kenya. It's not London in Europe, okay? And they elected an UDA MCA. That was a by-election. There was that euphoria, but it's dying down now. We are working very hard. I said I will touch each very briefly, and then maybe my next, because I know Bernard is going to cut me short because of time. I'm careful. Instead of being ashamed by Bernard, I quit before he does that. Now, the last one, maybe it's good I comment that, before I go on, I said Nyandarua was UDA and the governor, and I wish he goes back. He is the governor, and he has got residents near where I stay. He assisted us in so much in constructing our church called St. Augustine, and thereafter he was elected the governor after doing good work for the house of God. We pray, I pray that he goes back. Kinemia is a person known to me. He did so much for church in St. Augustine, Kiamunyi. Now, Karua visits Nakuru. We are ready. We are ready for this lady. We are ready for this lady. Magnificent lady. Iron lady. Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. She has made history. She has already made it as the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. In case somebody has any misgivings about that, contact me behind the scenes, then I can confirm to you. This is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, we have made arrangements, and you can see her schedule tomorrow is very tight, but she'll have covered quite some distance in Nakuru. She'll be covering Subukia, Kabazi, Mailkumi, Mailkumi, that's part of Ngonjiri, looks very bad and is in Uda, MP for Bahati. She's going to finish all of them. The way she finished Ruto's work in Central. Ruto had worked for 5 years. She comes within 1 week, and then she finishes the work done by Ruto within 1 week. You can see what sort of lady she is. So even Ngojiri will be finished. And if I repeat, all the Kikuyu MPs in Nakuru constituencies, they are in Uda. 9 of them, they are just following Ruto. But we, the populace, we are not following them. We are not blind. We are going to throw all of them out. I've been in Jubilee since 2012. So we are going to elect Jubilee people here. And even the governor, Lee Kinyanjui, he started his Ubantu party, but he is back in Jubilee. You are going to elect him. Susan Kiheka is out with the Hauda personnel. So I'm saying the itinerary for our deputy president, Mother Karua, is Subukia, Kabazi, Mile Kumi, Mile Tisa, Naikuru City. We are a city, Bwana. We got a city. Fourth city in Kenya.
The
And
latest city in town.
Yes, and come Kenyatta Avenue, the work's being done. It's beautiful, beautiful, environmental friendly, pedestrian friendly, trees, pavements. No, come over and see. I can take a picture and give you to Bernard. Lee Kinyanjui and his government, and I supported him in his election. It's a city now. It's not. And again, we are going to go back to the cleanest city in East and Central Africa. We are going to achieve that within the next 2 years. Now, I finish. Thank you, members. I don't know where I went. This man called Bantu. No, it's called
Bantu is back
Warrior.
here. Bantu Warrior is now here.
You should show Bantu, you are my age mate, eh? Auna hakuna mwingine ako na miwani hapa, ni mimi na wewe tu. Tunaona hata bana anavaa yake fake. Sasa now, Bantu, I talked about issues of elderly people yesterday. For the young people, not that we are underrating you. We respect you. I said I'm a grandfather, I'm a father. So young people, I'm here for the welfare of viewers. Me, I've gotten maybe 5 or 6 years to go away per God's plan, per the Bible. Why am I here talking about Kenya and the welfare of Kenya? Good Kenya. It's because of you. Who here now? This Lamek, yeah, of course Lamek, yeah, and Stone PK. Tunataka Kenya tumutengenezee kabla tuende huko heaven. Asante Bernard. Tuko.
Thank you, Mduwa Nyumba. We appreciate it, and all the best. Even as you receive Mama, make sure you take care of our Mama very well. We will put you in trouble if anything goes wrong. Hao kina Kunjiri wakunjwe vizuri asubuhi, wafunikwe mahali. Wasilete burukusho, wasilete mchezo karibu na kazi. Sasa ni wakati wa kazi.
Mchezo baadaye. Okay, si kukanyaga, sitaki kusema lugha mbaya, lakini tutoa freeze. We are frozen.
Sawa. Naomba tusikilize hii video tukisonga mbele. Na tafadhali, let us obey our standing orders. Keep your mics mute. This is global TV station. It's not local, one small village something. The video that is being recorded right now as we broadcast will be here for 50, 100 years until we take it down. So dress for the show, be here to make presentation so that you can be heard properly and be believed. One of my bishops says, people will first of all see you before they hear you. So it is how you are dressed that will determine how they will hear you. So tafadhali tusisumbuane, hata kama uko mahali kwa joto ni nyingi, mimi nimeweka fan hapa kwa sababu hii light natumia. It's very hot, so I have to use a fan just to be here. Tusiharibu kipindi ama tulete shida na watu wa YouTube kwa sababu tunakuja bila mashati na tunaonyesha vifua. Kila mtu ana kifua cha kwake tafadhali. Asante, lakini na samahani kama umekwazwa.
Moja tu. Bana befwe mulembe lundi. Ese sumumanyire. Ese bali sifuno omwana wenyu kwa amabungo manano. Bala ni secretary general kumukanda kwa ODM. Eboze koline kamakalita kwenya kubolo musakulu yuno kuli asante ku bintu bibili byongene. Sindu za kwanza ka kuelese FFS speaker barende kwa maviga. Ekura ya kwanza ya kubisya marende kuba speaker ehame kwa mwana yuno sifuna nendi senator wa Nairobi sekalikario. Namba 2 ba kubukule sibeti sia Kenya. Bawelese omwana wefe bali oparanyali ya nani. Oparanya yuno kwenya kumubolera saa ichino bahuelese buwa mikale keleka kasi inonga okhalenge bantu bana baliyela njisa ichino chielfu buli mundu aliye ku chielfu chita achake kasi na mwaka kolario ta achake na mwaka chakata. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, sisi tunazidi kuomba Wakenya kwamba uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022 uwe ni uchaguzi wa maadili. We want a chapter 6 election in 2022. Ukiangalia list ya wale candidates ya watu ya UDA, unaweza fikiria ni ripoti ya DPP. Yani kuanzia juu mpaka chini ni watu ni wezi tu. Ukiangalia ile watu wanaita ticket at Rigathi Gachagua pamoja na Ruto, unafikiria ni charge sheet. Watu ambao wanafaa kuwa ndani. Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka mchague watu wenye maadili. Ya mwisho nataka nizungumze kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM. Sisi baba tulikuachilia tukiwa kule National Delegates Conference ya ODM. Tukasema wewe sasa ni baba wa vyama mingi. Wewe peke yako ndio unaweza kuombea hawa watu wengine wa Azimio. Lakini sisi wa ODM, tafadhali, tukiombea watu wa ODM kura wasisikie vibaya. Hata Secretary General wa DAP aombee watu wa DAP kura. Lakini mimi kama wa ODM na haki ya kusema tunataka kaunti ya Busia izalie kaunti ya ODM. Asante sana, Mungu awabariki.
Haya, Deputy Governor.
Thank you. Excellent presentation there. Tunangoja Kasuti atupatie utafsiri wa ule utangulizi, but nothing out of the blues. Bwana Charo, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard, na salimia nyote ambao mko kwa panel hapo leo. Naona ni siku nzuri, pia siku ya furaha sana. Yale mambo ambayo tunayoongea kila siku yanazidi kuendelea na kuwa matamu. Mimi husema tu kila mara hapa, yaani karibu kufikia siku ya kufa miti yote huteleza, na nimesema watu watapambana, watapigana midomo wenyewe kwa wenyewe, mpaka wengine wataanza kusema msamaha, kuomba msamaha, na hajasema alikosea wapi ndio tumsamee. Sasa hata mimi nimeangalia hiyo kipindi yote, hiyo story hii ya baba niliangalia muda mrefu, lakini kuna maneno yalinipita kwa sababu ile kilugha ilikuwa inaongea hapo, ile ya nyumba kwa nyumba, sikuelewa vizuri. Lakini pia nilifurahi saa ile yule MC pale alipokuwa akiwaambia watu hawamtaki, wanarusha mikono hivi waende hawa wa Kenya kwisha. Hapo nimeelewa, na tuzidi tu kuwa tunawapatia nguvu watu wetu, jamaa zetu, tuwaelezee waelewe. Manake kama kuna wengine nilikuwa naongea nao wanaanza kuniambia sisi hatukuelewa vizuri hapa. Nikasema sasa hapa tutatumia kilugha yoyote, kama tutatumia lugha ya kinyumbani, lakini tuelezane, tuelewane. Lakini ile ya leo Martha Karua, hata ile addressing yake, hata vile anainuka kwa kiti, wewe utajua huyu mama ni mtu na heshima zake, na ni mama anataka kuongea kitu ya muhimu kwa Wakenya wote. So tukipata viongozi kama wale mama na baba Raila wakishikilia hii Kenya hii, unaona mambo mengi yatakuwa yanaenda barabara vile kila mmoja anavyokuomba. Lakini sisi tukizidi kuchagua hao wanaopiga press up kwenye juu ya magari, ama hao wanachora magari yao picha zao za kampeni, hawa wakiwa ndio viongozi wetu, hata sijui kama Kenya tutaishia wapi. Manake kwanza hata ameongea huyo mmoja hapo, anasema yeye hata akisikia polisi wanakuja kumfuata anabeba 5,000 kama vile mama wa Chang'aa, na polisi hakuna polisi atakayemfuata. Sasa sijui kama wakiongea vile anaona ndio wamefanya kampeni kwa watu, lakini kuna watu wanaompigia makofi, wanamsherekea, ambapo wao wanamsherekea. Ukiangalia vitia ni vijana wadogo tu ambao maisha yao bado ndio ni marefu. Wanatakikana wachague viongozi ambao watasimamia jamii zao, hata future children wao, lakini hao hawataki kuona, hawataki kusikia, kwa sababu amepawa kakofia kameandikwa UDA na katisha tika yellow pia nako kameandikwa UDA. Akipawa hiyo mambo mengine hataki kujua. Mimi sitaki kofia wala sitaki kafulana, nataka maisha na future ya Wakenya wote kwa ujumla, kila mmoja awe anapata riziki yake ya kula na kuishi. Lakini kwa hiyo upande mwingine wa hawa watu wa Kenya kwisha, my God, hao ndio watu ambao saa hizi wanatakikaniwa wajieleze yale makosa yao, na I hope Mr. Ruto ataform nini nyingine ambayo itaeleza yale makosa yake, ndio Wakenya wamsamehe, kwa sababu hata zile Bible quotes, na yeye anasema ni mtu wa kwenda kanisa kila siku. Mimi si mtu wa kusomea Biblia, lakini naona hapo wamekosea. Hiyo haikuwa hiyo chapter aliyoongea. Na sasa tumuombee Mungu azidi kumpatia sura ya kujieleza, kuona na makosa yake na kuelezea Wakenya. Pengine watamuelewa hiyo miaka inakuja huko 20 years to come, pengine anaweza akasimama tena na akapata. Lakini safari hii hata tuombe Mungu pia. Najua huwezi ombea Mungu kitu mtu akose, lakini mimi upande mwingine nasema saa nyingine tuombe Mungu hata asipate tena, asifike hapo karibu, akajipange kabisa huko kando kwanza, alafu baadaye, baada ya kujipanga, baada ya baba na mama wameenda, mabda hajaombe kiti cha nini, mzee wa nyumba 10, pengine atasikizwa. Manake sidhani kama kuna mtu aliyesikia saa hii leo yeye ameomba msamaha, lakini makosa yake ni ipi? Hakusema yeye mwenyewe akasema mimi nilifanya hivi na nisamehewe, mimi nimefanya hivi nipatieni msamaha. Hakusema. Yeye ameongea tu in general, la kila pahali, na anachoongea yeye hajui anakosea wenzake, anajikosea hata yeye mwenyewe kura zake, kwa sababu hata leo yeye amejifanya mcha dini, akatoa hiyo Biblia, lakini pia akawa pia anadanganya, mnake hiyo chapter haiko. Mimi nimetafuta kwa Google hapa nione, sikuiona, lakini anaweza kuwa na Bible yake yeye ambayo anasoma mambo yake. Na tutajaribu sana kuelimisha watu, waelimishane, waone ile picha. So mwenye macho aone, mwenye masikio asikie, na mwenye akili aelewe. Na nawaomba sana especially hawa vijana ambao wanainukia, ambao wana 20 years hawajaoa, hawana family, wajaribu sana kuhakikisha tunaweka kiongozi pale, kwa sababu ya watoto wao wanaokuja, hiyo generation inaokuja iwe iko sawa. Tulinganishe maisha ya huko na nchi za nje, na si ati baada ya miaka 55 ya uhuru sisi bado tunaumizwa na mafunza hapo. Wengine tunakosa maji, chakula kinakosa, tunaanza kusikia jamaa amefanya hivi kwa sababu ya hivi. Sasa kama kwa mfano mmoja, wewe unachagua kiongozi wako kama yule aliyeongea pale kuwa yeye hata polisi hawezi kushika, yeye mwenyewe anaongea kitu kama ile na ni kama kiongozi wako. Je, hawa vijana wengine watafanya nini? Si hao ndio watakuwa wanapiga makelele tu hapo hapo, wanafanya hivi, kutakuwa ni kama ambaye hakuna sheria. Unaenda unatukana polisi wa Kenya na ndio wanakulinda. Lakini cha ajabu, serikali zetu za Afrika huwa unasikia mtu anatafutwa na polisi na analindwa na GSU. Si ile tu ni kuchukuliwa simu apigiwe akaeleze vizuri, lakini sijui haitafanyika. Na ukimwambia anakuambia nimefanya hivi kwa sababu fulani alifanya. Sasa tukiigizana makosa na makosa hayatoi toe makosa. Mmoja rekebisha makosa na mwingine atafata. Mimi sina mengi kwa leo, nasikiza panel. Asanteni sana, na Bernard nakupa moyo huo uendelee kufanya hii kazi. Right.
Asante Bwana Charo, tunashukuru. Hiyo ni muhimu kwa kila mmoja kumakinika. Hii ni nchi yetu, lazima tuijenge na tutetee rasilimali zetu. Our future generation depends on what we do today. These elections will be a determinant factor of whether there will be Kenya 100 years from now or not. So nobody should make a foolish decision. Let's all adhere to required values. Wanamurunga, vipi?
Nimerudi sasa, niko.
Dakika zako 2-3. Endelea.
Sawa. Sasa nilikuwa nachangia mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Mimi mwenyewe Bernard niliwaambia hapa mbeleni ya kwamba yes, as much as Kalonzo Musyoka failed, we need him. And these are the facts. Ukambani vote must vote for Raila Odinga if we want to win na ile margin ile tunataka. We want Kalonzo Musyoka, and I'm confident that Kalonzo Musyoka is going to be part of us. Never mind about the few votes he still holds. That's what we want. Secondly, I'm happy for Mama Martha, especially for for her presentation today at the prayer breakfast. She really stood out to be the best. And basing on what happened today, Bernard, sioni kama kuna mtu alipokea ile mbwembo ya siku ya leo ya hiyo sherehe. To me, I think she stole the show, and she's ahead of the game. And that is the deputy president designate. That is the lady that is going to give us victory. Bernard, wakati Martha Karua alikuwa appointed, yani kuwa nominated kuwa running mate wa Raila Odinga, that is the time when Raila Odinga won the election. Hii election ilikuwa tu ilimengoja wakati huo. Tuende sasa kwa mambo yetu ya upande wa mkoa wa Magharibi. Bernard, wewe umejua ya kwamba mkoa wa Magharibi unamwenzi Raila Odinga sana kuliko mkoa ule mwingine wote. Ukiangalia ile support na uungwaji mkono wa Raila Odinga upande wa Western, tuanze na Vihiga jana, na utakubaliana nami ya kwamba Western is solidly behind Raila Odinga. Only for few places, of course, we know there will be those pockets of few pockets of those who support the Kenya Kwisha, wale ambao unajua wale wakaaligned kwa kina Malala. But you can also imagine Malala himself has already decided hata market William Ruto Western, na ukiangalia campaign posters zake hazina ile image ya Raila ya Malala ya William Ruto. Hiyo inaashiria kwamba hakuna ile support ile alikuwa anafikiria ataenjoy hapo mbeleni. Na unajua sasa tunaelekea wakati sasa mbivu na bichi zinaenda kuonekana. Na hiyo ni wazi ya kwamba Raila Odinga is going to be the man to win over the Western vote. Now on the issue of Busia County today, this is one county that I know supports Raila Odinga to the man. Ukiona ile watu wale walikuwa na imagine watu wanasherekea ili hali kunanyesha, wangoje wasikie yale watakayoambiwa na Raila Odinga. That alone shows you that the support is actually not just that what you would imagine. The people of Western Kenya, particularly Busia County, have made up their minds that it's going to be Raila Odinga, and from the numbers you saw, Bernard, today, that is exactly a reflection on the ground. Tomorrow, Raila Odinga is going to be in Trans Nzoia, and that's what is going to happen. Najua Trans Nzoia, maybe uko Bernard wewe, unajua uko familia na hiyo area sana. Area ambayo mimi na ngoja kabisa kwa kishindo ni Kakamega County, and that is my area. Of course, I saw Kenya Kwanza today in Matungu. Musipotoshwe ama kuimagine ya kwamba William Ruto anaweza pata kura Matungu. Pale sasa ndio tunaita Mwipoma. Mwipoma is where that is where the body of Nabongo Mumia lies. Na hiyo ndio Mwipoma. That is now the area where Raila Odinga enjoys the massive support. Hapo tujue ya kwamba ni kura ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Therefore, Kakamega will vote for Raila Amolo Odinga as well. Bernard, kwa hayo mengi na machache, niko kwa studio, nitazidi kuchangia.
Asante sana. We appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Bwanda, shida iko wapi? Umechoka kungoja? Kwa line utafika tu, usijali. Relax, and you're still mute, so we can't hear you. Felix, come in.
Kwanza wacha nisalimie kila mtu kwa panel. Habari ya jioni. Nitajaribu nikuwe haraka kabisa juu nataka wengine wetu pia wachangie.
I think we can't see you. We want to see you.
Okay, wacha ni set vizuri. Nasema
kama nakupimana vifua. Sawa, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay. Wacha nianze na story ya Ruto ku apologize. I don't think if there's any serious guy, any serious man or a woman anaweza chukua Ruto serious. Because this guy, everything he has been saying, there's no particular time amekuwa akimean whatever he says. Because you find that today he apologizes, tomorrow in a certain rally he starts insulting the people he apologized before. So me kwangu, I never take this guy serious because he's the master of double speaking. Every time amaanishi ile kitu anasema. Baba in Busia, I think this is the best rally Baba has made, let's say for this month in Busia, with a good reception, with well-organized speakers, actually with watu nini vizuri, walimpokea Baba vizuri, tuna appreciate that. Because if you just try to compare Baba's rally in anywhere in Western and you compare even Musalia Mudavadi's rally today, there's somehow light moments actually. Mudavadi's rally is like singing a song actually. People are there, unashinda kuwaimbia the same things. But if you be keen on Baba's rally today, kuna a lot of excitement, right? Unapata people are celebrating seeing Baba in that place. So I think it will make these we call them Tom and Jerry to get worried so much, because I'm very much worried. Watapata the 70% they promised. In fact, size they are like sarcastically making it 90%. This is totally laughable. Because if I find that even 2013, Mudavadi himself, a Mulembe guy, never got more than 35% of the Mulembe votes. So where will he get the 70% votes to the Sugoi man? I think this one should make them worried so much. They should get worried, because it's true Baba is up in Western, is going to score, is going to get a lot of votes in Western Kenya. Then also, I think it's just time. We should just be patient. Kalonzo is in Azimio. We should not get worried by the man. In as much as Baba is still controlling the sort of company votes, but we need him. Actually, I applaud somebody said we want to increase the margin. We don't want tunataka tupate kura ile tuweke margin ikuwe large. Hakuna mtu atadispute the results. But according to me, lately, to present the signatures kwangu does not mean anything, because the final thing itakuja ile time mtu kupeleka papers na kuwa verified. That is the time we should be waiting for. But according to me, hivi karibuni we expect to welcome Kalonzo once more, and he will hit the ground running that day henceforth. Because Kalonzo, the effect of Kalonzo, impact ya Kalonzo kutoka Azimio, it has got a lot of negative impact. Brand their campaign materials with the name of and Azimio. Now telling them to change, it's going to be a very hectic act to them. Actually, they'll be sweating a lot. I think these are the people who have been in the forefront to make sure that Kalonzo comes back to Azimio la Umoja. So, Kwangu is just a matter of wait. It's just a matter of time. Let's just be patient and wait for the guy.
Sorry Felix, ni kama network yako imekataa. Lakini I think you have made your point. Tumsikilize Lamek, then we will go to Obwanda. Lamek, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, and good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
And thank you, Bernard, for having me today. Yesterday, we had a very good discussion, and I think you are doing a good job, and keep it up. And I believe every Kenya is happy and is supporting you on this, because you are trying to give information to our fellow Kenyans. Today, actually, my main point around it too, the National Prayer Day. It's an annual event, but again, with a lot of hypocrisy, whereby, when people are praying to God, there are those who are genuine, there are those who are just not going to the real point. But a leader who came out a stunning one, with all the confidence, who did not pretend, is our president. You could see where he was. He was in a different table, something different from whatever we normally see during the annual events like today. And he was brief. He came out. He as much as people were talking about reconciliation, for him, he said, we want to see peace. And I remember he told the David president, you know, I hope your prayers will come through. Anybody who has brains, who have wisdom, that was a very strong statement. That here we are, we need to pray to God without any pretending or any hypocrisy. That's a point. Again, the second one about the sentiment from my other colleagues about the Asmio running mate. Yes, she came out clearly. She put the point. And Mother Karua, she's a woman who's, in terms of integrity and honest, she speaks her mind. She was objective through her speech, because I watched it when I was at work, and you could see the sense that even after the Kwanzaa or the opponents try to criticize, talking about mama, she continues getting marriage. One of the things Kwanzaa people that are not aware, the moment they criticize, the moment their agenda is talking about the opponents, Asmio will continue getting marriage. So in actual what I mean, we are going to see much of the politics for the next 3 months, much of the insult, like what you saw Marara did yesterday, and all the kind of insult. That's, as I said yesterday, Kenyan politics is local. Third, I think I still insist Kenyans, we need to get the right people, the right leaders. It has to start from us. It has to start from our neighbors. We have to pass this information the way, Bernard, you are doing through this platform. Let's also not be short-sighted. We need to be very objective. Kwanzaa people that are not sleeping, they may be told all the kind of insult or the kind of names. But again, look at the followers. I said yesterday, Kenyans are also fools, me included. You know, those people who go to on Kwachukua, they talk anything. They can lie to you. They can be double speak. But again, followers, tunawashangilia. So me, I always take it a bit objective that let leaders be elected, the right people. Let's Kenya make sure those leaders are accountable so that we move forward. The most important thing, Bernard, we need to emphasize in any forum, in any conversation, we need to pray for a peaceful election. Thank you very much. I'm always very brief to the point. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Lamek, we appreciate it. We pray for peaceful elections, and then we also need to lay the framework for that peace. I've always held the opinion that we cannot ask for peace if we lay the ground for war. If we want peace, we must ensure that there is justice. And justice requires that everybody gets what is fair in view of the provision of the law. So prayer, yes, but we must all endeavor to see to it that we have justice for all, justice for all. Let nobody be prejudiced against, let nobody be taken advantage of. That is the surest way of praying for peace. But if we only want to ask God to do for us what he asked us to do, then we will have a long way of asking and probably may never get the answer. But thank you very much. Obwanda, unmute and speak out.
Asante sana Bernard.
Yes.
Ni siku mingi kabla hatujapatana, sababu tunakimbia. Hata saa hii tulikuwa huko upande wa BUSIA, tumelala. Hata mahali nipo hoteli. Kesho tunaenda Trans Nzoia. So ile kitu iko vile tuliona ya kwamba, kwa sababu kwanza kabisa ni salamu kwa kila mtu kwanza. Kitu tulipoona siku ya leo. Kwanza kabisa tuongee mambo ya church. Siku ya leo ilikuwa siku ya maombi, na hiyo maombi ilikuwa ya viongozi pamoja na wananchi wadogo. Ile kitu ilikuwa huko ni kuleta watu pamoja, watu waachane mambo ya kurusha maneno, watu waache mambo ya kutusiana, so watu wakuje pamoja. Ile kitu tulipoona wakati deputy president, sababu waliona ya kwamba akiacha kuita mama, najua ya kwamba His Excellency the President ange make sure angeita mama. So alijaribu kuongea ya kwamba ati anajaribu kukata protocol, lakini haikukuwa hivyo, kwa sababu alijua ya kwamba akijaribu kukosa kuita mama, lazima His Excellency ataita mama. Ile kitu mbaya niliona ya kwamba, kwa sababu hata tulipokuwa huku tulikuwa tunatazama kila kitu vile inaendelea upande wa Nairobi. Ile kitu alifanya, kwa sababu lazima tujue ya kwamba hata Martha Karua is a party leader, is a deputy president wa Azimio, deputy president wa Raila Amolo Odinga. Angemuita Martha Karua, kwa sababu hata wakati alipokuwa anamuita, uliona hata ukiangalia hiyo, unaona ya kwamba Martha alistuka, kwa sababu hakufikiria kama huyo anaweza kumuita hivyo. Lakini vile alijaribu kuiona ya kwamba, akakaa na akaiona lazima aende aongee, na kitu muhimu aliongea, kwa sababu hata nikiona mambo ya vile Martha Karua anajaribu kuongea mambo ya siasa zake, hakuna siku utaona Martha Karua anaweza ongea ama atoe matusi mbaya kwa wananchi ama kwa upinzani. Atasema ya kwamba lazima sera ya pande ya Azimio na sera ya pande ya Asla, kama mtu asikii kama pande ya sera ya Azimio sera yake si poa, achana mambo yake na usikuje mahali pa Azimio. Na ukiona kama kuna sera pahali pa Azimio ni nzuri na inaweza kukubadilika wewe ukue, ama uchumi vile sasa uchumi ni ngumu, inawezekana ya kwamba tufanye hivi ukuje upande wa Azimio. So ile kitu muhimu, wacha tuende leo vile ilikuwa mambo ya Western pande hii. Nimefurahi sana wakati Wanjala alijaribu kuongea. Wanjala alileta base, kwa sababu alipokuwa anaongea alikuwa anajaribu kuongea kuleta unity kati ya watu wa Western wote, waangalie sababu ya kwamba aliongea kitu muhimu. Alisema kwa sababu Wetangula na Mudavadi wakijaribu kuongea, wanasema ya kwamba ati Raila Amolo Odinga anakuanga na deni ya watu wa Western. Na Wanjala leo alitoa hiyo jukumu na akasema ya kwamba watu wa Western ndio wako na deni ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Sababu tulipoona, ukiona mambo ya Western vile hata mzee aliingia, wale watu walikuwa na upendo na wanataka kusikia maneno kutoka katika mdomo ya president wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Ile kitu ilikuwa tena wakati Oparanya alikuwa anajaribu kuongea. Oparanya alijaribu kuleta uhusiano kati ya Raila na wana wa Western, vile Raila Amolo Odinga amezawahi kuwa pamoja nao. Na ndio sababu tunaona ya kwamba Martha Karua, tena nikirudi mahali Martha Karua, kwa sababu hizi vitu zote lazima tuichangie na tuione na tuiongee, kwa sababu ndio watu waone ya kwamba nchi yetu mahali inaelekea kwa ile mkono safi, mkono ya Martha Karua, mkono ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Martha Karua alipochaguliwa kama mgombea wa Raila Amolo Odinga, tunaona ya kwamba watu walikuwa wanajaribu kuongea, kwa sababu nimesikia opinion ya Bantu alipokuwa alikuwa anachangia kidogo hapo, akajaribu kusema ya kwamba kuna wale watu hawakuwa kuna Azimio, kuna wale watu walikuwa wanasema Azimio iwezi ingia Mount Kenya. Na wakati saa kama sahi mountain wakati saa kama sahi imejaa mambo ya Azimio. Ile kitu tunayotaka, kwa sababu tunajua ukombozi wa Raila na Martha Karua lazima ni ukombozi. Kenya, kwa sababu tumeshaiona ya kwamba mahali Kenya iliondoka na Kenya inaelekea. Kuna msemo tena ile inasema ya kwamba don't give up. Na hii don't give up nikijaribu kuongea ni mambo ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Tukiona ya kwamba vile mzee Raila Amolo Odinga alianza kusimama kupigania hii kiti ya upresident na hajawahi give up hata kidogo. So tunajaribu tuione ya kwamba hiyo give up, hata wewe Bernard vile umeanza hii, tunataka ya kwamba kama tuko hapa tusi give up na tutoe maoni, kila mtu atoe maoni yake, kwa sababu unaweza pata maoni mazuri hapa kuliko vile ulikuwa unafikiria. Sababu lazima tuikae vile inatakikana. Mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka tunaweza sema ni vile watu wanajaribu kuongea. Na hata ndiyo nilifurahi sana wakati nilipoona watoto wake walijaribu kuongea na kulilia viongozi watatu. Walililia viongozi wa Mbua, wakasema Mutula Kilonzo Junior, na wakasema na Maanzo. Wakasema hao wana mislead party leader, yani baba yao, party leader wa Wiper, Kalonzo Musyoka. Kama watoto wenyewe ndio wamesajaribu kuongea, hata sisi vile tuko hapa na tuiangalie, kama watoto ndio wamejaribu kuongea, inamaanisha ya kwamba hata mzee pia ameongea na watoto wake, na mzee hataki kutoa hiyo kitu nje, lazima ipitie watoto. So kama hao ndio walijaribu kuongea, na ukiona ya kwamba wakati Mutula Kilonzo Junior alikuwa anajaribu kuongea, na ukiona kwa Twitter ile dada yake Kethi Kilonzo alikuwa anajaribu kuleta mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka pamoja na wana Kenya, unaona ya kwamba kuna wale wengine wana mislead party leader wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka. Na ni shukrani kubwa kwa wana chama wa Wiper na viongozi wa madini kutoka upande wa Eastern Ukambani, walikuja pamoja, wakasema wakipima, wakaitiana wenyewe wakati Kalonzo hakukuwa, na wakaenda huko wakatoa majida, wakaongea kivyao, na wakasema hawawezi wacha kiongozi wao akae nje ya Azimio. Ile kitu tunajua ya kwamba Kalonzo Musyoka tunamuhitaji. Tusijaribu kusema atumuhitaji, kwa sababu akona karibu 2 million votes. Hiyo ni kiongozi kutoka upande wa Western. Tunamuhitaji, na vile amekubali kukuja pamoja, akuje tu na roho safi, asijaribu tena akuje alafu anatuwash anasema hivi ana mwelekeo. Tunataka akisimama asimame kidete na akuja aseme ile kitu anayotaka. Si ati mtu anakuja hivi kesho anasema hivi, alafu unajua hata unachanganyikiwa, kwa sababu hata we tujaribu kuangalia hata nyumba yetu. Kama umeoa bibi na bibi hawezi nyorosa nyumba straight, we kwanza we mwanaume unanyorosa nyumba straight, na bibi unaona bibi anaenda hivi, watoto unajua wataona ukipiga kelele, watoto wataanza kusema ati baba ndio mbaya. So ye pia akae vizuri, kwa sababu baba Raila Amolo Odinga wamekuwa pamoja na mama, na mahali mama ako na baba ako, Raila anaenda kutafuta nje, na akiletea mama Martha Karua anapika, na sisi vile tunaongea hapa tunakula chakula, na nchi yetu ya Kenya itaendelea vizuri. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Asante bwana, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Story ya Kalonzo na avoid kuongea kabisa, kwa sababu amenifika hapa. Nitasema yangu, wacha masaa 4 ipite kwanza, nitaongea huko nyuma. Kwa sasa hivi wacha niachie tu hapa. Stony PK, ngoja kwanza kabla Stony PK, Felix, network ilimwaga wewe nje. Ulikuwa umemaliza kweli wewe? Huyu Felix ni kama nikutazama tu, pia network inaonekana inaonea ni mvua imenyesha ama nini? Stony PK, come in.
Thank you very much Bernard. Nafikiria yangu nitaanzia hapo kwa namesake huyu Peter Obwada vile amezungumza. Peter, mimi naweza kuadvise kitu moja tu. Wewe ndugu yangu unazungumza vizuri sana, lakini sasa hebu acha kujichokesha akili na Kalonzo. wewe uko ground, fanya bidii, tafuta. Kalonzo does not carry any votes isipokuwa yake peke yake, hata ya bibi yake na watoto yake ni ya baba. This Mtembei TV should know that, na tuache kuongea maneno ya Kalonzo kabisa kabisa kabisa. Kalonzo does not carry Ukambani. He was my party chairman since 20 sijui ngapi. I know him personally as Stone PK. Huyo mtu ameyumba yumba, nilisema labda ameshikwa na senility mapema, watoto wanamsihi, anarukaruka. Even if he comes today, Bernard, kesho ataamuka atabumburuka na kitu ingine. Nyinyi tafadhali, sisi ni wafuasi wa baba. Baba, ukiona body language ya baba, alimaliza na Kalonzo zamani. Ya Kalonzo Luere na Wakamba Ukambani tuko nayo gangari. Mtembei followers Azimio, don't worry. We have Ukambani for baba. Kalonzo cannot ruin baba's votes. That you can go and bank. Thank you. Now, Karua represents baba. I think I'll borrow Nyomba. Nyomba is not here. He put it very well. Karua is president material. Baba is president material. Baba knows his assistant. Baba is comfortable. Baba is now is presenting what is supposed to be presented as a president. Akona kazi Western na akona kazi Nairobi, anatuma assistant wake na kazi anapiga proper as we saw. Now, while on that, it backfired on Ruto, pretending to preempt the president. Ati yeye ndiye anavunja protocol. That is very ill intended. It is the character of Ruto. That's what he has been doing to undermine his president, pretending that he is super clever. Remember, hata kabla wakosane, yeye alikuwa akisimama, speech zote anamwaga, ana preempt the president. Oh, barabara tumetoa kilomita 8,000, tutaleta Kisimu. Empty the president akija kusimama, all his speech has been delivered by the deputy. That, for those who don't know, it is not allowed in protocol. When your boss is there, your work is just to welcome him. Like now for him, angesimama tu aseme ameomba msamaha, okay, although the msamaha was very ironical as well. Aliomba ati msamaha kama amekosea. Kwa hivyo amini amekosea. Alafu alipotoka hapo si amefly coast. Coast ameenda pale bandari, nafikiria ni bandari, kwa hiyo economic forum yake, ameanza kubomb handshake. Amepiga handshake. 2 hours later, anasema this handshake duo, akimaanisha baba na Uhuru ilinyang'anya Coast Port, ikafanya nini, ikafanya amekuwa ametusi na amefanya nini, Kiswahili kimenipotea. He has really condemned Uhuru and Ruto. Not more than 2 hours, because after breakfast, ukiangalia hiyo clip, anasema oh bwana asifiwe, president, your excellency, anaita Raila brother. When did Ruto call baba brother? That brother. Then few minutes later, ule mzee wa kitendawili. This man is evil, is double speak. Ati anajihumble as if ako karibu na Yesu. That is a lie. That is a lie. All right? We should not be duped. Anaita Mother Karua sister. Na juzi amemuita ule mwanamke. Man, let's not buy that kind of nonsense. Yeah? Then quickly wacha niende upande ya Western ndio nimalize. Western wamesema Ruere, kila mtu huko ni tawe, KK tawe. Leo ndio Western wamefunga kabisa, wataweka msumari ya mwisho huko Trans Nzoia. Indeed, we are done with Western. The seal is done and hakuna mahali Western inaenda. Today they have locked. Wonderful. They have set the pace. Now, how is it being done? Mother Karua is coming akisafisha hizo uchafu kabisa kabisa, anawacha kukiwa kweupe. And I said by June, tukifikia mwisho wa June, itakuwa sasa ni kurudi kwa kikwetu. Kama ungekuwa mtu wa kabila yangu hapa, ningekuambia vile tunasemanga, kulima tunalimanga mara tatu. Ile umetoa shamba, umeenda bush, umeclear, umechoma, umepanda, kunatokea ile majani ya kwanza, unatoa, alafu unapalilia, kisha unangoja kuvuna. That is the process that Karua is doing, and by the time she covers the entire country, I think we will be done. Ndio unaona watu wengine wameanza kujihambo, but because God does not want them into the glory, they will be as confused as the Tower of Babel. Okay? And we said in this platform, the day we will go from house to house, sasa niyo tunaenda county to county, tuzungumuze lugha yetu. Tukienda Western leo, nimesikia tumezungumza Kiluya mpaka Secretary General. I'm so happy about that, because that is what we are preaching, is the truth. Tunaambia ule mama amekuja pale ambaye huwa anarauka asubuhi na mapema, huyu ni mwizi, yeah? So tukienda Ugiriamani tuzungumuze Kigiriama, ndio kila mtu ashike hii mambo. I was so happy with the Western, the way it's going, and I'm just urging to Kenyans, tuwazungumzie na Kiswahili, wasihandaliwe na Biblia ya Ruto. Hiyo isituhandae tafadhali. That guy is a comedian. Is a comedian. He's humble. 1 hour, 2 hours later, he's spitting fire on Baba. That is terrible. That is terrible. And I wish we could use the most understandable language. Hata wale watu wa kanisa huko village, tuambie wasisikize hiyo bwana asifiwe ya Ruto. It's not genuine. Because today I would not insult Bernard, then 30 minutes later I'm calling him names. This is terrible. Kenyans, let's wake up. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Stony PK, hiyo ni nzuri, tusonge mbele. Ni muhimu kila Mkenya makinike, usikubali kudanganywa. Kuna machozi ya mamba na kuna machozi. Kwa hivyo lazima uelewe tofauti. Yes.
Moja tu. Bwana wewe mulembe lundi.
Sorry, this is another one. I needed to play. Okay. Let's just revisit this as the other one gets ready. Kama haijakuwa ready. Nani huyo? Engineer, unataka kusemaje?
Okay, Bernard.
Yes.
Nimesikia wewe na Mr. Hu, the guy huyo ametoka. Umesema siji Kalonzo amewafikia hapa. Siji sasa anataka kutoka. My question goes to Bantu Warrior. Bantu, unanisikiza? Okay, nauliza hivi. Ulisema Kalonzo, there is a guy ametweet ati Kalonzo is on the way coming back. And my question is, Kalonzo is coming back and yet alishapeleka papers zake kwa IBC, alisha present papers. Kuna uwezekano Kalonzo anaweza rudi kwa Azimio juu tayari alishapeleka, and the deadline was yesterday. Is it possible? Bantu?
Yes, asante sana engineer. Kalonzo kama vile PK anasema, wachaneni na Kalonzo. Kalonzo hakuna mahali anaenda. Kalonzo anafanya mambo yake tu, na tumwache Kalonzo. Kalonzo anarudi Azimio. Kalonzo hawezi kwenda kwa Kenya kwisha. Kalonzo amekuja hapa tu, mpatie nafasi. Engineer, asante sana.
Asante Bernard.
You people are tempting me. I don't want to say anything about Kalonzo. Kalonzo is, let him play his game. When he's through, he will let us know. In the village where I come from, when elders begin to behave like children, they are left on their own. Nobody goes to pick them. That is where I stand. When you are an elder, you carry yourself as an elder, you respect yourself as an elder, who will treat you as one. But the moment you begin to behave like a child, we leave you because we don't know how to handle you and we don't want to be cast. So we leave you alone. You play with the children, wakikupaka matope, wakupaka matope uchafuke, akili yako ianze kufanya kazi, ufufuke, useme wewe sasa ni mzee, urudi kwa akili yako kama mzee, behave like mzee, tutakurespect. That is where I've left Kalonzo. If he doesn't behave like an elder that he's supposed to be, wacha akae. Anderson upo? Anderson, are you there?
Bena.
Namna gani?
Poa sana Pena.
Second mile kufika kwenu? Ilikuwanga second mile or first mile, extra mile electricity distribution?
Iko sawa.
Okay, endelea mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Kwanza niko Vihiga.
Mululu.
Niko Vihiga, jana tumekuwa na baba. Umeona ground vinaongea hapa kwetu Ruto tawe. Huku tulikataa Ruto. Huku Ruto ni kama unauza sijui hata siwezi ongea.
Amtaki
Alafu
30%
niongelele
government.
Unajua Mudavadi hawakusikia vizuri. Waliambiwa 70 people, sio 70%. Juu 70% kupata hapa Vihiga peke yake watapata 10% Vihiga. Na hiyo ni home ground ya Mudavadi. Na hiyo 10% itatoka hapo Mululu. Siku ingine niongelee mambo ya Martha Karua. Martha Karua anaanza kazi yake kama DP. Na sikia Ruto huyo ni mtu wa vitimbi tu, angeenda kwa vitimbi. Hapo imetoka. Kalonzo tusiongelelee mambo ya Kalonzo. Kalonzo ni comedian na Kalonzo lazima dakika ya mwisho ndio tujue kama Kalonzo yuko. Lakini saa hii tusiongee mambo ya Kalonzo. Alafu nafurahia sana venye baba amekuwa Busia. Kazi inaendelea. Hata saa hii tuko kazi. Tunafanya kazi door to door. Tunaelimisha vijana. Unajua huku vijana ndio wanafuata mambo yote na hawana kura. Watoto wa primary ndio wanaongelea historia ya Ruto. Lakini watu wazima huku baba. Kwa hivyo Bena niko area, tutaongea baadaye. Asanteni.
Asante sana kwa hiyo habari, tunashukuru. Tuendelee. Mama Selina, karibu.
Hey, Bernard. Yani, nilisema watu wasima, kanisa, wewe ni pastor. Watu wanakuja, unasema watu wanataka kuokoka, wanakuja, baada ya kuokoka dakika kidogo tena wamerudi wanatupu. Ndio hii watu ya KKA wanafanya. They are not serious, Bernard. Lakini sasa kuna faida gani? Bapike na wananchi wanasikia. Pastors wale walikuwa wamewafuata, makanisa wale walikuwa wanasema Bwana wamejua what is going on. Unajua sometimes Bernard, Mungu anawashisha, Mungu anafanya watu waseme ndio watu wajue. Nakumbuka nilisema kufikia May, June, niliwaambia mambo ya Central. Angalia vile Central liko. Hiyo 30% hakuna. Sasa tunaenda tunachukua wanasema baba anachukua anaweka anaweka hivyo, ndio tunatarajia. Niliona nyumba ametoka na anasema wako tayari kukaribisha mama. Mimi pia namwambia watu ya Nakuru na pena, nimeshangaa, sikukuwa najua hii kipindi, kumbe watu wengi wanasikia. Sasa leo nimepikiwa na family member, nimeshangaa vile watu wanasikia Mtembei TV. Otherwise, nataka kuambia watu ya Nakuru tusimame na mama na baba, na kesho namwambia supporters yangu wote wa Nakuru ya kwamba mama anafika, wakuwe tayari, wakuwe chonjo kumkaribisha Deputy President of Republic of Kenya, Martha Wangari wa Karua, ya kwamba mama Selina, niko pamoja na nyinyi watu wangu wa Nakuru. Tutakuja enda sisi wote. Hiyo Karen itakuwa kidogo kwa watu ya Nakuru. Tumesikia Karen na tumewatea moto, sasa ni yetu. Karen, sasa mkutano ya baba Busia hatuwezi ongea. Watu wanasimama kwa mvua penalty. Kwa nini hujatuwekea tawe? Sijui nani alikuwa anasema incoming gavana ya Busia. Nilikuwa naona walifunga mkono.
Sorry mama Selina, huyo ni Wanjala ni Budalangi MP. Yula alimalizana na Mwamba.
Kiwanja msima, yani ukiona hata Mungu peke yake, hiyo watu wamekwisha. Sasa tumemaliza Central, tumemaliza Western, tulimaliza Coast. Rift Valley ni 50-50. Sasa wapi imepaki? Hakuna. Tunataka kuambia tu ya kwamba vile mtu alisema waangalie mahali vipande iko, wakuwe chonjo saa 4 asubuhi. Na ninakuuliza Penat, Deputy President ya Kenya kwisha, ulipeleka wapi? Ulipeleka wapi rafiki yangu anaitwa Alice Waome? Wamama wa nguvu walikuwa natingisha kiuno, kwani kulienda ache Penat? Kuna wamama hapo warembo walikuwa nasimama mpaka Dias, walikuwa na shindana. Mwingine anatoka Coast, mwingine alikuwa anatoka Kisii. Mama walikuwa natishana, wanapambana vile vile wanatengeneza kiuno hapo. Wao mama wamekwisha, sijui walienda wapi. Wakapromisiwa 50-50, sijui kwa upande gani. Nataka kushukuru viongozi wa mama wa chama cha Azimio. They are respected leaders. Nataka nishukuru Nyandarua sana. Mama alienda 8 stops Penat. 8. Na yote ilikuwa full. Na mama bado wamekubali, lakini anawaambia mimi nataka 90% atarudi tena. So si tunataka kusema asanteni sana wa Kenya, na pia kutangulia sio kufika. Unaona vile vijana wetu wakienda kukimbia, wakienda marathon ama wakienda 3000, wale wanakimbia, wengine wanakuja wasungu wanaenda mbele wanakimbia, kifua inachaa, mlima ndio hiyo. Sasa wakimbiaji wamerudi, imechaa, kifua simejaa Penat. Sasa Martha anakuja anapita tu. Uhuru aliwaambia Mara
Mama Selina, your network is not consistent. Mama Selina, your network is not consistent. Naomba urekebishe kwanza. Unakatika ama unakwama. So there is a problem. Fix that first, please. We want to get everything you're saying. Thank you. Alafu kuna nani? MJM. Karibu, lakini sheria ilibadilika. Kama kamera iko, hakuna vile utaongezwa kwa screen. So weka kamera tusonge mbele. We've been waiting for you. MJN, put on your camera. Without that, sheria ilibadilika, tuko na serikali mpya.
Asante sana, shukran sana Mr. Bernard. Nimefurahi tena kwamba nimerudi. Imekuwa ni muda mrefu, nimekuwa nikisikiza nikiwa huko nyuma background, lakini nashukuru kwamba leo nimepata nafasi, leo nimerudi. Nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza ule wakati mwingine, lakini ni vile sikupata nafasi kwa sababu nilikuwa niko busy, lakini nilikuwa nasikiza. Na ningekuwa nimechangia mambo mengi, lakini hayo ni mambo ambayo yashapita. So labda kitu ambacho mimi ningechangia, kitu ambacho ningesema, jinsi mambo yanavyokwenda, yani ni kama ukiangalia ni utapata, yani sijui ni kama watu wa UDA wanjiroga, alafu yule aliwaroga nkufa. Sasa ni hawezi kule pwani tunasema yani kama mtu angeweza kuhaswa, kama mweza kujua kuhaswa ni nini. Yani watu wa UDA yani walirogwa ama wanjiroga, sasa ni hamna dawa. Alafu sasa upande huu mwingine wa Azimio, yani wanazidi tu wakienda tu, yani kama yani kila kitu yani kinawafanikia ni kwa upande yani wa Uswahili tunasema yani yangu yananiendea. Sasa ni kama mtu Azimio anasema kwamba yetu yanatuendea. So yani sijui okay, kitambo hatuzidanganya, kitambo UDA walikuwa wanatisha, kitambo UDA walikuwa wanatisha. Lakini kwa sasa yani yale makalio yani yamepungua. Sijui kwa sababu alimchagua ile Gachagua ama kwa sababu huku naye Azimio alimchagua Martha, bado kusema kweli bado sijaelewa. Lakini kwangu mimi naweza sema vitu vya tuendea. Kwa hivyo kama wakifanya makosa hiyo ni shauri yao, kwa sababu niambie wewe mtu mnkuja mkutano, nyinyi ni wamoja mnkuja mkutano, alafu kwa sababu kuna mwingine ambaye labda wa kuzoma waita wafuasi wake majibu, tayari hilo pwani, tayari hilo ni tusi kubwa sana. Lakini yani hata sijui niliona nini kidogo, labda angesema kuro, kwa sababu kwa Kigiriama jibu ni kuro, kwa sababu yani alikosea tu kidogo tu, labda angesema kuro, na hapo sasa ndio angeharibu kabisa. Ushaona? Kwa hivyo yani watu wa UDA ni sielewe yani kipi ambacho yani kimewapagani kwa muda huu, na naona vile vimbakiani labda imbakiani miezi miwili watazidi kutia mablanda zaidi na zaidi. Kitu ambacho labda ningeongezea pia, labda nimefurahia mambo ambayo yamefanyika kule magharibi, ni mambo ambayo yamenifurahisha sana. Nilikuwa najua tu bana pale UDA wezi, unajua kuna kitu kama Kenya Kwanza, hamna Kenya Kwanza bana, mambo ni UDA bana. Ile kwamba ni mtu tu yani ni kama ni Kenya Kwanza ilikuwa tu ni jina tu yani ya kudanganya watu, lakini wale ni UDA tu, hawana tofauti yote. Hasa ile wao mpewa ile 70%, sio kama ile walikuwa wanaweza pata, ile ilikuwa tu ni kazi bure. Sasa kitu ambacho labda ningezungumzia sasa ni mambo ya Mombasa. Unajua sasa mambo ya Mombasa yani naona huwa wakati mwingine wanasikia ninashikwa na hasira, kwa sababu nikiona vitu ambavyo watu wanaandika tu sijui coast is locked, sijui nene. Huyo jamaa huyo Hassan Omar, kusema kwa ukweli, tuseme leo tuseme Hassan Omar akasema okay sawa, ameachana na mambo na ugavana, yuata kuingia useneta, na ingia independent, hata si na UDA, ingia independent. Hassan Omar usubuhi mapema saa 2 usubuhi atakuwa ameingia seneta. Lakini sasa Hassan Omar sijui alishikwa na tamaa ipi, akaona wacha ende ugavana, na kwa hakika ni ankula pesa za Ruto na hakuna kazi yote amfanya. Ukiangalia opinion poll zote, Hassan Omar yani hapiti 10%, hapiti 10%, na unashindwa kwa ni shida nini? Kwa sababu Hassan Omar watu walikuwa hamtaki pale, kwa sababu yeye, wajua kuna kile kitu ambacho kinaitwa unity of purpose. Hawezi kuwa wewe wataka kuingia kwa sababu sasa wampaka tope mwenzako. Unajua alimpaka tope Joho sana, alimpaka tope Joho sana mpaka hilo ndo jambo ambalo lilikasirisha watu, na ndio mpaka leo hawezi mpigia hata afanye nini, hawezi mpigia kabisa, hata afanye vipi hawezi mpigia. Kwa hivyo pale mambo ya UDA pale Mombasa hata akipata 20% itakuwa ni ngumu, kwa sababu nikiangalia ule wakati wa nyuma, imagine Jubilee with all the state machinery, with all the money they had, they couldn't even manage even just one MCA in the whole of Mombasa. Hasa hebu niambie, hasa huku Uhuru yupo, Raila yupo, au wengine wapo, na sasa Ruto yuko peke yake. Hebu niambie sasa, hata kama KGMC watapata wapi? Hawezi pata. Hilo jambo ambalo haliwezekani. Kwa hivyo hawezi pata. Kwa hivyo hata mambo ya pwani kule ambako mimi najua, nilikuwa nasema kule ambako najua huenda UDA wakapata ni Kwale. Kwale sijui wale watu walipendea UDA nini, ama tangia ule wakati wa Jubilee, ni kwa sababu ya huyu mbunge mwa shetani ndio watapata pale. Ugavana Boga used to be my lecturer in university. He was my lecturer, Boga. Also the former deputy governor pia huyu wa nini was also my lecturer also. Itwana ni Kutima pia alikuwa ni lecturer wangu. Kwa hivyo ni watu ambao nawajua. So mambo ya Kutima okay sijui, lakini sasa vile ambavyo ameenda, lakini mambo ya Boga huenda akapata ugavana. Sasa jambo la mwisho ambalo ningependa kusema ni kwamba okay, sasa tuna uhakika Ruto ataenda kushindwa, lakini tunajifunza nini? Tunajifunza kwamba pesa zina mwisho wake. Pesa zina mwisho wake. Unajua ulikuwa unajiuliza kwani naiweje? Kwani ni kipi ambacho ni kiko UDA ambacho hakipo huku Azimio? Utapata ni mtu yote tu akiitwa na Ruto tu. Mtu yote akiitwa na Ruto tu yani tayari yani ye lazima yani ataenda tu yani hata bila kuangalia ninio. Kwa hivyo pesa zina mwisho wake. Pesa kabisa zina mwisho wake. Kwa sababu sasa imefika mahali ambapo hata pesa zake hazizi, kwa sababu watu wanakula pesa zake, na kama hupendi tu, yani ni kweli tu, yani tuseme hivyo, yani kama hupendi. Kwa hivyo hizo pesa ambazo Ruto anatumia labda tu ajiwekee, atafanya mambo mengine baadaye, lakini naona tu kwamba pesa zake zinafika mwisho. Hata atumie pesa ngapi kwa saizi, hakuna kitu cha maana ambacho atapata. So mimi labda hapo ndo ningependa kuzungumza tu, mambo mengine labda nitakuja kuchangia baadaye, lakini nafuatilizia huko kwa background nikiwepo. Shukran sana.
Okay, asante sana MJM, tunashukuru kwa ujumbe huo na habari hizo ambazo ni za muhimu sana.
My name is not MJM, my name is MGM. Ni MGM, si MJM.
I am reading what I can see.
Any MGM.
You are now MG.
G is not G.
Oh.
MGM. Yeah, ni jina la Kifaransa MGM.
Baadaye. Asante lakini. So Penny vipi?
Mzuri.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Give me one second. We play the video and then you come in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
On the land question is brewing between Deputy President William Ruto and Azimio One Kenya presidential aspirant Raila Odinga as they trade bobs over the handling of the coast land matters. Speaking in Busia County during a tour, Raila touted Ruto for his remarks about buying idle land. NTV's senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Muriithi is on the campaign trail.
A political showdown is looming between Deputy President William Ruto and Azimio One Kenya presidential aspirant Raila Odinga on the issue of land with the two trading barbs over handling of land matters at the coast. Speaking in Busia County during a tour, Raila criticized Ruto for his remarks about buying idle land, now saying his motive is sinister.
Sasa yeye anasema ati yeye ataleta sasa ati iko fund pesa ataweka ili ya kununua mashamba ya kupatia watu ambao hawana mashamba. Niambia bwana, wewe kwenda soma historia ya Kenya.
Vile tulifanya wakati wa independence 1963, tukaweka pesa ya serikali ya kununua ardhi za wale ambao wanaitwa absentee landlords na wale wengine wote.
Serikali ya Uingereza ilipokuwa inapatia Kenya uhuru, wao ndio kwanza walileta ile fund ya kununua mashamba. Mashamba yalinunuliwa na watu walinunua hizi mashamba kutoka kwenye loan ambayo ilitoka kwa serikali ya Uingereza. Hapo sasa turudi tena huko.
Tumekubaliana ya kwamba haya ardhi tutanunua kutoka kwa absentee landlords na wale wengine wote kupitia mlango wa compulsory acquisition.
Kuna dhuluma ya kihistoria ambayo wewe hulewi. Ile shida ya mashamba kule pwani hujaelewa, wewe hujasoma, hujui. Sisi tunajua.
Haya mambo yote siyo maneno ya kuongea kwa majukwaa. Tumeandikiana mkataba na tumeweka sahihi, ndio iwe ni sera ya serikali kuanzia tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu.
Kiini ya shida ambayo inakumba wapwani sisi ni tunajua na tuna suluhu. Ndio sababu nimesema Hassan Joho, shika usukani pale.
Raila saying the move by Ruto is nothing but a clapback at his choice of Hassan Ali Joho as his land CS should he win the general election.
Hii ambaye jamani analeta ni ujanja tu. Anataka yale mashamba ambayo yamenyakua inunuliwe na serikali. Na hiyo pesa ambayo anataka kuweka hapa. Wizi tena. Mwizi. Anafikiri wa Kenya ni wajinga sana.
Hii mambo anasema ati anataka kuleta fund at land bank ya kulipa wale ambaye wako na shamba ili hiyo shamba ipewe wananchi. Hiyo anataka kuuzia serikali shamba yake yote ili apate pesa. Tunajua ile mpango yake. Yeye anaitwa Arab mashamba.
Mambo ya Waswahili ni sisi, si wewe bwana. Wewe ni jogo la shamba. Wezi kuweka mjini.
Odinga and his entourage also trained their guns on the Kenya Kwanza alliance, accusing the faction of lacking a clear agenda for the people and instead choosing to besmirch the government institutions.
Ukiangalia list ya wale candidates ya watu ya UDA, unaweza fikiria ni ripoti ya DPP. Yaani kuanzia juu mpaka chini ni watu ni wezi tu. Ukiangalia ile watu wanaita ticket ati Rigathi Gachagua pamoja na Ruto, unafikiria ni charge sheet. Watu ambao wanafaa kuwa ndani.
Najua huyo jamaa na makosa mengi sana. Yeye ni seneta wangu huko Kakamega. Na waruhusu polisi kuanzia sasa wamtafute, kesho wamuonyeshe ya kwamba wamesoma.
One of the sticky issues for the people of Busia County is the relations between Kenya and Uganda, as they now call upon Raila Odinga, if elected president, to make it among those that we will tick off his bucket list, insisting that the relations have led to a number of people from this county being arrested and charged in the foreign land. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV in Busia County.
Raila Odinga there.
Thank you very much. I believe that's good information for Kenyans. Kuna huyu XK anasema Raila can't solve the land problems in the coast or anywhere in the country. When Raila was Prime Minister, he appointed Orengo as land minister did nothing to solve the land issues. Okay, that's your opinion. Penny, karibu.
Asante sana, Madam Selina, Mr. Wangira. I can see Bantu Warriors and Peter, Bernard. Habari zenu?
Nzuri sana, karibu.
Asante. Yeah, so in today's topic, I can see we are discussing about Martha Karua representing Baba in the prayer meeting, and the deputy president broke protocols in order to usher Martha to be able to give an address. And I want to really commend and congratulate her, because when she went to the stage, she was quite candid and said that people should match their words with their actions. So for someone who was not even prepared to give a speech, she must have noted that there's a lot of hypocrisy around church. Our brothers from the UDA side are known to attend church services, and then when they come out of the church services, the DP is normally the first one to refer to Raila as mtu wa kitendawili, and he has used this term over time. And I think a lot of people have a lot of hatred and disrespect for him in the way that he refers to Raila as ule mtu wa kitendawili. So I think Martha seized the opportunity to set records straight. And then from my opinion, I think the only two things that are going to tell whether the apologies were genuine, the apologies by the DP to the nation and even to President Uhuru Kenyatta. It is time that is going to tell us whether he was genuine or not. So we still have campaigns that are intensifying, and we are going to watch him from tomorrow, how he is going to address his opponents. The other thing that is also going to tell us whether he was genuine about his apology is the way his allies are going to address their opponents. You can't tell people that you are apologizing, whereas your followers are busy abusing, your boss and the other opponents. They've got to address their opponents with a lot of decorum and respect. So if from tomorrow we hear people like Kiunjuri and the rest, Ndindinyoro, abusing the president, then we shall clearly know that these apologies were just mere shows. But if from tomorrow we note that there's a change in the way the DP and his cohorts address their opponents, then it's when we'll be very sure that his apologies were not just political actions, but it actually came from his heart. So for me, I'll give him the benefit of doubt and say that it's never too late to do the right thing. Much as the apologies to the president, we have to accept that probably the president has reached a place where he cannot forgive him, but it doesn't matter, it is never too late to do the right thing. So I think by giving him the benefit of doubt, let us begin to examine how he's going to handle his politics from tomorrow henceforth, whether his allies are still going to continue abusing Martha as someone who does not have a spouse, if that matters, and the other people, the way they have been referring to their opponents, and even himself, the way he calls Raila ule jamaa wa kitendawili. And in my opinion, I think he owes Raila a lot of respect. Even in terms of age, we are taught that we should respect our elders. So those references and those abuses, we want to see them come to an end. And let's have issue-based politics as from tomorrow and thereafter. About Baba being in Busia, I think the western side of the country has shown a lot of support for Baba. And we wish to inform the likes of Wetangula and Musalia that they have nothing, they have no share of votes in the western. All the votes will be taken by Baba, and they'll not be able to deliver the 70% of the western votes the way they had been given in the target. So it is a clear show that the western is for Baba, and maybe they should go elsewhere and look for votes. But as for the western part of the country, they are in solidarity with Baba, and there is no hope there. So Karua being in NYANDARUA, I think she has been doing an exceptional job. She's been working so tirelessly. And I think this is a proof to those who are voting for Kalonzo to be chosen as the running mate. I think Karua has proved herself that she can actually go out there and look for votes, despite the fact, that she's a lady. So we commend her, and we can only wish her all the best and hope for the best. Thank you. Let me stop at that for now.
Okay, asante sana Penny. That is a good one, and we wish everybody all the best. We pray for a better Kenya that gets right leadership. Everybody with questionable character we established yesterday, they should be rejected by IEBC. If IEBC allows them, they should be rejected at the ballot. We cannot have a great country led by people who think who can't think beyond their noses, and people who are looking for public office to do their personal businesses. Government is not for business. Government is for governance, so that the country can be well managed. The resources can be protected. That's the reason why we are going to these elections. So anybody who is looking for MCA seat, member of parliament seat, governor seat, senator seat, women rep seat, for their own personal gain, not them, mark them, and when you go to the ballot, make sure they don't get a chance. You will bear with me when I refer to the Bible. That's my life. That's my business in life. The test for leadership was carried out by God himself under Gideon. Gideon appointed 33,000 people. He said, these ones are ready to go and fight for Israel. When he brought them before God, God said, these ones are not ready. He said, no, I've trained them. I've recruited them myself. I know they can fight. God said they are not ready. He said, if you don't believe me, just go and stand before them and say, anybody fearful, go home. And 22,000 left. Just one statement chased away 22,000, remaining 10,000. So Gideon is, his army has been shrunk to 10,000 from 33,000. And God still tells him, they are not ready for leadership. They are not leaders. Give them another test. Say, take them to the river and see how they take care of their own appetite. The test for leadership is in how every individual takes care of their own appetite. When they got into the river, they saw the water. There are those who entered through their head because there is the opportunity to eat. Others began to swim. They forgot there was war. Of the 10,000, only 300 were careful to take care of the country. God said, all the people that don't know how to take care of their own appetite, who cannot forget themselves long enough to think about the country, to think about the future generations, to think about the threat that the country is under, send them home. So 9,700 were sent home. And the 300 that could forget themselves, that will care for the country, that will care for the safety of the women and the children, those are the ones that God approved as leaders. So as we go to this ballot, don't go to vote for everybody. If somebody has put his interest first, his appetite first, he's eating first, huyo mtu awekwe mbali na ofisi ya public. Huyo amwezi kumzuia kuiba, because he has to eat first before he thinks about anybody else. Tuweke hiyo kama standard. So MCA aweke kwa mkururo, apimwe. Hivyo. Counties itasimama, Marsabit itadevelop, kila mahali itadevelop, as long as we have leaders who forget themselves to think about the country. So tusicheze mchezo, ni wakati umefika. Mtu yeyote ambaye hafai kuwa kwa ofisi asipewe hiyo ofisi. By all means. Thank you very much. Let's move forward. Bwana Wangira, you're here.
Yes, I am Bernard.
Aha.
Bernard, on Facebook, on Facebook, it's indicating that you are here 1 hour ago. What's happening with your Nini today?
Oh, sorry, there is something wrong with the Facebook connection. So there is, I don't know, we are sorting it from the back office. The connection disconnected, and once we are live, we can't stop and go to sort it unless we start the program afresh. And I don't want to start the program afresh. So we'll continue with the section that is working.
I almost gave up.
Pole. That's why you need to subscribe on YouTube. Inaonekana uja subscribe on YouTube.
Okay, let me just make my contribution, Bernard. Bernard, I belong to an analog church, Bernard. The church I grew in the 1980s, Bernard, was an analog church. This church did not have cameras. Our musical instruments were mostly our hands. We used to clap, Bernard. So, the reason why I'm taking you back to my roots, back to my Christian roots, is in what I am seeing these days, Bernard. Bernard, when did we start praying over a 5-star breakfast in a big hotel like in Safaricom? The closer I know prayers to be is that prayers are conducted in fasting. Prayers are never conducted in heavy breakfast, Bernard. Even our Muslim brothers know that when they want to pray, Bernard, they will always go fasting. We know them. They will fast from 6 to 6, then they will break, Bernard. When did we start praying over heavy breakfast, Bernard? You tell me these things, Bernard. Anyway,
wacha analog mingi tafadhali.
Me, I'm analog.
Hata Yesu alipatia watu mikate.
Hapana, sio wakati wa maombi, si wakati wa maombi. After maombi, Bernard, si wakati wa maombi. It was not during prayer time, Bernard. Anyway, to my point, Bernard. All I see in this country is hypocrisy, Bernard. I listened to William Samoei Ruto. He talked a lot of flowery words, and I understand that he even misquoted a verse in the Bible, Bernard. But if you look at his actions, and that is what Mother Karua dwelt on. His actions do not fit his words, Bernard. So why should we be wasting a lot of time pretending that we are praying when we don't really mean in what we are praying about, Bernard? Because just after he had left Safaricom, Bernard, and he was in Mombasa today, he was back to his normal rhetorics. Then you wonder, what was the essence of this prayer breakfast, Bernard? And that's why I agree with Uhuru Kenyatta on this matter. Uhuru Kenyatta has refused to be an hypocrite. And that's why when he was in the Safaricom, he chose to say to the people he can relate to well. He decided to say to the Chief Justice and perhaps the Attorney General, given that perhaps those are the people that he can relate to well. And even when he was invited to address the congregation, Bernard, we didn't see him refer to the apology that was given by William Samoei Ruto, because I think from his heart he knew that William Samoei Ruto, Bernard, was not sincere when he was offering that particular apology, Bernard. Wacha niwachane na maneno ya prayers hapo, because me, I'm analog, and some of these things, Bernard, they're hard for me to understand. To the clip you have just played, Bernard, where William Ruto is promising what we call a 1 million acre fund, Bernard, I always listen to William Samoei Ruto. The first thing William Samoei Ruto should be doing is to help some of us who are evicted from our lands in Rift Valley to return to our land. That should be the first thing William Ruto should be doing, Bernard. Eh? I have a very big land in Rift Valley, but I cannot settle there because of the post-election violence. I'm not very comfortable. He should be reassuring me to go back to my father's land, Bernard, before he comes up with this thing called 1 million acre fund. Going back to the 1 million acre fund, Bernard, this guy talks funny things, Bernard. He talks of government setting aside money to buy land. Then he talks of something called compulsory acquisition, Bernard. Compulsory acquisition, Bernard, under the land law today is very specific that you can only compulsorily acquire land for specific government projects. Perhaps when you are doing roads, when you are doing dams, very specific government projects. But you cannot acquire my private land to settle other people because the Constitution of Kenya respects the right to private property. The Constitution of Kenya respects what we call sanctity of title. So when I listen to William Ruto saying that we are going to invoke compulsory acquisition in this matter so that we can settle people at the coast, I don't understand what he means. And if he's serious about invoking compulsory acquisition, Bernard, then the first place we should be invoking this compulsory acquisition is in Mata, Taveta, where he has 2,500 acres, Bernard, so that we can compulsorily acquire that particular land and we settle the 4,000 squatters in Taveta, Bernard. In Taveta, Bernard. On Baba's campaign tour in BUSIA, Bernard. BUSIA is my home county, Bernard, and in BUSIA we don't disappoint. That's how we do our things, Bernard, and that's how we have been doing our things since 2007. We have been pro-Baba and we have always been doing our things that style, and we have never changed. And you saw my local area MP, Raphael Wajala, what he was doing, Bernard. He's starting a serious movement in Western Kenya. That movement is called Tawe. I don't know in Navajo how do you pronounce it. In Bunyala we pronounce it as Dawe. How do you pronounce it in Navajo?
This is Tawe.
Tawe, we say Tawe, or you say Tawe. Okay. The Tawe movement is becoming a very serious movement in Western Kenya. We are saying Ruto Tawe. We are saying Wetangula Tawe. We are saying Musalia Mudavadi Tawe. We are saying Wezi Tawe. And that message is sinking deep and deep and deep as days go, Bernard. The message is sinking deep and deep as days go, Bernard. Finally, just as I wind up, I want to refer to Kiunjuri, Bernard, and I also want to refer to this lady called NYANDARUA, Bernard. The ground in Mount Kenya seems to be getting very hard, Bernard, because now Kiunjuri is asking his supporters to vote for any presidential candidate of their choice. And it's now the same message that, Waiguru is selling around that, you just support me, but for the presidential candidate, vote for a candidate of your choice, Bernard. These were people who were telling us that, Raila Odinga cannot, scale Mount Kenya, Bernard. And, just 74 days to the general election, Bernard, they have changed tune because now the ground is hard for them, Bernard. They know that if they don't play very well, Bernard, they are likely to be sent home come the 9th of August. And now they are saying, oh, it does not matter. You just vote for me. But when it comes to the presidential candidate, vote for the candidate of your choice. And in short, I tend to think that they are telling their people, don't worry so much about William Ruto. Just vote for Raila Odinga if you are comfortable about voting for Raila Odinga. And that just tells you that we are doing very well in Mount Kenya, Bernard. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wangira. Mambo ni kama hayo. Mlima unateleza.
Kabisa.
We pray that things continue looking up for the betterment of this country. Engineer, unasemaje?
Bernard.
Now, you people are
okay, I'm very sorry. Let me start with saying sorry. You know why? Mr. Wangira, as you know very well here, we ndo nakuaga our working constitution. And Bernard said ataki kuongea mambo na Kalonzo. Nataka utueleze vizuri. Kalonzo alipeleka papers zake kwa IBC. And Kalonzo ndiye alikuwa na the highest signature. Yeye ndiye alipeleka the highest signature. And yet there's some canvas leaders mwenye hata kuna mwingine ametweet sahi like 2 hours back. Ati Kalonzo is on the way coming back. Is it possible? That's my question.
Kalonzo is on the way coming back where?
Coming back to Azimio.
Oh, let me try to answer the legal part. Then we will wait to see whether he'll be coming back. You know, the legal part is very, very clear that Kalonzo Musyoka, as it stands today, is a member of the Azimio One Kenya. That's the truth. And the Azimio One Kenya coalition has a presidential candidate in the name of Raila Amolo Odinga. And you know, Azimio One Kenya is a corporate political party. Political party means that the membership in Azimio is by corporate, which means other political parties come together to form another political party called Azimio One Kenya. So if you form Azimio One Kenya, if Wiper was part and parcel to the formation of Azimio One Kenya, Bernard Edani, my brother, this is my legal position, and that's why this is my legal position as far as I'm concerned, that today the law does not allow Kalonzo Musyoka to contest so long as is part and parcel to Azimio One Kenya. But you know, there's one thing in law that unless you raise an issue, unless you raise an issue, then the law becomes blind to that particular issue. For example, if Kalonzo Musyoka presents papers as Wiper presidential candidate and somebody else does not raise issues, then there's a likelihood that it could be cleared. But if he presents those paper and somebody now raises issues that, you know, this person presenting papers on Wiper political party is already a member of Azimio One Kenya coalition through the same Wiper, then that one will bring legal questions that will need to be answered. But so long as somebody does not raise questions, then it could perhaps end up being cleared. That is now the challenging part. On whether Kalonzo Musyoka is coming back to Azimio, you know, I told you there are two reasons why I think that Kalonzo Musyoka is coming back to Azimio. Point number one is the ground in Ukambani, the ordinary Mukamba. You know, there's this thing that if you ever voted for Raila, anybody who has ever voted for Raila Odinga, changing that person to now go the other end becomes very, very difficult. And you know, Kambas have voted for Raila Odinga twice. They have voted for Raila Odinga in 2013, and they have voted for Raila Odinga in 2017. So many of them feel part and parcel to Raila Odinga. And that's why the ground is rebelling, you know, is not buying into this issue of Kalonzo Musyoka running as Kalonzo Musyoka. The reason number two why Kalonzo Musyoka is in a dilemma, I think, is in financing his campaign. I'm just finishing. The second reason why Kalonzo Musyoka is in a dilemma on whether he can run is because of the financing. You know, presidential campaigns and elections are extensive. You know, they need a lot of money. Do you want to tell me Kalonzo Musyoka has even 1 billion shillings today in his account to fund a a presidential campaign today? I doubt whether he has. Even look at as his so-called running mate, this guy called Andrew Sonkuri. I know the wife of Andrew Sonkuri. We used to work with her somewhere else. So Andrew is not a deep-pocketed guy, perhaps like Rigathi, who can support our brother Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka's campaign. So you know, those two reasons make it very difficult for Kalonzo Musyoka to run, and they make me believe that eventually Kalonzo Musyoka will just come back to Azimio. Ni hayo tu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wangira.
Okay, asante engineer na Mr. Wangira. Probably where I would want clarity from Wangira is Azimio, whatever Wiper party is already deposited at the registrar of political parties as part and parcel of Azimio. If it is already submitted as part and parcel of Azimio, and Azimio has a candidate, it is impossible for Kalonzo Musyoka to run as a presidential candidate for Wiper until Wiper is legally withdrawn from Azimio. So the only chance Kalonzo has to run should be as an independent, not as a presidential candidate for Wiper.
All you're saying, Bernard, is very, very true. That so long as Wiper is part and parcel to Azimio, then that makes it difficult for Kalonzo Musyoka to run. But you know, these are issues that must be raised with IEBC. We are expecting that either the registrar of political parties or any other party will raise that issue with IEBC when Kalonzo Musyoka presents papers for nomination. Because if these issues are not raised with IEBC, then IEBC will become blind to that particular fact.
Okay, thank you. IEBC should not become blind. Law is law, and it shouldn't be raised. It's a fact, because the constituent parties of Azimio are submitted not only at the registrar of political parties, that is copied to IEBC. So if somebody appears as a presidential candidate of a party that has already given a presidential candidate, then IEBC should exercise their discretion to stop such moves, because you cannot be blind on a law that wants to be violated. I wouldn't expect Chebukati to do that unless he wants to invite trouble, and he knows we can be very troublesome. Glad to report Facebook. Now we are now back. The reconnection has worked. Thank you for our technical team. So wale watu wa Facebook, endeleeni kushare kwa groups, share kwa Twitter, share kwa WhatsApp group. Wacha namba hizo zipande juu of the viewers. Thank you for those of you that are inviting guys to join. Please, let's do that. The more the people view, the better it is. The better the information reaches more people, and we are helping the country as we inform them, so that nobody takes advantage of any of our people. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Juliet, presidential candidate. How are you today?
Greetings to everybody. I just joined in, and thanks for the opportunity, Bernard and Mutembe program. Nimesema tu nikuje niwasikie. Yesterday I was coming from another show, so I didn't realize that you normally have a topic for the day. Somebody just told me, can you go and tell them about RLP? So today I'm following the discussion. What's my comment on national prayers? Firstly, national prayers is very important for our country. Can I appreciate the judiciary, the national government of Kenya? Because it is the national government of Kenya that brings such national prayers for our country. And that is really important to our country. So I feel delighted to be here in your station here. And I was eating, as you can see, so I was just going to be listening. So thank you so much to all our judges. And then the other thing is I was listening to what Mr. Wangira was saying, and of course somebody else, and on the issues of coalition governments, how they partner or how they join allegiance. And I think being on the presidential candidate, I'm always very interested with this issue of multi-party. But there's one thing for sure that I want to say when it comes to the coalition government. I think that it's great to see that we're beginning to enlighten ourselves on what good governance is. And so let me appreciate the people of Kenya, but I think there is a lot more work to be done. I think the issue of accessibility for Kenyans needs to be looked into, and especially when it comes to leadership right at the top. Ordinary Kenyans need to have a say and ordinary Kenyans needs to be able to participate in political leadership, economic leadership. So the issue of seeing the coalition not following or having wrangles between themselves. Being a politician here tonight, so right now I was wearing my community hat, but let me go into my political mood now. I feel joyous, or I feel in the efforts of creating education, I feel joyous when I see political parties now taking a stand and thinking before they join coalition parties. So I celebrate Kenya's political parties and the registered political parties in a mighty way, because I feel that Kenyans are beginning to understand that when you take into coalition, whoever you choose to become your a leader, then is the person that will stand. And we can see partnership is never so easy. So I want to urge Kenyans to understand the issue of partnership when you're going into coalition. And I can tell you that partnership needs great team building skills. It needs people who know how to add value to each other. Partnership means that we have to bring our students to learn how to work together. And I think that is what I am seeing. In effort of Mother Karua stands in for Raila, I think it's great to see women leading, and you know, I feel that it's absolutely important to pray for our country every day, not just during national prayer. And I think that we need to reflect amongst ourselves as Kenyans that we love our nation, we love our people. And I believe that once Kenyan become a people that respects its nation, that wants back its nation to be free from any signs of violence and any signs of, and have good stability matters. I sincerely believe that programs like Mutembei and many other programs that we can break through those barriers. So I just wish and I pray that the voters will understand that in any political election there is winners and there is losers. And I want us to learn how to become an enlightened nation. We need to be an enlightened nation because, you know, Kenyans, we are respected around the world. But sometimes our behavior and character can amuse people. So let me tell you, and let me urge Kenyans, fellow Kenyans, as we go along our campaigns, as we go along our language in the streets, what we talk about, let's love our nation. We only have one Kenya, that is Mama Kenya. So I just want to appreciate today's National Prayer Week. Let's continue praying for our Kenya. Let's be free from corruption. That is the biggest. Corruption destroys nations for generation. Loads of, you know, it's years and years of generation that we lose funds, and that is why I put myself in that ballot paper, because I'm tired of corruption. I am tired of seeing poor healthcare systems. I am tired of seeing bad governance in our country. I am tired of women's rights not being respected. I am tired of the youth being unemployed. I am sick and tired of a nation full of empty promises. So Kenyans, we need to be a people that is able to change a direction, to be a people of visionary, to be a people that allows for us to understand when leaders are not able to deliver. We have prayed about it, and let's be a nation that actions and where our hearts as Kenyan. Thank you so much, Bernard, for the opportunity. And DP apologizes to Kenya. Well, that one is a good one. I want to know what exactly, when you say apologies, I love to define apologies. Am I apologizing because of A, B, C, D? And so for me, when you go and apologize, I want somebody to tell me, I apologize because of this. But we need to learn to also forgive each other. Forgiveness is something that is important in our life. But I also want us, when we are taking those issues of forgiveness, if, say, for example, you have stolen, you cannot come empty-handed. So if you have stolen from the people, then we want our money back as a government. So for me, while I speak from my heart right now, I hadn't prepared my thinking. I hadn't prepared this speech right now, but I think that when we learn when we learn to say sorry, and I believe that each and every one of us has something to say sorry to. If you have been part of any corruption, hata kama umeenda if you're cooking in the kitchen and you serve a small chapati instead of whatever, I believe that is corruption. As a Kenyan, we need to understand that corruption is destroying our people in Kenya. I don't know what number right now we have been rated at, but it's really not a very good sign that we are coming out as a nation that is not of good, we're not where we're supposed to be. So I urge fellow Kenyans to take the matters of responsibility, and let's be patriotic and love our country. I say, let's love our country from the bottom of my heart. And I understand that some of these issues are led because of lack of employment. That is why we need to go back to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem starts with us voters. We need to vote for the right leaders. We need to vote for the right leaders, because when we vote for the right leaders, we are going to be able to improve our livelihood. Asante sana, Bernard. So I think I've commented here today, and best wishes to every single candidate and aspirant. But of course, I want to win the race, as always. I'm here as a contestant here right now. So I'm listening carefully to every message of every Kenyan, and I want equal equity, equal accessibility to every politician in Kenya. And I want to ask that when voters are looking at why some people haven't been on the ground, understand the fact that the accessibility when it comes to resourcing is not sometimes equal to ordinary Kenyans. I'm fighting for those rights. So I say thank you for tonight, Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Juliet. Richard Makiadi offers himself to be your running mate. You have a running mate already?
Our running mate is a young youth. Thank you so much, Richard. I want you to come and partner with us and support our youth. Our running mate is called Matayo Jared Obuogi, and I really want to appreciate our young youths. I'm really grateful for the youths, because to step up, I really wanted accessibility for the youths. Let's celebrate our youth. Our youth needs to be in State House as well. So Asanteni, support our youth. Let them be with us and let them walk the talk as well.
Sawa, thank you very much. We still are planning for your show that you will be able to share your agenda for Kenya with the
Bernard,
followers.
A question.
Wangira, I know if we begin to interrogate Juliet, we'll turn this show into something.
Let him go ahead. If he wants to ask me a question.
Bernard.
Order, everybody. Order.
Bernard.
Thank you.
A question to
Okay,
Juliet.
Bungojeni tafadhali. Everybody mute your mic. Mnataka nipoteze control. Let's have some order, please. Thank you. Kikwetu Vengers, I say, Bernard, what is Juliet's Twitter handle? Juliet, if you are comfortable sharing your Twitter handle, there's somebody who would want to follow you. I think that is viable. You could share it in the...
That is Juliet November Mikey 1000 at Juliet November Mikey 1000 JNM 1000. And if you're sending me any Twitter, just understand that sometimes it might take me a few days before I can see your post, but I will always endeavor to try and respond as much as I can.
Okay, if you could type it so that we share it with those that would want to follow you. That is part and parcel of building up your followership and probably your interactions. Thank you very much. Lamek, what is it?
Thank you, Bernard. Before Juliet drops off, just a question to her. And Juliet, thank you very much that with the kind of agenda you have for this country, and we hope people can use their brains and look at your candidature that you may be the right person in this country. Two questions. One is if Juliet can briefly tell us the agenda she has for the youth in this country. And also another item is the health care, where I believe most governments have failed. But for the government of Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, who's our president, he has done a bit well, not to the expectation. But again, as among of the presidential candidates who are promising us all this, Juliet briefly tell us about the agenda for the youth. If you are elected as our president, what agenda do you have for the youth? And also the healthcare, which is very critical within the Kenyans. Thank you, Bernard. Briefly for Juliet.
Bernard, through the chair, do you want me to answer that today, or you want to bring me?
I would want you to respond briefly.
Okay, Bernard, because I've had there's a show. Sorry.
Goja
But
Lamek.
I can summarize that.
A show for Juliet to roll out her agenda in details, but you can respond, Juliet, briefly on the question that Lamek has posed as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lamek Migiro, for that beautiful question. And let me tell you something. Health is wealth.
Juliet, just a minute, sorry, just a minute. There is somebody on the comment section. You are really messing up big time. Please take your time. There is Suhura Peace Karim. I don't know what is your problem, but your language is very bad. Organize it, or we get rid of you. That is it. That we are not a channel for that market you are trying to push forward. And you don't meet people online and begin to insult them. Grow up and understand that this is not for that, what you're inviting us into. So take your time or we get rid of you. Thank you. Juliet, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. So quickly to answer Lamek Migiro's question, I started off by saying health is wealth. A nation that does not respect its health does not respect its wealth. And I want to say that the agenda that I've got for health is to make sure that every hospital can be 24-hour blue, like 24 hours, that you can't be going to a hospital and then you think that you're even worried to be whether the doctor will be there or not be there. I'll tell you a quick story. I traveled to Nigeria one time. I had just left from Kenya and I did a flight within 4 days. I traveled and I had never in my life thought that, I could suffer from high blood pressure at that particular time. But that one night, I was in Nigeria, in a strange country that I don't know. And I remember sitting down in Shelton Hotel, and I tell you that I had taken tourists and guests in Nigeria because I was the team leader. Usiku watu wanaenda kulala. And I tell you what, when I went upstairs, I went to the bathroom and I saw my eyes were red. And I thought, I must have been sitting down with these people and my eyes are red and they were bubbly. I couldn't see for that few seconds. And I remember ringing the receptionist downstairs, wonderful man. And I said to the man, could you call me the nearest health center clinic and don't make any alarm? During that time, it was the time of Chibuk girls. You know, sazile watu wana. So the whole place was surrounded by, we could not leave because we had traveled from abroad. So we are protected by the government of Nigeria. But I remember one call that night. And I want to say that every nation, not just in Kenya, but across Africa, must have good health centers and clinics next to them. That receptionist, I said to him, I don't know, but I'm just, because I couldn't see, yani I had sort of like cloudy eyes. And he said, no, you have to wait in the morning. I said, no, I want the doctor right now. I was taken to the GP or doctor at that particular time to the nearest center. Yoni usiku. But I tell this story to you here tonight, Lamek, because the aim of having good clinics is to save lives. The aim of having good clinics. And by the time I was in a car with all these army who are holding guns and God knows whatever, but I took the bravery act. But one thing for sure, I took one person, and I remember calling Amber, and I said, if I don't come here right now, tomorrow you are the team leader. That is an emergency. And I'm full of wazungus in the hotel. I was in second floor, team leader. Following morning, I was going to sit with all the prime ministers, a whole government talking about environmental issues. And you can watch that clip. But being in that, traveling between point A to B, that night, I made a decision. And I said, I did a campaign. I did a campaign of good health hospitals, not just in Kenya, but around Africa. And that night, the doctor that I found, he came in, he held my hand within a space of 10 minutes. I thank God I made the right choice at that particular time. And he said to me, have you been traveling a lot? I said, oh yes. I hadn't taken a rest between my travel journeys or whatever. I have never suffered high blood pressure in my whole life. I can tell you that. I don't even know what it looks like. Even that day, I felt really okay. I didn't even know that my eyes were red. So I'm sitting down here. It is only when I reached upstairs in my hotel room that I went to the bathroom and I felt a little bit giddy. I had just finished a beautiful meal. We were eating. And so for every Kenyan here today, our health hospitals are a priority. Our healthcare systems are a priority. No longer will we have issues of healthcare clinics ati watu wameenda India, sijui wameenda America, sijui wameenda wapi. COVID-19 is right here to stay with us. We must clear our hospital. We must clear our mess. We must understand the importance of good health governance and good health clinic, and we're going to make sure that our people in Kenya solve the problem. The governance in hospital, all those watu munachagua chagua huko kwa hospitali, I am telling you, we're gonna clear it. I am telling you. Now, on the issue of, you asked me the issue of youth, unemployment opportunity. Look at how our youth are running away. Wanapitia huko Liberia, wengine wanachukuliwa na maji. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Do you really think I like saying that? I can tell you Kenyans, it is not the right way. We need to save our youth, not tomorrow, today. Nasema leo, today. Our youth are here for today. This language about 2027, sijui ati 2050, Who told you will still be alive until 2050? Today, you start living your life. Our youth are here for today. Our youth must be looked after. And that takes you and me. We need to industrialize our area, all our towns and cities, and it's up to you to stop corruption. It's up to us. So our youth are, that is why we chose Matayo. That is why I said, Matayo, he's a wonderful youth, a quiet young youth. He's an example of an ordinary Kenyan. We took an ordinary youth. See easier to whatever, an ordinary youth. Watch him grow,
Okay.
Kenyans. Asante Vena.
Thank you, Juliet. Thank you, Juliet.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, we'll have a show for you to share your agenda for Kenya with the rest of the world. I'm happy that you made it to the show. Let's keep the conversation going. It shall be well. Let's listen out to this video and then we move forward.
Kudeni blah 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 mingi.
On matters to do with the economy that the handshake has done is to borrow 7 trillion in the last 5 years.
Na hiyo do yenye serikali imekopa. We can all see kwenye hiyo pesa imeenda. Miradi ziko, barabara zimejengwa, madamu zimechimbwa, watu wamewekewa stima. Na Ruto amekuwa akizunguka yeye mwenyewe akiambia Wakenya kwamba hiyo do imetumika vizuri.
Any borrowing is borrowing that is measured, that we know what it is going to do, and that we have the capacity to pay, and that it is in the interest of the country. We are a responsible and prudent government. That is why you can witness a working standard gauge railway. You can witness roads everywhere in the country.
Hizo mabarabara na hizo projects zenye anatembea akiambia Wakenya. He is campaigning on the backdrop of hizo projects na success ya zile projects zimefanywa na serikali. So Ruto kwa mdomo moja deni ni mbaya. Kwa mdomo mwingine deni iko poa na imeleta ma projects, imeleta reli, mabarabara, stima, watu wako na maji, mahospitali zimejengwa. Yaani huyu mtu haeleweki, yako anakaa kama liver, maini, anamonyoka. Deni ni mzuri, deni ni mbaya. Deni ni mzuri, deni ni mbaya. Barabara, ma project tumefanya, deni ni mbaya. Reli, reli ni mzuri, tumedeliver, deni ni mbaya. Huyu mtu haeleweki. Ruto hata haogopi kudanganya Wakenya. Anawaangalia hivi, anaona hii ni zizi ya kondoo, maneno tamu zile za wasewa wash munafurutwa pole, munaingia ndani ya box, munafungiwa. Huko mnapewa mushene, matuhuhu, mauongo, vitu zenye hata hazieleweki. Kama last year sialita watu wanawaangalia kwa macho, anawaambia ati UDA iko na track record. UDA
in UDA number 1 we have a track record. We have demonstrated that we built the railway, we built the roads, we connected the electricity, we did TTI. We have a track record.
UDA chama imeraunchiwa juzi. Barabara, reli, stima, maji. Ona inywe. Alafu anasahau the next day anaenda mkutano ingine.
Mimi si member wa chama ya UDA tukiongea saizi. Mimi ni deputy leader wa Jubilee. Deputy party leader wa Jubilee. Mimi William Ruto.
Mimi William Ruto. Huyu mtu kwani anatubebanga aje? Huyu mtu anatubeba namna gani?
Okay. I want us to listen to Duke, I think. Yes, Duke. Karibu.
First of all, I said
as a media platform, if you want to grow, first of all, you must correct the news from the ground, first-hand information. So if you are claiming to be a media platform and you consume media from individuals who fabricate content to chase the crowd, it's not the right way for a media which wants to grow. So that's not the right route to take. Commenting on the video, you know, he was mixing a lot of clips. For instance, the time when Ruto said he's not a member of UDA is when UDA was being formed. You know, UDA was formed before Ruto entered into UDA, whereby at a time when it was not practical for him to continue staying at the party where he was. But when he was saying about the track record of UDA, is when officially he joined, but now he's trying to change. And is actually saying that is the next day, which is false. We have been following all that. Regarding about the track record of UDA, he was talking about, you know, in Kenya, we can, we usually focus on individuals. It's about individuals, what have they done? For instance, Azimio is a party which was formed few months but those within the helm, they are claiming they have been champions of change. They are giving also historical context, but they are not telling what the party has been able to do within a smaller period of time. So sometimes a party will give the details of individuals within the achievements of individuals within the party, but not what. So the party is individuals. It goes hand in hand. Regarding today's topic, what I can say is this. What I noticed that I did not see Raila at the podium today. I expected him not to miss the function. The function was an essential moment which can try to bring Kenyans together and to calm temperatures. So I expected him not to skip it at an expense of having a rally. If he was maybe not feeling well or out of country, something of that kind, that would be understandable. But when he is available within the country and decides to go to a campaign and not to attend a prayer breakfast, which he has been attending previously for more than 5 years, but when we are at a critical point where we need to bring Kenyan together as we enter the election time, he misses. So from me, I consider that as an act of irresponsibility. But, you know, Kenya needs change right now. And we need fundamental changes in terms of the economy. You know, we have been, as a country, we have been improving. The economy is not the same where it was. But what is worse is that when you find our GDP is increasing, but it's those who are poor are also increasing. So you find we have a GDP which is bigger, but which is honed and controlled by just very few individuals. So we need to change so that we have a situation where we will have equitable distribution of resources and equitable access to opportunities. That's where we will have individuals who will be able to grow and to realize their dreams, and we have like all Kenyans are included. It's not a matter of just having an election, just giving false promises and moving forward. So that's what I can say for today.
So, Bwana Duke, did you attend the prayer breakfast yourself?
No.
And you did not see the principal assistant to Raila Odinga in the prayer breakfast?
She was there, but
what is the use of sending your principal assistant to prayer breakfast and attending it yourself?
it's like not just taking that function as something serious.
What
And
do you mean? The deputy, your running mate is not a serious person.
You know, sometimes, for instance, if you have Madaraka Day and you find the president is sending the vice president and the president is there, that should be questioned.
Why?
Because you have to prepare as the reason why this prayer breakfast was organized is to try to bring those who are the strong opponents, the two of them, to try to bring them together. Also to try to compel them to commit that. Yes?
Is that the purpose of the prayer breakfast? Is to bring opponents together?
No, that can be one of their functions.
Just we want you to give us the primary purpose of the prayer breakfast as stipulated, if it is part of the constitution or part of the traditional practice. Why was it instituted? Was it to bring opponent parties together?
The main actually function was to ensure Kenya is a peaceful country. And what makes Kenya not to have peace is when we have political opponents having issues with the outcome of the election results. So that is the primary function. And I expected the two of them to be there and then to assure that regardless of the outcome of the election, they should not go the usual route of not using the provided framework of disputing the outcome of the IPC. So I expected the main principles, the contestants, to be there.
You expected. Are you part of the planners of the prayer breakfast?
You know, your questions are not genuine. Why are you asking a question like that?
Because you are speaking on behalf of a committee. You are not a member. You are not. You
I'm giving my perspective as an individual.
That we don't know how it affects you personally, because this is a parliament arranged program. The speakers of the two houses are the ones that chair the prayer breakfast and organize it. From the way you speak, you are either the Speaker of the Senate or the Speaker of the National Assembly, and you had invited Raila Odinga, and Raila Odinga failed to come, and so you feel disappointed. That is what I can read from your tone and your presentation. So I wonder. That's what is confusing.
I've given my perspective and my interpretation. So that's my perspective and my opinion. So I can't speak the way you want me to speak or the way you think. So I'm giving my opinion as a person.
Asante sana Bwana Duke, nashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Let's get this video as we move forward. God will help me and the rest of the country.
Msiweke msingi wa siasa zenu kwa chuki. Kama yuko mtu ametukana mimi, namsamehe. Na kama yuko mtu ambaye nimesema chochote ambaye kimeumiza roho yake, unisamehe.
Many people have hurt me. I forgive everybody. I forgive everybody. I know we have tried our best. We may not have done as much as you'd have expected of us. I ask for your forgiveness.
Bantu Warrior, karibu.
Asante sana bwana Bernard Wangira, na kusalimia huko. Juliet, tumesikia mazungumzo yako, asante sana sister. Duke, pia tunashukuru sana Duke, unafanya bidii kuwa katika hii platform, lakini brother, naweza kuambia uko na pain sana, na mi najua dawa yako ni nini. Dawa yako iko kwa Azimio. Wewe kuja kwa Azimio na hiyo shida yako yote itakwisha. That's the only cure for you. Lakini kama utabaki kule, time is running out for you. You have a lot of pain, brother. I can see. You don't even smile. Otherwise, the other guys here, everybody is smiling, is happy. But you don't smile. For a long time, I've never seen you smile, brother. I'm talking to you as a brother, an elder. There's a medicine for you to relieve your pain. You don't have to stay like that. Hii sote ni wa Kenya. Azimio, they behave like diplomatic. They talk diplomatic. And on the other side, they talk like, I don't know what to say, because sahii mi hata mi nashindwa kusema vitu vingine kwa sababu naona mambo yote yanaonekana hapa kwa mitandao. Hii age ya sasa ni ya technology, hakuna kitu na hide. So umeona hiyo clip sasa hii. I feel sorry for Ruto. The house is not in order. Kuna sabotage kwa wao wana politician ambao wako nao. Mimi I'm talking to you at this moment, na nitaachilia hapo, lakini I'm talking to you brother. You have a lot of pain and time is running out. After 9th of August itakuwa time imekupita, na hiyo pain unaweza kaa nao for a long time. It will eat you inside out. Weka chini ufikirie, na tunakushukuru sana bwana Duke kwa kuja hapa kwa kutoa maoni yako, lakini I was very disappointed with you, and you want to know why? Kwa sababu for the first time umepatiwa nafasi na bwana Bernard, but you say so many things I didn't understand anything. And it's not me, the whole world, they are watching you. You are an intelligent guy. Try your best, brother. It's not over. You have time. Sit down and think. Kwa sababu yule mtu ambaye wewe unamshangilia, unaona vile mambo ya vile iko. Kwa hivyo sina mengi kwa sasa. Jakindube, asante sana bwana Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Bantu Warriors. Jakindube, you're coming in. Let me just respond. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 18 says, "Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though thy sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool." There is somebody who asked me to read that. I think I have read now. You can compare with what was quoted and make conclusion by yourself. Asante sana. Jakindube, vipi?
Kama sana Bernard, naomba hivi Bernard, kwa hisani yako.
Yes.
Naomba tafadhali sana kwa hisani yako. Nimekutumia kitu kwa ile nani yako. Ningeliomba uplay hapa kabla sijazungumza. Nataka Duke aone. Alafu aone vile, yani nataka tu Duke aone hiyo kitu peke yake.
Bas subiri hapo nikitengeneza. Lamek.
Thank you, Bernard. And I want to be very brief because I want to step out. I was in your previous session, which ended, I think, 2 hours ago. Thank you very much for having me once again. I think there's something I need to respond to Duke, that any student, any journalism student, and this when he was directing to you, Bernard, you can gather information, feedback through any channel, any means. And that's the critical thing about journalism. So, Duke, we appreciate your statements. Your opinion is your opinion. But again, to whatever the way you were responding to Bernard, who's the moderator here, and if you happen to be a journalist, I don't think that's the best ethical practice as a journalist. Nevertheless, people differ with more information, differ with opinions. But again, it's ideally to be very objective, and responding is also another thing, and the listening and understanding is also another thing. So Bernard, I know these are the things you go through every day when you are having such a debate. But again, it's a matter of modulating and guiding. That's what I wanted to respond to. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Lamek, and it's I would just say this. The show that we are doing is called Open Forum. It's not a normal debate. If you assume it's a normal debate, you will miss the purpose. This is like we have met at the marketplace. You are from nowhere. I mean, this is not a prearranged program. When I started this show, I did not know Duke was coming. I did not know Jakindube was coming. We never had prior arrangement. So it's just like pumping into somebody at the market, then you begin to discuss the current affairs. That way, you cannot predetermine what somebody will say or even expect it. So when you come here and expect a TV interview where we have sent you questions ahead of time, you prepare to answer them, you will be misjudging this show. Number two, there are people who know, they say in football, the spectators play better than the players. And the only reason why they play better is because they are watching and they are not in the field. They don't know how much heat is in there. The information of the video that Jakindube is requesting, we have just played it. I'll play it again, okay? That information on that particular video is chronological to some extent, except the one for dates. But the other one about UDA and Jubilee, they are chronological according to their order of events, how they happened. The reason why William Ruto changed from saying UDA has a track record and switched back to Jubilee because there was a pressure for him to resign, okay? And then it was that time when Kiambaa elections was about to take place, and the UDA Tanga members of parliament who wanted to be agents, they couldn't be agents in Kiambaa because they needed to be UDA members officially. And that meant they had to relinquish the seat if they will be agents in that particular election. So coming here and trying to teach us how to do journalism on how to host a show, in my opinion, it's an assumption of which, from the school I attended, assumption is the lowest level of knowledge. The lowest level of knowledge. If you want to know something, you get to the bottom of it by researching. And I've said here over and over again, if you want to challenge something, you go and dig that information. Get the facts. Not just come and say no to that, no to this, no to this. Just as young as we are, we have no excuse for not knowing what is happening, especially when it comes to following somebody and his way of speaking. There is internet, there is libraries, there are people to talk to physically. You can take a phone and call UDA head office if there is one and compare the notes. You don't have to come to online and begin to challenge things without proper facts. We don't have an excuse at this time and age. My interest in politics, before I play the video, my interest in politics started a long time ago when I was still in primary school. And one thing I enjoyed about the politics of the past, they use a paper called Weekly Review, is that it was always factual. And the politicians then, they would go to an extent of paying a secretary of a particular member of parliament to get copies of the files, so that when they table something in parliament, it will have evidence. This politics of making noise on top of the car and calling people names is just recently. But really, politics was scientific, it was credible, and people spoke of facts. And that's what, made politics sweet, made politics engaging. Today, anybody can come and say, yes, yes, yeah, oh yeah, higher, and then he thinks he's doing politics. Hii ni utoto, tuachane na. Let's debate soberly, but factually. If you don't know something, research it first. Then come and challenge what is available. We are playing that video again because Jakindube has requested before he speaks.
Deni blah 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 mingi.
On matters to do with the economy that the handshake has done is to borrow 7 trillion in the last 5 years.
Na hiyo do yenye serikali imekopa, we can all see kwenye hiyo pesa imeenda. Miradi ziko, barabara zimejengwa, madamu zimechimbwa, watu wamewekewa stima. Na Ruto amekuwa akizunguka yeye mwenyewe akiambia Wakenya kwamba hiyo do imetumika vizuri.
Any borrowing is borrowing that is measured, that we know what it is going to do, and that we have the capacity to pay, and that it is in the interest of the country. We are a responsible and prudent government. That is why you can witness a working standard gauge railway. You can witness roads everywhere in the country.
Hizo mabarabara na hizo projects zenye anatembea akiambia Wakenya. He is campaigning on the backdrop of hizo projects na success ya zile projects zimefanywa na serikali. So Ruto kwa mdomo moja deni ni mbaya. Kwa mdomo mwingine deni iko poa na imeleta maprojects, imeleta reli, mabarabara, stima, watu wako na maji, mahospitali zimejengwa. Yaani huyu mtu haeleweki, yako anakaa kama liver, maini, anamonyoka, deni ni mzuri, deni ni mbaya, deni ni mzuri, deni ni mbaya. Barabara, maproject tumefanya, deni ni mbaya. Reli, reli ni mzuri, tumedeliver, deni ni mbaya. Huyu mtu haeleweki. Ruto hata haogopi kudanganya Wakenya. Anawaangalia hivi, anaona hii ni zizi ya kondoo, maneno tamu zile za wasewa wash. Munafurutwa pole, munaingia ndani ya box, munafungiwa. Huko munapewa mushene, matuhuhu, mauongo, vitu zenye hata hazieleweki. Kama last year, sialita watu wanawaangalia kwa macho, anawaambia ati UDA iko na track record. UDA.
In UDA, number one, we have a track record. We have demonstrated that we built the railway, we built the roads, we connected the electricity, we did DTI. We have a track record.
UDA. Chama imeraunchiwa juzi. Barabara, reli, stima, maji. Ona inywe. Alafu anasahau the next day anaenda mkutano ingine.
Mimi si member wa chama ya UDA tukiongea saa hizi. Mimi ni deputy leader wa Jubilee. Deputy party leader wa Jubilee. Mimi William Ruto.
Mimi William Ruto. Huyu mtu kwani anatubebanga aje? Huyu mtu anatubeba namna gani?
Bernard, asante sana, nashukuru sana. Nataka sasa mimi najiuliza, mimi ningetaka tu Duke aniambie kama uongozi gani, yani aniambie, labda mimi ndio nimechanganyikiwa, labda mimi ndio sielewi. Aniambie kama mimi sielewi au mimi ndio ninaona vibaya, macho yangu si mazuri.
Yes, Duke, you can respond.
Now, first of all, my response to you is this one. The context of for instance, if today I go to YouTube, I just take several clips and I cut them, I trim them, what maybe Raila is saying, and then I insert my comments. You see, if I give you one example, there was a time where Raila was strongly against Uhuru Kenyatta. We demonstrated in 2017. I was a NASA supporter. People died, you see. And then the same person came and said the government is good, IPC is good, you see. So if I take two clips and give some comments, it will paint a picture, a bad picture of Raila Odinga. But you have to take each video with the context. At what time was those words spoken? But you cannot just go and just cut some clips and insert your comments. So that's what I can say. For instance, when he was talking about borrowing, remember, if for instance you consider the first term and the second term. In first term, in the second term, we have been actually having COVID-19 under lockdown. And you can see the government has borrowed more in the second term than the first term. At least we can see the first term we have the SGR, even if the price is double or thrice. Most roads were built during the first term. But the second term, you see there, there is this expressway. This expressway was constructed by a foreign company, which will correct the fee for several years to recover the amount. So that cannot be given as an example which has been done by the government. So that's what I'm trying to say. So you cannot just, for instance, there are a lot of several clips, individuals who try to change to cut small clips. It's like
Duke, there is a difference between creating a video to convey information and there is compiling information. And you know that. You are a graduate. You know that when you are researching, you take different information, you combine them together as exhibits. That video has not been made to say anything. It just reported what was said in its context. This is not the comedy videos that are done by comedians where they make Uhuru say what he never said. If that is how you look at this, then I stand in question of how you judge things. In my opinion.
Okay, just one question, you Bernard. There is a time, for instance, you were scrutinizing the clips. There is a time where Ruto said he was not a member of UDA. And when he entered officially UDA, he said, now I'm a member of UDA. You see? Now he's trying to say...
When did he officially become a member of UDA?
You know, when you try to divert the facts, you try to ask a specific question.
I'm just doing a
No, I cannot keep for instance, if I ask you what you did sometimes, you cannot keep accurate records of what you do every day. So when you try to ask me specific questions, that's not fair.
Tafadhali, hiyo yote ni sawa. Na hii sehemu anasema kwamba UDA imetengeneza reli, imefanya nini? Hiyo imewekelewa? UDA imefanya hizo vitu?
Hapana. The context is, you know,
mtu ameweka hiyo maneno kwa mdomo ya Ruto.
No, can I respond to that? About that, you know, sometimes you talk about individuals. For instance, if Raila is an Ismio, he can say what he did in 1988. So he's a member of UDA, but he's trying to give the track record which he has done when he was the vice president. You see now?
No, forget it.
Duke, you are wrong.
Let's do this. Jakindube, hold on. Thank you. Duke, if you want to defend one William Ruto, please go ahead and do that. But don't take Kenyans for fools. We are not talking about even a member of parliament or an MCA. We are talking about the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, the man who is on record to say he's not a drunkard, he's not a madman. He did not use UDA as a slip of the tongue. From what you heard from that video, he's speaking authoritatively. UDA has done this, UDA has done that, and that's an address to UDA members where at the current home where the deputy president lives is not on the campaign track record or wherever on the campaign trail. So, Bwana Duke, it's okay to support William Ruto, but don't lie to him and don't defend him when he has made a blunder. If you confused UDA to be Jubilee or Jubilee to be UDA, if he meant that he has built the railway, then he would have used William Ruto has built the railway, William Ruto has built the roads. If you're confusing his personality, but if his personality and UDA are the same, and that's how you understand it in UDA, then poleni sana. Tafadhali watu wa UDA, poleni sana. Kama ni hivyo, ndio mnaangalia maneno. Naomba hivi. Bwana Wangira, ulikuwa na swali lipi hilo? Tafadhali, to want to move forward.
I just wanted to respond to Duke, but because you have done most of the responding, I think I should just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Jakindube, just make your submission. This business of UDA and this and that is secret.
Asante sana Bernard. Hata mimi siwezi kuendelea kujibishana na Duke kwa sababu nimemwelewa vile alivyo. Kwa hiyo Duke ni sawa tu, hakuna ubaya. Wewe bado ni ndugu yangu, wewe ni Mkenya kama mimi. Isipokuwa mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya tuacheni mambo ya, mimi nishawaambia uongo ni kitu kibaya. Uongo mwishowe, uongo inabomoa. Uongo, don't lie. Lying is completely ni kitu kibaya. Mtu ukitaka kubomoa uanze kusema uongo, na hiyo ni jambo ambalo linakumba Wakenya wengi sana ambao wanaenda kusikiliza. Mombasa watu wanapiga makofi. Mimi ndio maana saa zingine sisi Wakenya tukilalamika, mimi saa zingine naona kama tunawazimu, kwa sababu huyu makamu wa rais anaenda Mombasa, anawaambia watu wa Mombasa kwamba Joho ni mjinga, hajasoma, maji haiwezi kutolewa hapo ipelekwe Naivasha, wanajua kitu gani wanafanya. Leo anaenda anasema atarudisha. Ni mtu ambaye hana sera, ni mtu ambaye hana mipango. Hiyo kitu ishafanywa. Utaweza kufanya nini kurekebisha ile sehemu, ulete employment gani? Hiyo ndio angekuwa ni mtu mwenye akili aseme hivyo. Lakini nashangaa hawa ni wasomi, watu ambao wanasemekana wamesoma. Mimi hiyo kitu nasema, kusoma sio kuelimika. Elimu inataka uwe na hekima. Ndio maana ndio ile usomi kusaidie. Lakini ukisoma na huna hekima, una utu, haikusaidii hata kidogo, na haisaidii watu wengine vile vile. Anyway, ni sawa. Nimeelewa vile hiyo kitu inaniudhi sana, kwamba mtu anasimama anasema uongo na watu wanashangilia, alafu wakienda huko wakishapata makosa tena wanarudi kulia. Hiyo kitu inaniudhi sana. Wakenya, mimi nawaomba Wakenya, amkeni, tuache hii mambo ya upuzi. mambo tufuate azimio. Kitu moja ambapo nataka kuambia ni kwamba lazima tujenge taifa. Taifa ujengwa. Hizi mataifa zote ambazo tunaona ziko tajiri zimejenga taifa, alafu ndio inajenga nchi. Kwanza lazima muwe wamoja. Hata ninyi wewe wako hapa, saa zingine unakuta umeoa bibi, wakati unaoa hamna chochote wewe na bibi yako, mnajenga ile nyumba, mnajenga ndio mkiwa wamoja, ndio ndio hiyo family inakuwa vizuri. Bila kuwa na hiyo umoja, hiyo nyumba yako hiyo itaharibika, itavunjika. Na hiyo ndio inatakikana. Kenya tumekosa hiyo. Hiyo ndio inatakikana sisi wa Kenya, tujenge taifa, halafu tujenge nchi yetu. Na sasa tunajenga taifa na tujenge nchi. Kujenga taifa ni lazima make sure watu wanasikilizana, wana mapato sawa. Hiyo ndio kufanya watu wawe sawa. Sio kusema kwamba watakuwa sawa, lakini kila mtu awe kila mtu ana nafasi sawa na wengine. Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu. Lakini nataka kusema kwamba ile ziara ya Bwana Raila kule Western Kenya ni ya muhimu sana, imefana sana, ambapo nashangaa sana kuona nani hawa watapata hizo nani wapi, hizo ambao wanataka percentage nani watapata wapi. Na nashukuru sana kuona kwamba makamu wa rais, mliona makamu wa rais vile anafanya kazi. Makamu mteuliwa ambaye Martha Karua, mliona vile anafanya kazi vizuri sana. Tangu achaguliwe anafanya kazi vizuri. Kwa hiyo wa Kenya, mimi nasema tunamchapa kazi. Hawa wawili wanapokuwa kwa hiyo ofisi, hiyo ni ofisi ambayo itakuwa ni kuchapa kazi. Na Wakenya muangalie kikundi cha Raila kiko na watu wenye kuchapa kazi. Watu wengi pale ni watu wa kuchapa kazi. Huwezi kusema kwamba Mkisa Kitui akipewa kazi kufanya atafanya kazi. Oparanya amefanya kazi ambayo kila mtu anaona ni mtu wa kuchapa kazi. Yeah? Kwa hiyo mimi nawaomba wa Kenya tufuate azimio. Mimi naweza kitu ambayo sitaki kuzungumzia hasa. Mimi nasema nimesikia watu wengi sana walipokuwa wakisema hapa wanatetea mambo ya Kalonzo. Mimi Kalonzo nataka ni nyamaze, sitaki kuzungumza juu yake, lakini ni kiongozi ambaye anapenda kuonyesha kwamba yeye ni mkubwa, lakini haifai kuonyesha wewe ni mkubwa. Inafaa kuonyesha kwamba wewe ni mzalendo, wewe ni Mkenya kama wana Kenya wenzako. Kwa sababu fact kwamba umesoma, ama wewe ni advocate, ama wewe ni judge, ama wewe ni nani, haifanyi useme wewe ni bora kuliko mwenzako ambaye sio judge, ambaye sio labda ni mwendesha basikeli ama ni mkulima. Huwezi kusema kwa sababu wewe ni wakili wewe unamshinda. Hapana, sisi wote ni Wakenya na sisi wote ni sawa. Lazima tufanye kazi kwa kusaidiana. Manake hata lawyer kama huna wateja, hiyo lawyer wako ni bure. So sisi wote tunahitajiana kila sehemu. Kwa hiyo tunataka watu ambao wanajali wenzao, vile makamu wa rais. Mimi mtu ambaye namjua makamu wa rais ni Martha Karua, vile anazungumza na watu kwa unyenyekevu na kwa heshima, na kuuliza watu wote tuwe na heshima na wote tuwe wenyenyekevu. Hiyo ndio tunataka Kenya ya namna hiyo, Kenya ambao watu wote wanaheshimika, kwa sababu tukiheshimika kila mmoja atapata nafasi ya kutumikiwa vizuri. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema nashukuru sana hiyo ziara yake. Ziara ya Bwana Ruto kule Mombasa, mimi ndio kitu ambacho kinaniudhi ni kwamba matamshi yao yote ni ya uongo, ni ya kukejeli. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo haifai. Inatakiwa useme ukweli. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru kwa wasia wako, maoni yako. Naamini Wakenya wanajifunza mengi na tunasonga mbele. I appreciate wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha watu kutazama Mtembei TV. Naamini wanafanikiwa ama wanajifunza mengi kuendelea kufuatilia kipindi hiki. Kwa hivyo usichoke, keep sharing in your Facebook group, your WhatsApp groups. Let the whole world tune in and follow what is happening. The Facebook connection is back, both on the page and on the profile, Mtembei TV. And if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. It is important so that you can be able to follow in other programs that we run beside this one. And you are also free to support whatever we are doing. The details on what to do to support Mtembei TV financially are on the Facebook page profile and on YouTube, wherever channel profile. You click on it, you get those details and respond appropriately. Thank you very much. Let's go to Robert Abuya and turudi hapa kwa Chege. Roba, vipi? Unmute Robert, tumesahau.
Yeah, jambo mingi. Nimesalimia nyote.
Tumekupata, karibu.
Yes, nashukuru kuwa nanyi. I want to say a few things. Martha Karua stands in for Raila at the prayer breakfast. It was she did very well. We appreciate her representation. Though I want to state one thing. Martha Karua was there in our own right, and secondly, as a representative or standing in for Baba. The idea that, I'm sorry to say, but the deputy president is very conniving and mischievous. According to the spokesman of Azimio, Dennis Onsarigo, the organizers of that prayer had prior knowledge that Baba was not going to be there and was going to be represented by Martha Karua. Secondly, she had also been lined up to speak. I'm not just castigating the DP because I'm in Azimio, but it's high time, like Jakendube is saying, we call out this mischief and lies. Therefore, she was lined up to speak, and the gesture of the DP inviting her was just trying to seek cheap publicity. For that, I'll leave it at there, and then we can go to Baba in Busia. That is serious following. The supporters were amazing. There was that connection was there. You can see that the Western Kenya is reciprocating very well. They are looking forward to Baba's presidency. I just want to sympathize with Madividi and Wetangula, because they imagined 60, I don't know what percent, 70%. It's not going to happen. So it's very unfortunate. And I hope they will have a place in their hearts to say sorry to Baba, because Baba has always been picking them up where they are failing. And he also mentioned, Madividi also mentioned that watu wa Western wanataka kumwaibisha, wataki hata kumpatia the local leaders in Vihiga, Uko Sabatia, from ANC. He was literally begging. That is supposed to be your bedroom. You shouldn't be begging. You know, it's very embarrassing. He miscalculated, and I fear for his career. Probably if after August, these are some of the people who will just disappear because they lack that self-initiative. Finally, I want to mention something that about the Azimio campaigns, which Bernard, you have not highlighted down here in the coast. Joho was in Malindi. He was trying to spread the Azimio word, and he did it very well. And so he mentioned something that escaped my mind about the land that Ruto got from criticals. And the law says that that if you receive a gift that is more than value is more than 20,000 Kenya shillings, then you forfeit that gift to the state. Now, I'm wondering whether he will forfeit that parcel of land to the state. And Duke, I wish your presidential candidate could live up to his reputation, which he has made Kenyans believe that is holier than thou. Finally, I want to just mention one word to Duke. Duke, as you grow older, you will come to realize that lying is a very heavy burden. You know, when you lie, you constantly have to keep on remembering what you said before. So the DP is having trouble in keeping up with his lies. Today he says this, tomorrow he says that. And I want to believe this gentleman suffers from something called borderline personality disorder. It is a very complex thing. Even doctors cannot even identify, but they identify through symptoms. And the symptoms of this gentleman is exactly what it is. While in church, you say something else. Immediately you leave, you become another something else, maybe a chameleon. So, Duke, don't try to defend lies. It can be a very big burden. Dump lies. You live peacefully. You'll coexist with people very well. And I think I'll leave it at that, and then I'll keep on commenting as we continue. Thank you, Bernard. Thanks a lot.
Okay, asante sana. Nani hajaongea? Okay, kabla Silas aje, naomba tusikilize hii imekuwa requested na Kikwetu Vengers, although we had played it. Okay.
An inland cargo depot in this county, just down the road in Naivasha, will transform Nakuru into the logistic hub of the greater North Rift. It will also expedite transport of people and goods by reducing costs and delays. The government is keen to collaborate with counties in such visionary and transformative strategies.
Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Mombasa, hiyo reli ndio itafungua Mombasa hii na tutairudisha. Ile port wameipeleka mpaka kule Naivasha, tutairudisha irudi hapa Mombasa na ifaidi watu wa Mombasa.
Yes, Bwana Silas.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Nasalimu wote kwa studio. Oh, I'm happy to be here. Going to the topic about the prayer breakfast today. I actually stayed late night to watch the prayer breakfast. And I was like wondering, at first I was not seeing the DP and I was wondering where he was seated. But I guess the protocol guys were up to the game because, this time there's no pretending. Players have already put on their jerseys. So hakuna haja kudanganyana sijui nini, we're in the same team. And that's why you could see both the speakers, they sat with the deputy president because it is in a public domain that they are in Kenya Kwanza. And Uhuru had just to sit with the CJ and the Attorney General. And then the bishops were on point, Bishop Ogindo and Muheria. The message was so touching and you could see the leaders, it was pricking their conscience. I've been in church before and at times, mhubiri anaweza preach mpaka unafikiria anakuongelelea. And I think today, those two bishops, I gave them credit. Muheria especially, he was so serious and the message was so touching. You could see the body language. People were really, uncomfortable because it was the real thing. And he actually pinpointed how our leaders behave. About DP apologies, actually, I can't believe, I can't trust. Maybe in the next 1 week, I'll see how he behaves in his political campaigns. But for now, I'll give him a benefit of doubt. Because before you've seen DP Ruto, you remember when he was talking about the fuel prices. He criticized the government, saying the government did that. And then the next day, he was chairing the Council of Governors. Is it called the IBEC? So, you even wonder, in the evening, he's the deputy president. The next day, he's the opposition leader. So, for his apologies, maybe I'll give him time to see if he really means it. About Karua, the speech of Karua, I was just imagining if we flip-flopped it the other way around, that it is Gachagua who was representing Bwana Ruto, and then he was called to the podium. You can figure out the picture, and what he could have talked about. So Martha actually stand up as a real leader, and I think this time round, the citizens of Kenya are going to choose between leadership and what the political people at times call dealership, either leadership or dealership. And then Baba in Busia, this is for Baba, just give it to him. He's charismatic and people love him. They say his supporters are organic, Atwoli says they're suicidal. Each leader has their own strengths. For Baba, he's not a good orator, but he has the charisma. People just want to, mill around him. For Ruto, usually is an orator, he can really speak off the cuff, and that is his strength. And that's why, he can always lie without blinking and such stuff. Kalonzo, the little we talk about him, the better. Because my thinking is the media are actually campaigning for Kalonzo. Because ever since Kalonzo said he was running for presidential candidate, I've not seen him come out, If the media are going to dig him up in his security home when he's grazing his cattle, it's like even here in this podium, we are always following up, we are trying to find out where is Kalonzo. I think let's just forget about him. It is said that when you are out of sight, out of mind, let's just forget about Kalonzo. I think he's okay where he is, And then there is something I noticed, I used to notice, when I was still back in Kenya. I used to live in Nakuru. The Luyas and the Luos, when it used to approach election time, especially those who stay in Nakuru, there's a stage called Medi, and then there's another stage called Everready. Luyas and Luos used to go home and drugs because they used to fear that there will be, election violence. And, these were the guys who were registered in those towns, including even Nairobi. They used to go home, and they go home with their votes. I hope this time round, the political leaders are going to do their civic duty and try and assure them that this election is going to be peaceful. If you have to travel home, then you can vote 6 in the morning and then you can go home and wait for the results, because we've been losing a lot of votes because of this trend. And especially my Luo brothers. This even happens in Kondele. You find somebody who stays in Kondele and their home is somewhere around the Kisumu rural. He still lives, and he was registered in Kisumu town. He still leaves before voting and goes home fearing for violence. I think the political leaders need to do something about that. About some of these leaders on this podium, at times leaders speak on the podiums and you wonder, what kind of leadership is this? For example, what Aisha Juma was saying yesterday, it really saddened me. Aisha was saying that, Kidhi, ebu ongea na maumbwa wako, like kila umbwa inaongeleshwa na mtu wake. These are voters you are calling umbwas. It can't be symbolic. That is a symbolic language. You are saying ati kila umbwa ongea na maumbwa wako. I thought that was very unfortunate, About Jakindube always says here, education and learning, you could be educated, but you're not learned. Education is what you learn in school, the math, 1 + 2 is equal to 4, but learning is continuous. You don't stop learning, and learning is the whole, it's holistic. Like you could learn through life experiences, past experiences, and such like that. So most of these are leaders, I would say they're just educated, but they're not learned, they're not wise at all. That's all I have to say for now, Bernard, and thank you for having me. Oh, and then lastly, I just wanted to say that, in different parts of the world, we have very different, problems. Like on Tuesday, just the other day, a couple of hours where I live, there's an elementary school that 19 children were killed, Yesterday, I was so sad. I was driving my kids to school, and I was like, what am I doing, So I just want to encourage, my Kenyan brothers. Kenya is a beautiful country. Let's keep it as it is. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Silas, we appreciate it, and let's keep the conversation going. Thank you so much. Let's bring in Duke. You had your hand up. What is the problem? Before we bring in Kamau.
I wanted to respond to the video you about Ruto saying about the port moving from Mombasa to Naivasha.
Yes.
First of all, the initial SGR was to start from Mombasa, then goes all the way to Kisumu, before actually the second phase was considered to go up to Rwanda, something of that kind. And the idea of having a dry port in Naivasha was to decongest the port of Mombasa, because they thought that with the SGR and the expansion of the port, then it would be very difficult for all logistics to be completed within Mombasa. But Ruto was speaking actually even before the completion of that project, but the president was having conflict of interest, whereby he diverted that project to his own farm, to serve his own private interests. And the phase from the phase was not completed to Kisumu. So that's why that was actually manipulated by the president himself. So the person who made that mistake was the president. maybe the deputy has realized that the personal interest of Uhuru Kenyatta, because actually the SGR, the deputy is going to his own farm. So that's what I can say.
Oh, so Bwana Duke, you listen to the video properly. The speech that the deputy president was giving in the Nakuru Investment Summit.
Do you know when was that?
The person speaking in the video, was he the deputy president?
Yes. When did he give that speech?
He was
That's my
speaking
question.
in
Do you know?
Nakuru Investment Summit. And what did he say? The advantage of the dry port in Naivasha. How it will open Nakuru. It was 2018. The date is even on the video. So it's not an issue that we are cooking. So Bwana Duke.
Yes.
So the DP tells us the advantage of dry port when it is in Naivasha. It will open up Nakuru. It will bring about, enlightenment and all that, investments and job creation. All right? Then now he says he turns around. Now he says the port should be taken back to Mombasa. Just the other part, the video that we did not play, he had called one Hassan Joho, an academic dwarf, to think that the operations of the port can be moved from Mombasa to Naivasha. When Joho was opposed to the idea. I know you are aware of all that. So between these three players, without even bringing about Uhuru's personal interest, who is taking us for a ride? Is Joho the academic dwarf? Is it deputy president who knows everything and knows the advantage of the dry port and the SGR? Or what?
Why do you want us to exclude the president?
Because the president, how does the president's personal interest in SGR moving to Naivasha related to the deputy president advocating for it and recanting the statement?
First of all, I said this. When Ruto was giving that statement,
yes,
it was actually addressing the project as whole. The reason for us having the dry port, for instance, if we were having, for instance, the SGR up to Kisumu, you see, that's when
was to go to Kampala. It is Jubilee that changed the whole program. They gave us. Let's not go into that because there's no time for that.
Bernard.
The SGR was originally hatched by the Grand Coalition. It was bidden by the Grand Coalition. It was to be built all the way from Mombasa to Kampala. So if we go into that, that's a different ballgame. Let's address the deputy president changing words, or rather his statements.
But if we was saying that in context of the initial project, but because President Uhuru was having personal interests, he diverted that to his own farm. Now you can now come and say that's wrong. It should be reversed.
Do you even have evidence that that farm is
Bernard, stop engaging Duke, because that internal container depot is in the government land, and the internal container depot zote, they are in government land. What he has been fed on, that it is Uhuru Kenyatta's land, it's a lie, because this is not an individual company. It is a government project. Internal container depot in Naivasha, it is on my Mahio Road. On your left, if you're coming from Bomet, you'll see it. It is a government gazetted land. I don't know where these UDA people get this information. I am telling you because I'm very conversant with the land that have been gazetted by the government. Which land is this he's talking about that belongs to the Uhuru Kenyatta? Which one is it? Which one is it?
Bernard, tafadhali, mimi najua utanikasirika na mimi, lakini Duke anakasirisha watu na anapotezea watu time kwa sababu anageuza hata anasema uongo mbele ya macho yetu. Tafadhali, za kuargue na Duke inakasirisha, inafanya wengine hawawezi kutoa maoni yao kwa sababu mtu anasema uongo dakika hiyo na anakataa. Ruto anasema saa hiyo anakataa. Kama mimi ningelikubali na Duke, kama ungekuwa unakubali, ungemwambia Ruto a resign. Si kwamba Ruto anasema hizi vitu na yuko kwa serikali na wewe bado unasisitiza kwamba hakusema na amesema.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. It's just let me just leave it there. Tumsikilize Bwana Kamau alafu tuanze sasa second round. Bwana Kamau hajafanya submission. He's the only one who has not made submission. After that, now we'll have Charo and the rest. Naomba tafadhali tumsikilize Kamau kwanza. Robert nimekuona, Charo nimeona, subiri hapo. Tumsikilize Kamau kwanza alafu tusonge mbele. Asante.
Pole sana Bernard, leo nimesumbuliwa na stima and then on top of that internet. Unajua stima ikipotea internet inapotea wifi, so you have to buy bundles. So nimekuwa kwa giza part of the night and but anyway we still move on because life has to move on hata kama stima hakuna. I want to say hi to Angela, Duke, Bantu, Robert, Stephen Chalo and Kidube or something, Silas Ukumu. And I'm happy that we are burning the midnight oil because I want Duke, and I will send that I want you to Google where ICD Naivasha is and who owns that place. I'll send you the whatever on a private line once I finish, so that you don't believe in this propaganda. I don't know who bewitched UDA because they believe in utopia. They believe in stories that are not there. Duke, you have internet. Ingia kwa Google ICD Naivasha. Uone pahali iko off my Maui Road, and it's a gazetted land of the government. In any case, it is even not owned by the government of Kenya. Even Uganda, they have government. They have their own land. They have their own portion there for their cargo. When you're talking about Uhuru land, which Uhuru land? Ni land gani ya Uhuru iko Naivasha ambayo iko karibu Maimahio? Yake I'm sure iko pande ile nyingine pale kulikuwa na safari rally. Na hapo hakuna mahali ya ICD iko. You understand? So that don't get obsessed. Uhuru is not even going for the presidency. We are now scrutinizing the two individuals that are going for the presidency. One of the guys who is going for the presidency is Raila Amolo Odinga. The other guy who is going for the presidency is William Samoei Ruto. These are the two horses. Out of 55, they are joyriding and they want relevance. But now, Raila Amolo Odinga has no land we know in Naivasha. He has no land we know in Taita Taveta. But William Samoei Ruto, for the 10 years, I'll give you facts. He has over 10,000 hectares of land he has acquired illegally. In fact, he confessed that one of the land he was given, 2,500 hectares of land, he was given by BT criticals in Taita Taveta. This land is bigger than 10 countries in the world. One of the countries is Vatican, San Marino, where there are over 800 people, wengine there are over 10,000 people. He has a bigger land than some countries. Why are people giving him land? Because even he says, even Weston he was given. We are even worried that he becomes the president, all of the Kenyan people will give him land. So we are even worried that this is a person we want to give power to. Why was he given land to start with? So we are scrutinizing things that are factual. We know that he owns 2,500 acres in coast. We are asking as Kenyans who love people and we love hustlers. First of all, he gives 1,000 hectares to hustlers of Mombasa. If he can give 1,000 hectares to hustlers of Mombasa, hata mimi I'll vote him for the presidency 2022. Na kama hapeani hiyo shamba hiyo amepewa na criticals, si alipewa na criticals free of charge, na yeye apeane 1,000 kwa sababu mambo ya Ukristo inakuanga hivyo. And wakati anaanza kusema ati asamehewe na Uhuru Kenyatta ni kwa sababu amejua hii mambo imekuwa ngumu. That is why you see Mudavadi and Weta are campaigning alone in Western Kenya without even the entourage of UDA. Today I even got information of their WhatsApp. They are complaining why are the other people, Ginadede Nyoro, not joining the deputy president of the running mate of Ruto and also joining Weta in Western campaigning, because there is a growing rebellion in UDA, and that's a fact, because over 105 people voted against Gachagua, but Nani went with Gachagua. What we want to tell UDA, you cannot hide this forever. A time is coming when you get to the opposition, when all these things are going to pass. And therefore, Duke and the people listening to me who are from UDA, because there's no Kenya Kwanza to start with, the UDA people are living a lie. You cannot tell the president to forgive you of the sins that you have done because you have noticed that you're going to lose. If you really want forgiveness, first of all, return Weston Hotel to Kenyans so that we can be going there to watch, it can be offices of KAA. If that is not the case, then it can be a monument of corruption where people who have stolen from Kenyan public, they can be put there, and we take our children there to see how corruption is bad. And therefore, my urge to people who are supporting William Samoei Ruto, who and Gachagua, it is to realize that we cannot give this country to people who are known that they are conning their way to the presidency. And because they are conning their way to presidency, that is why somebody is saying, forgive me for the shortcomings. Which shortcomings? When God has forgiven you from smoking, then you don't need to go. You should draw your lighter, and you don't need to be near any smoking zone. You should throw away the things that God has forgiven you. Let God forgive you from another sin next time, so that you become a good person. But this Christianity that we experience, we practice in Kenya, where you are forgiven today and tomorrow, in fact, the same day, he goes telling the coast people that, we're going to return the port. You are returning the port where? Let us even say the land is Uhuru's. Did you realize it is Uhuru's now? Ama ni uongo tu unataka kukon your way to the presidency. You know everything that has happened in government. You sit in the cabinet. You're the deputy president. You're the chair of IBEC. What are you telling people? You're the same person who told people, you told Joho, you cannot, mtu akienda shule, atasipoenda shule anafikiri bahari inahamishwa. This is the same person who is telling people, of course, that is going to return the port back to Mombasa. What economic benefit is there? Because when the dry port is in Naivasha, is near Uganda. Why do we have dry ports? We have dry ports so they decongest the container and the moving of container from the port. The closer we are to Uganda, if there is even another dry port in Kisumu, the better, or Malaba is better, so that it can clear the congestion of a port. And therefore, it is so insincere of UDA to go and tell coast people that they can solve land problem, port problem, and they are the same people who cause the problem. And therefore, the likes of Duke, the like of these young people who are infatuated, these are people they are gabblers, infatuated by the stories of UDA. Let them realize that there is a fact, there is life after 9th, that when you go to vote, you understand that those things that Ruto has been telling you are completely lies. And therefore, for me, as I finish, Bernard, I don't have a lot to say, is I'm disgusted, astonished, perplexed by the lies the deputy president is giving to the people of Kenya, just because he wants to sit on that seat. So next time he comes, and when he sits on that seat, and God forbid, he gives another story, another narrative. What we have to say, it is time for Uhuru and Ruto. Uhuru is not going for presidency, but these two people should retire and give another people the presidency and the time to lead this country. We are tired of a ticket of these two, Karenjin and Kikuyu. And I'm sorry to say this, but I think it is time for other people to lead this country, to see what can happen for this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate it. And I believe the message is out there. Let every Kenyan apply themselves to the required truth. Thank you, those on the comment section. We appreciate you. Please let us keep it civil. There is one guy here calling himself UDA TV. Just carry your UDA agenda and run it on UDA TV channel. Nobody will trouble you there. Nobody has forced you to be on this channel. If you don't enjoy the conversation, you're free to leave any time. But respect everybody on this particular platform, even as we share what we are sharing. The reason why we're staying up to do all this is because we want the best for this country, and not one individual holding this country hostage because he has to be president. The presidency of Kenya is not hereditary. It's not a promise or a delivery of any person. It is competitive, and that is why there is an election. To anybody who feels entitled that he has to be president, that's the wrong footing to start with in the first place. So let us all play within the rules and the laws of the land, even when it comes to talking about how the presidency is taken from one person and given to the other. It is through election. So if William Ruto wants to be president, he should talk to the electorate, not to demand from anyone. So does Raila Odinga, and so does every other person who is competing for that seat. And the reason why that seat is open is because anybody can win it. So those feeling entitled that they have to be, that should be the very reason why they should be denied, because they would want to manipulate the system to suit them instead of Kenyans' voice being heard and being listened to by their votes around the country. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele, tunarudi kwa Charo alafu tusonge kwa juu. Charo, vipi?
Fiti, asante sana bwana Bernard. Ninashukuru sana na salimia wote hapo kwa panel hapo. Naona kuna wazee ambao wanaweza kukaa wakaongea. Wajua kitambo tulikuwa tunafikiria kudanganya vijana ambao wameondokea mrika wa kisasa ni ngumu, kwa sababu elimu yao ni ile ya juu, kuna makompyuta, kuna kila kitu. Lakini kufikia sasa, kwa maoni yangu, Kenya wale vijana ndo wanakuwa rahisi kudanganywa kama kushinda watu wazima, kama kushinda hao wazee. Sasa ukiangalia kama bwana Duke hapo, Mr. Duke, hata leo hata umesikia, na mwenye masikio amesikia, mwenye macho ameona, na mwenye akili atawakilishwa. Sisi watu wa Mombasa usema hivi. Leo Deputy President Mr. Ruto ameomba msamaha pale, na hata hatujui msamaha ameomba kwa nini. Kama makosa ni ya Mr. Kenyatta, kama bwana Duke anavyosema, why come huyu Mr. Ruto ndo ameenda kuomba msamaha pale? Alikuwa anaomba msamaha ya nini? Kama kuna kitu anaona amekosea wa Kenya, atokeze pale mbele, aongee, aambie wa Kenya niliwakosea hii, alafu tutaangalia mambo yake baadaye, lakini kwa sasa hii yeye anaenda kuomba misamaha na hatujui hata ni nini. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi nimeshangaza sana, lakini nimefuatilia sana kwa undani, hata huko kwa ground huko nyumbani, kila ukipigia wazee wanakuambia mimi chama changu ni ODM na nataka machungwa na nataka Azimio. Lakini ukipata vijana ambao wamenukia sasa, ndio wale wamedanganywa mpaka wengine hawajielewi. Sababu unashindwa sasa, kijana kama huyu, what is he going to do for his living? Ama his children. Yeye akipata watoto alafu hiyo next future itakuwa vipi? Unashindwa sana. Na next nataka kuingia kwa upande wa Kendube pale. Yeye ameongea sana kuhusu watu wa Mombasa. Mimi nimenyamaza tu, ngasema watu wa Mombasa pia wako hapa ndani. Hiyo mikutano yote uliona jana, watu wakipiga makofi huko, Mr. Ruto akiongea vitu watu wanapiga makofi, ni wale watu wa UDA, wale ambao ni fanatic, ambao ndio wao vijana ambao wameingizwa na sijui wamekulishwa kitu gani. Lakini kama umeangalia sasa hii Joe alipokuwa kule Malindi akimsupport bwana Mung'aro, hiyo mkutano ilikuwa tofauti sana na ile kutoka juzi ya kina Juma. So wale watu wa UDA hao sasa ni mayuda, kwa sababu hata pale watapoingia si Mombasa peke yake, hata huko bara wanapigana mafujo, wengine wanapanda juu ya magari wanatukana. So ni kitu ambayo yani hii generation ambayo tuko nayo nafikiri they have a problem to understand. Manake before it was these old people because they didn't know anything. They didn't have television, they didn't have internet. But now I wonder why the young people, the young generation, they don't even know what to do. They just feel something, they hear it happening, and then they started talking. They start going around talking rumors. Mtu anasema yeye anajua computer, anafanya na media, lakini he cannot differentiate mtu ambaye ameongea kitu sahihi na mtu ambaye ameongea kitu jana, hawezi. Sasa hiyo ndio kitu yani inanishinda na Wakenya. Na hiyo kitu, hiyo generation, wao watu wa UDA wanataka waiweke vile vile ndio wazidi kutawala miaka enda miaka rudi, kwa sababu kama kina generation ni hizo za kuwa ikiambiwa shika hii ni shika hii, ikiambiwa shika hii ni shika hii. Kama hata Aisha Juma anaweza ita watu pale maumbwa, kila mmoja alisikia, lakini hiyo tepu iko hapo na ikiwekwa, sisi tunakataa. Tunasema watu wa UDA tunasema hiyo hata hajasema, yani tunakimbia paka image, we run away from our shadows. Why? Imekuwa vipi? Yani kuna balika nini hapa kwa hii generation? So I think kitu hiko kuna maybe we have to change our education system. Maybe I don't know what we can change over there, but it's really very difficult. Kwa sababu wangekuwa ni hao wazee, tungekuwa tunasema okay, wazee hatujui, sisi hatujui mambo ya mitandio, hatujui mambo ya sijui nini na nini. Lakini unaona mtu hata unaweza kugoogle in 2 minutes umepata kile unataka kutoka Kenya. Hata sasa mimi ukinidanganya in a very few minutes itakuwa nimejua everything. Lakini hao vijana ambao ndio wanatakana kufanya hivyo ndio wale sasa wanapigwa pressure, sijui na nini, sijui ni pesa, sijui ni vile hawana kazi, ama sijui ni masomo yamekuwa mingi. I don't know, maybe kuna mtu anaweza nijibu kama anajua this problem. But if we find out this problem for the young generation, maybe from there we can start with. Lakini hao generation ambao wako hiyo young generation ambayo sasa hii tuko nayo, my friend, it's really any bad behavior and mischief. Ndio unakuta ndio kila kitu cha ubaya kinafanyika hata kushinda zamani. Wale wazee tulikuwa huko zamani, kulikuwa hakuna story nyingi, unakuwa hata wazee wanastarehe, wanakula kama mandugu. Sisi watu wa Mombasa, ukifika kule Mombasa kuna makabila yote. Utapata Wakamba, utapata Wajaluo, hakuna hiyo kabila, hakuna. Hata ukitaka shamba utapata kama wewe una uwezo wa kutaka shamba. Lakini sasa ukifika huko sehemu za bara, hawa vijana wamegeuzwa Kiswahili. Wamekuwa ni watu ambao yani yeye ana hasira, anasema mimi siwezi wa Mjaluo, siwezi tawaliwa na Mjaluo atatukojolea. So many things, I hear so many things, kwa sababu being in the internet is part of my job in the side where I am. Lakini sasa naona sana nyingi tu zinakuja pale, wanaleta mimi siwezi tawaliwa na mtu fulani. Hata sasa hii kuna shengi inaendelea huko, baada ya Raila kumchagua mama, wengine wanasema mimi siwezi tawaliwa na mama, siwezi chaguliwa na mama ambaye hajaolewa, huyo hana family. Na ukiangalia hata wanaongea hivyo ni watu na akili zao, na wengine hata wanapigwa na mabibi zao. Sitaki kujini sana mambo mengi, lakini kuna huko Western ambao kazi yao kurushwa na mabibi, alafu anakuja pale anasema mimi sitaki kutawaliwa na bibi. So I wonder these people. Sorry for saying this, but it's really something which is yani huwezi hata ibea kwa roho kabisa. Sasa ukiangalia kama huyo kijana amekuwa hapo, yeye anasema kila kitu ikiwekwa pale anasema ni uongo. Nilikuwa nataka tumuulize hii ya leo, huyu Ruto ilikuwa ni ya uongo ama ni kweli? Manake haijachanganywa hiyo. Nimepata video za Malindi za Joho kule, nimepata video za kutoka huko Ubaluyani, everywhere, lakini zote hakuna anayosema ni uongo, lakini ile ya Ruto anasema kile ikiwekwa anasema ni uongo. So where does he see? So mwenye masikio asikie, mwenye macho aone, na mwenye akili atawakilishwa vizuri, na ambaye hana akili sijui atawekwa saidi gani. Mimi I am for Azimio, my family members, everybody, wale wako karibu na mimi wote ni Azimio, liwe liwalo. Kama ni kukosa wacha tukose, lakini tubaki kwa Azimio. Hiyo tu.
Okay, thank you very much Bwana Charo, we appreciate it. Turudi sasa kwa BUSIA.
Before Bernard.
Yep.
Nilikuwa nataka kuambia, lakini kama ameenda, hizo internal container depot ziko Nairobi na ziko Kisumu pia iko, kuna Naivasha na Eldoret. Now, if you find them on the Google, they are under Kenya Ports Authority. They are gazetted, they are government land. So mtu akuja hapa na hiyo mauongo za kusema sijui they are owned by Uhuru, it is illegal for anybody to own a government institution. So I want you to be clear in this area so that people don't get lies and they run with it. ICDs are owned by government, they are under Kenya Ports Authority, and they are gazetted. Anybody can find them in Google, even in PDF form. They are gazetted and they are under the mandate of Kenya Ports Authority. But there are other institutions in between. There are even KRA inside. There are even people of Kenya Bureau of Standards inside. So they are not owned by individual, and nobody, even the president, can own them. So mtu kusema ati inaenda kwa land yake, that is misinformation and it is misguided. Please, guys, let's talk facts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate the information, and there is something amiss with this generation, particularly. If I would, before Abuya comes in, I would say, borrowing from what Jimmy Kibaki said in the funeral of his father, the late president. He said there is something that the old-timer parenting did to the children that this particular generation has failed to do in ensuring that children grow right and get into a sense of responsibility, that you will not talk about something you have not confirmed and reject, and respect for the elders. There are things you can say before elders, others you can't say before elders, especially if that information you're sharing is not true. The worst day for your life was to appear before elders and state something that was not true. It will be like taking yourself to the police station, ukivuta banki ama umebeba banki. So vijana wa kizazi hiki ni kama vile watu wanaona kwamba ni raha kudanganya ama ni mchezo kudanganya. It's part and parcel of life, but really life and really people are people who value the truth, and they will go across the sea to find that truth, so that everything that comes from your mouth will be truthful always. That makes you a credible person who can be trusted, and you can be entrusted with responsibility. So hii siasa ya kujaribu kutumia uongo na kufuata uongo ni utoto, in my opinion, na tunapaswa kuishan by every, by all means. Tusikubali kufuata kitu ambacho hatuna ukweli nacho kwa sababu tumeambiwa. The worst, like I say, the assumption is the lowest level of knowledge. you cannot assume anything at this information age. Tuko kwa information age, by the way. How can you be in the information age and be suffering for lack of information and be broadcasting what you have not confirmed? Let's grow up and be sure of what you're saying before we say it. Abuya, endelea tafadhali.
I just want to maybe call it, is it a rejoinder? I just wanted to mention that Azimio should be very, very careful with engaging UDA, or call it William Ruto. The reason I'm saying this is with regard to the clip that you played, where Ruto was talking about the land issue. From my assessment, looks like Ruto has perfected the art of trying to keep the Azimio side busy. Those issues that are very, very emotive, and we all know the new constitution brought about tremendous changes with regard to land ownership, how it can be acquired, how it can be distributed, and knowing that the coastal people are having this issue of the land issue, and really, if you look at it, it is not even an issue. It is basically the Ministry of Lands that is not working, because it is all about issuance of title deeds. And some people want to take advantage of it, and Ruto knows that the masses here are, the masses here in Mombasa or here in Coast are a bit desperate to own, to have that ownership document, because it also stops them from developing the land. So he is trying to engage to remove the focus of Azimio, because Martha has given them a lot of trouble. So they will have to look for something to trigger a different conversation once, because Rigathi did a lot of damage. Now the only way to divert the talk, the campaign talk, is to look for something and deflect, remove the attention of Azimio on issues. But we're glad that Martha has focused on selling the manifesto. On the other side, foot soldiers were Baba are, if it is going personal, they can go personal with him and debunk his lies. But Azimio needs to be very, very careful when they engage, or when they are doing their rebuttals on just about anything that Ruto wants. Ruto says, he says from his mouth. Lastly, the issue of the land that he was given, I would love for Azimio or even the non-governmental organizations like Kituo cha Sheria to explore the option of him surrendering that property to government, because it was a gift, and the gift is of the value is over 20,000. I have worked in a parastatal, and we have the code of ethics. We had the code of ethics, and the code of ethics was very clear that if you get somebody brings you a gift in the office. I remember a few years ago, I had to surrender a bottle of whiskey that a customer brought to me, and and it was in the full view of my colleagues, so I just gave it out. So I think we should explore the option of pushing him to and holding him to account. Thank you. Let me give a chance to the other gentleman to contribute. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Buya. Thank you so much. Turudi kwa nane Jakindube.
Asante sana Bernard. Hiyo nani amesema ni kweli. Hata mimi kuna wakati mwingine tulikuwa naletewa hizo kama wine, whiskey na nini. Ukishaletewa lazima umake sure kwamba umesurrender kwa wenzenu. Huwezi kuzichukua zote. Huwezi. Wewe kama wewe ndio mkubwa lazima upeane hizo vitu zote, upeane, ukipata labda upate kadogo tu. Hiyo ndio utumishi. Lakini kama wewe unapewa eka 2,000 au unasema umepewa na unakaa nazo, hiyo haufai kuwa kiongozi. Hiyo haifai kabisa. Na Bernard, mimi kitu moja nimekuja kulan sasa namsupport Themba kwa sababu Themba hawezi kukubali upuzi hii nani anafanya hapa. Manake ni upuzi. Mtu anasema uongo mbele yake na anasema hapana, huyo mtu hajasema uongo. What do you mean? Inchi yetu hatuwezi kuongoza na uongo. Na kama tukitaka kuongoza inchi na uongo, hiyo inchi itabomoka. Hakuna inchi yoyote inatengenezwa na uongo. Wale watu ambao wanaishi nje ya Kenya, katika hizi inchi ambazo tunasema ni nzuri, hizo inchi hata tu tamko tu, hata kama mdomo ikitereza, utamke vile Ruto anazungumza, sijui President Mutapeli, ukisema hivyo una resign saa hiyo, huwezi kurudi kwa ofisi saa hiyo, una resign. Lakini yetu unasema President ni tapeli, unaikejeli serikali, na hiyo serikali unarudi unalala kwa nyumba ya serikali, unatembea gari ya serikali na hutaki kutoka kwa hiyo ofisi. Na yetu unasema serikali inafanya kazi mbaya. Sasa serikali kama inafanya kazi mbaya na wewe ndio kichwa cha hiyo serikali, mbona utoki basi? Uachie wengine ambao wanaweza kubali na hayo mabaya. Na wewe ambaye unajua mazuri utoki. Ungoje siku ile ukichaguliwa ufanye hizo vitu. Huwezi kusema mimi nitachaguliwa na saa hii nani zote ako na uwezo wa kufanya hizo vitu zote ambazo anasema anaweza kufanya. Ako na uwezo. Kwa sababu uwezo ni kushauri president, na president yeye ni assistant president. Unashindwaje kama unashindwa kumpasuade president ambaye mnakaa naye siku zote kwa ofisi moja, unawezaje kwenda kunegotiate mambo na majirani au watu wengine ambao wako nje? Kama unashindwa na mtu wa hapo nyumbani kuzungumza na mtu wa nyumbani, umeshindwa. Mtu ambaye ni boss wako unashindwa kuzungumza na yeye, unashindwa kumpasuade afanye vile unaona kwamba hii program ni nzuri ifanyike hivyo, unashindwa. Sasa niambie huyo mtu anawezaje kwenda tuna uhakika gani anaweza kwenda kunegotiate kitu ambayo itafaidi Kenya nje ya Kenya? Hawezi. Mtu kama huyo hawezi. Kwa hiyo kusema eti bwana Ruto anataka upresident, mimi nasema bwana Ruto hafai kuchaguliwa president kwa mambo mengi. Jambo lingine ni kwamba yeye anatoka Rift Valley, kule ambapo president ametoka huko kwa 24 years. Hatuwezi tena kuchagua president mwingine kutoka Rift Valley tena na au Central, hapana. Lazima sisi wote wa Kenya tuko na usawa, tuko wananchi wa Kenya. Hata hizo makabila zingine ni wa Kenya, hata hizo makabila zingine lazima tuchague viongozi kutoka katika hizo sehemu. Haiwezi kuwa tu ni sehemu mbili, miaka 60 tunachagua sehemu mbili. Hapana, hiyo sio fair. Na ukitaka nchi ambayo ina utulivu, lazima uchague kutoka sehemu mbalimbali wanawake, hata wawelemu dini mbalimbali. Lazima wote tuone tuko kitu kimoja. Huwezi kuwa unachagua tu president Mkristo na tuko na Waislamu. Hata Waislamu wako na viongozi. Hiyo ni lazima tujue kama nchi Tukitaka nchi ambayo ni tulivu, nchi ambayo inasema watu wote ni sawa, lazima tuangalie katika mambo ya uchaguzi, na lazima, mimi nimesema tuache uongo, tuokoke. Kama hatuwezi, tumwambie Bernard tuombee. Bernard, nilikuomba juzi umweke sala, tuombee nchi, tuombee watu wetu, tufunguke macho, tuache mambo ya ubinafsi. Sisi wenyewe, nilisema tuanze sisi wenyewe kukataa hongo, kukataa pesa ambayo ni ya bure. Mtu atatu anakuja na kupatia pesa ya bure, hiyo ni lazima tukatae. Ameitoa wapi hiyo pesa? Lazima tumuulize, unanipatia, umeitoa wapi na kwa nini? Mimi nakataa ile jambo ambalo watu wanasema ati akileta pesa mchukue. Hapana, kwa sababu mkichukua, ninyi ni wezi kama yeye, ninyi ni matapeli, ninyi ni corrupt kama yeye. So inatakikana tuanze kujifunza kwamba wakati mwingine afadhali kuwa masikini jeuri, ndio ujitafutie wewe mwenyewe. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante Jakindu Bey. Naomba tusikilize hii kabla Kevaji aendelee na mchango wake. Sorry. 2 videos, quick ones. Okay, yes, this one.
Wamejipanga. Azimio wako na umoja. Azimio watafunguliwa pesa ya serikali. Hao watu wa UDA ni kiburi tupu tu kila mahali. Niko na tikiti, hata anagojea kuapisha. Kwa sababu Azimio wao wamejipanga. Azimio wako na umoja. Azimio watafunguliwa pesa ya serikali. Hao watu wa UDA ni kiburi tupu tu kila mahali. Niko na tikiti, hata anagojea kuapisha.
Kevo, karibu.
Aya, so mi nashukuru kwa tuna mambo kidogo. Kuna kitu kinafanyika hapa Kenya, na nimekuwa nikifanya uchunguzi wangu kila mara nikijaribu kujiuliza ni nini Kenya inaendelea. The level of illiteracy, it's going down. But when it comes to issues, how to interpret them, how to argue out, anyway, I'm below 35. But I find myself resonating well with the people of an age over 40, 50 there. So I've been trying to do some research. Why is it that as much as we are progressing, as much as we are reducing the illiteracy level, but there is this generation, I think there is a concern, and there must be a concern. This generation, I don't understand. I was trying to argue with somebody somewhere, and I was asking him, fine, you are an UDA supporter. Give me some 3 reasons why you feel like Raila is not fit and should not be voted in as the next president. I was shocked because somebody who is learned, somebody whom I expect to give me issues, somebody is telling me Raila is old, Raila is uncircumcised, Raila is going to die very soon. Really? Are those issues that you can use to substantiate your support for UDA and not supporting Raila? Then I came to discover these people, they don't reason. They are just fed with the information, in fact, propaganda. They swallow it the way it has come. They don't digest. And then they feed themselves with such information. Then by the end of the day, we keep on doing mistakes and we keep on blaming ourselves. Because if somebody tells me that Raila is old, we need young people to lead this nation, then I was to ask, in 2013, you used the same narrative. Why is it that the young people that you wanted to lead us, why is it that right now you are still having issues? And yet, that is what you've been saying before, that old people have no place. It is time for young people to lead us. This UDA, and by the way, somebody has said there is no Kenya Kwanza, and it is true. There is no Kenya Kwanza. In fact, it is UDA and UDA itself. You know, I come from Vihiga, and honestly, in Vihiga, Mudavadi is just perishing politically. And if, in the near future, you will not even hear of ANC in Vihiga. Because what happening, UDA and Ruto, they are going for those popular. In fact, they have highlighted the popular candidates who are in ANC, and they have taken the candidates. They are vying under UDA. So I was trying to ask people, if really UDA is having ANC as a partner in Kenya Kwanza, why is it that the same UDA is taking its popular candidates, giving them UDA tickets? I don't know which language UDA is using, and I don't know which logistics they apply, so that they just snatch these powerful candidates, powerful aspirants who are to vie on ANC, and take them to their side, including Sabatia, where Mudavadi comes from. So I was trying to ask myself, when Mudavadi supported Raila in 2017, Mudavadi had a lot of MPs. In fact, he had started getting MPs from Kakamega. But all of a sudden, when he joined UDA, all the MPs went. So if UDA is sincere, why is it that UDA is fielding candidates and trying to kill Mudavadi, even the senator for Vihiga? That is, there was a popular senator who was to vie under ANC, currently is in UDA. So I feel like Ruto is a very shrewd politician. And if that is what he can do to his partners, I was trying to think, if this guy becomes the president, even this multipartism that somebody was trying to fight for, I don't think if it will exist. I don't see it existing. And I fail to understand why this young generation with smartphones, with access to internet, unlike before, they can't be able even just to Google, even just to get information before using it. Somebody just gives them. But I came to discover, and I really thank Dr. Matiang'i. Actually, Matiang'i assisted this country. There was a trend that was happening where people were getting leakage in exams. This leakage thing that used to take place it was rampant between 2009 to 2015 there. I think hiyo leakage ya mtihani pia ilichangia wanafunzi kuharibika, because people could not even read. People could just sit there waiting for answers. Students, they just write answers, they just get A's, they score, and they go on. I think that is something that caused what we are experiencing right now. And it will take us some time, because these people, you find them even writing correct spellings, wrong spellings, communication problem. Instead of guiding the community down there, they are the ones feeding them with the propaganda they are getting from UDA members. see how UDA are campaigning using propaganda. Like today, I heard Dismas Barasa saying Raila did not attend the breakfast prayer meeting because there were bishops, and the bishops were to castigate demons out of him. Honestly, what is that? What are you telling people? And that is a campaign tool. Instead of telling people of Western how they are going to benefit from Kenya Kwanza government, that's the only agenda that you are selling to people. I think this UDA thing, if we are not careful, it will finish this country.
Kevo, umemute. Kevin, did you mute?
Kevin? Robert, yes, I'm going to mute.
Okay, what I just wanted to mention this.
I just wanted
the reason why UDA has taken all the strong candidates, for instance, in Western Kenya, and is probably funding them. Ruto is very shrewd. Ruto is somebody who is trying to checkmate his own fellow principles. Therefore, he will not allow Mudavadi to be strong. He will want to keep them in check. In the event Mudavadi tries anything, he will expel the members of UDA. If they try to side with Mudavadi, he will expel them, and then there will be a by-election. He is looking for something of like a supremacy battle. He is well prepared. He is playing a very tough political game. That is why Mudavadi and Co will not go far. Thank you. Over to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Kevo, ulikuwa umemaliza ama kuliendaje? Okay, ni kama network yake imeleta kizaza. Well, let's move to Mama Selina. Sorry, inaonekana network iko na shida. Mami. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Kevo, unasemaje? Kevo, unasemaje? Okay, he has network problem. Let's go. Silas, you can say something as we organize this. People have network problems.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Let me just comment about hiyo video ya Kate. Anaitwa Waiguru. You know, that tells you there's something happening already in Central, where they call Milima Kenya. Because how can you say that hapo juu tupatie Ruto lakini hapa chini nyinyi muamue? Because you don't want your general to be naked, you know. If she's really a UDA member, you can't start campaigning like that. Ati hapa chini peani mtu mwenye mnapenda. That tells you actually the Martha Karua effect. They are already feeling it, you know. She's even admitting that Azimio wako na umoja and then watafunguliwa pesa sijui ya serikali. But it's so easy to note because look at Kiambu. When Wamatangi won the UDA nomination, I've never seen him anywhere again. Irungu Kangata was so loud before. I don't even know whether he exists or not, you know. Even Minji. I think things are getting thick in Central Province, and that to Azimio's advantage. People have been talking about this generation. You know, let me just take a different view. You know, our personality is modeled by the environment we live in, you know, what we see and such kind of stuff. When I was growing up, I just reached 40 anyway. You know, we used to be owned by the community. Like mtoto angefanya makosa at the marketplace, any adult would tell you to lie down and, you know, unachapwa. Mwalimu ukikutana naye hata mwalimu from another secondary school or whatever, you know, for as long as mmejua ni mwalimu, kids would stand aside, mwalimu anapita. But what do we see nowadays, you know? Because, you know, we tried to copy.
Not consistent. It's a lot of cracking. I hope that is not from my end only. Wanacharo.
I think the problem is from your end.
From my end?
Yes.
You can get Silas clearly.
I was getting Silas also clear. Very clear.
Okay. So sorry
but
about
when
that.
you speak, when you speak, there are echoes. I don't know whether you opened several tabs.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm in my backyard. Probably the cars maybe the cars, I think. Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, that's now better. Go ahead.
Yes, that's better.
Yes.
Maybe I moved to the house. I was in the backyard. But what I was saying is this, you know, we are blaming a generation. I don't know, because my belief is we are modeled according to the environment we live in, you know. Like your kids, you know, whatever you say in your dining room table, kids pick stuff from, you know, whatever the parents say. Come at your racism, you know. No child is born a racist, because you go out here, unapata watoto, they can just mix around. But after some time, unaona wengine, they are separate because of what their parents tell them. So, like for example, before I used to watch Parliament a lot. Let me just move somewhere. Can you compare the debate of Parliament today and during those days of Kiraitu Murungi, Kina Martha Karua, James Orengo, you know, you remember those? Even Boni Halwale, give it to him. Boni Halwale was a very good debater. But now, Ebu Weka, the MP for Bahati, Gunjuru, Akina Sudi, you know, I think the generation we are blaming, we are actually modeling them. Because even the banning of schools, it started when members of parliament could fight in public, actually. They fight, they strip their clothes, you know, so how do you expect our kids to behave? The other thing I want to talk about, you know, Ruto's politics, I've really tried to follow the messaging, and I can't lay my hand on any particular thing because his campaign is populist type of. He moves to this crowd. You remember when he was in Machakos and he was like, "Our mama wakazi wa usiku will give you 1 billion shillings so that I don't know to improve their business." How now? You know, how do you improve a business of prostitution? He goes to Mombasa, he talks of land issues. So it's just populist politics. He can't stand on the truth. Like, for example, you know, remember one time about the Mau, when Raila said, "I'm ready to go sell mandazis in Kibera, but we must conserve Mau forest." I'm talking about Mau because I worked in Narok for a very long time and I know how Mau was. And after a lot of destruction, I know what the effects, you know. So Ruto has no agenda. That's what I can say. He's only populist. He goes to this proof. He knows they are vulnerable concerning this, and that is what he promises. For example, now, if I may ask, ever since Ruto started saying Tumetenga will bring 500 billion for this, 500, if you add all those totals, I believe it's even 100 trillion, you know? So there's no accountability at all. He just opens up his mouth and talk. Lastly, you remember when, let me just say my generation, when we were growing up, Kenya had a philosophy. Yeah, Moi was not really a great leader. People have castigated him so, but I must give it to him. As Kenyans during Moi's time, we had a philosophy. Everybody could say peace, love, and unity. Today in Kenya, for those who read philosophy books, what can you say is, is our philosophy today as we talk now? Mr. Bernard, you are a preacher. Maybe you could help me. I don't know. I can't pick my hand on anything. What is our philosophy as a country? Thank you.
Our national anthem.
No, national anthem can be a philosophy. National anthem used to be there.
The Nyayo philosophy went with Nyayo. We don't have Jubilee philosophy, neither any other philosophy that is driving this country. And probably that's the reason why our unity is questionable. So, Wanacharo, you can come in.
Okay, thank you again, once again, Bernard. I'm supporting some talks from this young guy who came here. He's 40 years, I can say he's young, or 45. I'm over 55 years old. And since many times I've been living half of my time in Europe, and I just do coming in Kenya every 6 months. I'm down there with my kids. Na huwa naangalia the behaviors of some kids around these sides of developed countries. It's a bit different, but just a bit different. It depends on how the kids themselves they behave. In fact, his system amount they want to put it right now is the same system which is being used here in Germany right now. The same system. But the last time, what they did, the system of long time ago, because mimi nilifanya hizo systems za CPE that time, za kwenda mpaka form 6 whatever. So it was a bit much better than the system which is right now, which has to be changed. Kwa sababu hiyo system ilikuwa at least it teaches some kids respect. If you don't have respect from your family, then you get to learn respect from your teachers in the classroom. But at this juncture of this generation, they seem not to know anything. They seem to know what they get in their heads, and that's all. So unakuta kijana mdogo yale mambo anafanya ama ile mambo ana understand, it's very very dangerous. Last year I was in Kenya in April, and I bought my old grandmom a smartphone, and my mother wanted to learn how to use it. So I did everything. I put WhatsApp and I put everything there. So we are selling water at my home there, and the small kid came and he wanted to buy some water, some fresh water. And then he saw that telephone on the bag and he snatched it. So I was able to search that phone on my own phone now. I searched this phone and I found it. I know where it was, and I went there. I just get to ask some people there around. Then they said, okay, we saw something like that here, but we didn't know, because the small boy who came with this phone, he was saying it was for another person. So he wanted to charge this phone there. It's just a small boy for class 5 or class 6 right now, I think. So I took the phone. He had switched off. He had made some photos for himself, some videos, and he had moved these videos. But I could recall them all. So I recalled all the videos, what he did, what I saw inside there. I knew this generation is going to finish. But the wonder thing, the wonder thing which somebody can wonder is that everybody in Kenya is praying God, God, God. Oh, till sometimes I ask myself, which place there is no God? Can somebody tell me where there is no God in this world? Because it's too much people using the word of God, too much to an extent they cannot even understand what is the meaning of God. Like I was driving and I started counting how many churches I saw from my side. Just 2, 3, 4 kilometers, I counted 14 churches and 1 hospital. And this hospital was new. I was even wondering, these people, this place should be very holy, because if we have 14 churches of this place, you can just walk around. You can just walk around even at night. Nobody will steal at you because everybody is a Christian. But I wonder what goes wrong and what have been wrong, because people, they go to church from the morning to evening, and still they can come out and preach some other things, to preach of doing something wrong to other people. So somebody like Mr. William Ruto is trying to make the people doom so that they can just stay there. The young generation, they can just drive this picky thing, which is killing them, cutting their legs, so that these people can never do anything, so that he can be the king. So he can say, okay, I remain in power for 20 or 40 years, because there will be nobody who will be opposing him, because the people are really not much educated about anything. So unakuta yeye anasema hivi leo, kesho akiona hii story ni kama ambayo ina watu wameanza kuizoea, the next meeting he's doing another story. And the worst, people are clapping, dancing, cheering up. Hakuna vile wanaweza ambiwa tu direct what you are going to do or what you are talking. Hata sijui kama ana huu jamaa na political analyst. Sijui kama ana political analyst mmoja wake pale, I don't know. But it's really, really very wrong which the direction Ruto is trying to take this country. But you cannot force things. We should not force anything, because there are some people, even if you tell him, today Ruto said this, he will tell you no. There are some people, even if you caught them in a video camera, they will say no, I'm not the one. So I don't know what we can do. Is like Bernard, the way you are doing is the only way we can save life in Kenya. We can save the people there. That's why when I saw this program, I was watching. Sometimes I feel I miss to sleep. Even if I'm not in the panel, I'm watching, because I want to know, and I have never seen such things before. Because mimi nilitoka huko wakati Moi ndio alikuwa anaanza ingia. So from that time, hakukuwa na this kind of sitting where people can talk about things, and there was nothing like that. Na hiyo before, when you talk, mkubwa akikuja, kwanza skuli zinafungwa, we have to go to the road and stand there and cheering. Maduka yote imefungwa, kama hujanunua mkate from yesterday because hukununua na leo mtukufu atakuja, then that's the end of you. But right now we have at least this free of speech, and which by was brought by Raila, one Mr. Raila Odinga. But why the people know they don't even trust him for giving him a seat, a big seat like the president, I don't know why. They want to vote this person whereby maybe he can just talk to Ugandans. He cannot even come to Europe and talk to people. He cannot go to America and talk to people. Hata ile siku alienda America, he was just going there to say that, votes will be stolen. So how did he know that votes will be stolen? And he says things which he used to do before, maybe. I can guess. Because you can't just stand up and say, oh, my God, my votes will be stolen. And nobody is even going to talk about this. All Kenyans are just watching, they're praying, they're fasting the next day, they go out and they start propagandering. So I wonder, but I hope Mutembei TV and somebody like Bernardi and the panel, they will try to help Kenyans, first the young generation, tuwasaidie. Nawaombea sana. wajaribie kuwasaidia, tuwaweke in a sense whereby hata kitu kikionyeshwa tu kidogo umejua kimeambiwa nini. Lakini watu wanako pale hata anaona kabisa mtu ananidanganya, lakini hawezi kukwambia. And the more worse, ukiwa una pesa, you can cheat anybody in Kenya. You can just go bribe somebody 20 shillings, you'll cheat him, and they will take you. They will just take you as malaika. That is what Ruto is doing. I don't know where he's getting the money. Sijui kama niyo ya wash, I don't know. Lakini because of his money, he has many followers. Takuta watu wanaimba pale, hata ukimwambia Ruto amefanya nini, anakuambia no, I don't know, I don't care what he said, but I was there to get my money and finish. Because I have some friends down there, family friends, who are going to every Kamkunji iko Mombasa, they are going there. And I asked them sometimes, they told me, we don't have anything to eat. So if you go there, we will get something to eat. At the end, we will get 500 bob or something like that. But hawa watu wananambia hivyo, they don't have even votes. They are just going to make the crowd full, shouting, hivi. At the end, they get the 500 bob, they come back home, they eat, they listen to another meeting, next they go. I know them. I followed them. When I'm in Kenya, always I follow behind to see what is the scene. And sometimes I take some secret videos for myself to watch how it is. And I find it is not really, really good. Kama mtu yeye kupale amepata cheo, hataki kushughulikia wengine, hataki kushughulikia yule maskini amemwona pale. I wonder, I was even helping somebody to run as an MC. Even today, he was writing to me. I won't mention him. And I asked him today a very good question. This guy was not able to answer this question because he is saying it's only my boss. I have to follow on my boss. Okay, I said, okay, if you follow your boss, but you follow your boss in a good way, looking what you are going to do, but not to follow a boss because your boss is telling you that. Then when I was telling him like that, he told me, all right, it's a big story. I cannot explain you on the phone. Unless you are in Kenya yourself, then I can explain. I told him, I'm sorry, but watch out what you are following from a boss. Mimi sina mengi, nawasikiza wenzangu nao waongee, but let's try to help these people, educational wise. Let's teach our kids. Let's teach the young generation how to behave and how to understand some things. Because sahi walikuwa wanateta masomo amekuwa mengi, the kids are going to school with so many bags. This is just a matter of confusion. The kids are going from 6 o'clock, they come back around 7 o'clock in the evening from school. After there, they have tuition. They just go again in a tuition, whereby they have no time even to listen and they don't understand. That's where you see most schools, they get lower marks because the kids is so overworked, the brain-wise. And these people, they try to overwork our kids right now, the young generation, so that they cannot think of anything, so that when you tell them, go this side, they will run this side. Come here, they will sit here like here, Mama Juma anaongea, because they just go there to be taken like, I don't know. It's very painful. I'm pained about that, really. I'm really pained. And I'm really happy in the other side to see Bernard and the panel here so that we can talk this thing openly. And I'm sure of that it will get some people in their heads. Angalau waone vile maisha yanaenda. Okay, that's all. I will listen to other people.
Asante Bwana Charo. Let's listen to this and then I hope Mama Selina sasa neti iko ready.
Pena sijui kama hii nini imenisumbua.
Pole saa hii imeanza, wacha tucheze hii alafu uje.
And then we can now compare.
I will definitely be sharing that. But it's just that it triggered my nerves when we are continuously being misinformed. We are totally being misinformed here.
Yes. What is it, Honorable? You don't see people who are very close to you. What is it?
Chair, with due respect to the Chair, PIC, I'm totally opposed to this notion that since the port of Mombasa is at the coast. The leaders there are the authority on anything, and what they say must be and should be the actual thing, and anything else somebody says is not. I have brought a container myself through SGR. I paid 68,000 shillings. I brought through the road, I paid 110,000. And that is a fact. And we want to be very clear, Chair. The fact that this port is at the coast does not make it a property exclusively for the coast people. They must be able also to listen to other people. And when you give us a chance, we'll be able to demonstrate why. These people are opposing this new policy directive, which is a good policy, in my view, and I'll be able to give reasons. We know these are private interests by CFSs who are defending their businesses. These CFSs have been nominated by KPA. If KPA can nominate CFSs to operate business from the port, equally, KPA can nominate SGR as an agent to deal with cargo. And there must be good reasons. So I would be saying that it's good. The matter has been suspended. We are disappointed. These consultation CSs should be fast tracked. Should be fast tracked.
Chair, your member is actually. I agree with him on only one thing. I agree with him when he says that the port is in Mombasa and it doesn't belong to us. We're in agreement, and that is the reason why you're doing whatever it is that you're doing.
No, Chair, now.
Chair, no, it is the truth.
Listen,
you gave him that opportunity.
I will also give you, but for the members, do you want to proceed?
Yes, Mama Selina.
Hey, Bernard, ukiwauliza sahii wataruka 100 meters. Because these people, oh, okay.
Sorry, Mama Selina. Pole, mitambo yako iko na shida leo.
Unanisikia, Bernard?
Yes, hapo
Na
sawa.
umenisikia sasa? Okay, thank you. Nakwambia siji nani anatusuia, lakini no, tutafaulu, you know. This network cannot do this. Tumekuwa sawa for the last 5 months. For now, we cannot agree. Bernard, unaona vile wanasema, these people sijui wanafikiria Kenya ni saje. Nimeona Kashakwa akiteta. Anasema akilete na lori ni 100 and something. Akilete na STR ilikuwa 68. Well, that is what we want as Kenyans. Tunataka ukweli. But the problem with these people, Bernard, ni kwamba kwa sababu wanataka kura kwa watu ya coast, then wanataka kuwadanganya. Hiyo ni kura wanatafuta. And then wakichukua serikali, hiyo ndio vitu wanataka kufanya. They are not genuine. Lakini tungetaka kuambia wa Kenya ya kwamba chakuwa kiongozi ula akisema yes in the morning, mpaka jioni itakuwa ni yes. Akisema no, itakuwa ni no mpaka jioni. Kwa sababu Bernard, ndio sababu unaona hii watu ya UDA wanaongea na sisi kidogo, wanaenda nje ya curtain kuchukua instruction. You can't imagine these planet people. Wanakuja hapa wanatuambia they are PhDs. Sijui hiyo masomo yao imekubalika kuwa na uongo, because they are really lying. Nashukuru kuna watu wamesimama kwa hii Mutembei kusema ukweli, na ninajua wengi ya watu wanasikia. Tunasimama na ukweli, tunasimama na nchi yetu. We love our country. Na tungetaka watu wachakue viongozi. We need the good leaders, the right leaders. Kwa sababu dunia mambo imekuwa mingi, Bernard. Tukichakua wakora wenye wanajitakia, in another 5 years na vile dunia inaenda. Ona hii watoto wameuawa Amerika, watoto ya nursery, innocent children wameenda, na ni kwa sababu wanakataa mambo ya control, wanakataa mambo ya vetting. Mtoto ya 18 years anaenda kwa duka ananunua punduki, hawezi ulizwa kwa nini mtoto punduki pena, na si punduki ile AK-47. Hii ni machine guns. How will you give a 18-year-old boy? Na hiyo ndio watu ya Yuda itawaletea, because ni corruption. Sasa wanachichunga, unapatia mtoto mdogo hajakomaa kwa duka. Na unaona hapa ni Republicans na Democrats. Sore kuwapotesha, lakini ni vile dunia iko. Ati sasa Republicans wanaokopa kurushwa nje, wanaokopa wale wasungu watawaambia. So they had to agree, na wanakuja kulia watu wameuawa. The good thing is, hii mambo ya punduki inaua kila mtu. But can you imagine, Bernard, kwa sababu wanaokopa ya kwamba wakiweka sei ama wakipiga watatupwa nje. Ni kama hii mambo ya UDA ukiangalia na Kenya, because wako na mtu anawalazimisha, wako na mtu hawezi taka kusikia the truth. You know, ukiwa na kiongozi yenye uwezi kumuuliza swali penat, itakuwa ni vingumu sana. Hata kwa nyumba baba na mama, ukiolewa na mzee mwenye hata makosa ikifanyika, wewe kama mama uwezi, ukimuuliza ni makofi, how will you live in that house? Watu wataishi na uoga, na wakiishi na uoga penat, there is no life in that house. Hii watu, mtu huyu ataki kukosoa. He is a very good man, anajua everything he knows. Na hata pastor anajua kuomba, pastor anajua kila kitu ama bishop, but at least atakuwa na mawaida. That is why wako na wasee ya kanisa. That is why wako na viongozi, so that wakati wanakaa chini wanakuwa na mjadala. Reverend cannot come and say I'm a reverend, I'm a father ile ya Catholic ile mkubwa iko Rome. He has people to ask. Na hivyo ndio tunataka viongozi wakue. Wale watu wanakaa chini na kusikia maoni ya Wakenya, of which we don't have in these people penat. Kenyans in 2 months mutaamua maneno mbili ya muhimu katika maisha yetu ya Kenya. Mchakue viongozi wale watasimama na nchi, mchakue viongozi wale watakuja chukua shamba yenu awausie, wamepata profit. Nimekubali vile baba amesema leo ya kwamba shamba ya serikali ADC farm, mtu mwenye amechukua shamba ya ADC anastahili kurudisha penat kwa sababu ni shamba ya serikali. Unachukua shamba ya serikali na kuhusia serikali, hiyo ni kusema nini penat? It's like anakuja kwako, anachukua vitu yako, akifika nje anakuambia sasa penat, kuja nunua hii vitu rudisha kwa nyumba. Inawezekana kweli? So Kenyans, na nashukuru ya kwamba kuna watu wanaelewa na kuna watu wanakuja hapa, na nimewaambia these people are being paid. Lakini unanunuliwa ukipata 100,000. Do you remember your grandmother in the village? Ila atakusikia kwa sababu wewe ni mchuku yake. Do you remember your friends wale wanakuamini? Na wewe mwenyewe umechukua ile pesa na umesahau community wale wanakusikiza. Penat, hakuna mtu kwa hii Mtembei TV ana followers. Kuna watu wako na relatives nyumbani na wanasikiza. Unakuta wanaenda nje wanasema, mulisikia, tulisikia fulani jana. Munaona maoni yake ni mzuri. Tunaweza poteza watu wengi sana. Tunaweza save watu wengi sana kwa hii Mtembei TV kwa kusema ukweli. The only thing we need in Kenya is the truth. Na Wakenya tuchakue baba na mama, ndiye nchi yetu ikuwe safe. Baba na mama si vijana. They don't nothing to lose because they love our country. Ndio wanataka kututengenezea. It is their Mandela time. Mandela alikaa chela, he came out 5 years, akatengeneza inji, akawacha. Tangu Mandela aliwacha, Penat, ukweli ni kwamba tumekuwa na mapresident karibu 2 watatu. Kuna mmoja hata ako chela sai kwa sababu tu ya corruption. I don't know if Kenyans can do that. Sijui kama hii watu wameipa nchi yetu, kama tunaweza weka chela, ndio hii viongozi wadogo wanakuja ya kutaka kuharibu nje, angalau wajue inaweza kuwa very dangerous. Anyway, Penat, mkutano ya baba leo imetufurahisha. Martha Karua amewakilisha baba, na sijui kwa nini ameuliza hiyo watu walikuwa, huyo Tuke alikuwa nasema Raila angekuja. Nikimuuliza deputy president ya Kashakwa, where was he? Sikumuona Kashakwa, mama anaitwa Kasakwa, sijui Kashakwa, atujuangi machina anyway. Akukua. Lakini Martha Karua alisimama na akasema amesimama kwa niaba ya principal wake. Anatii kiongozi yake. Haya, tumeona msamaha. Penat, ukiuliza mtoto ulifanya nini leo, mtoto anakuambia baba unisamee kwa sababu nilichokosana na mtoto shule ama nimechukua kitu fulani. Baba wetu huko pinguni anasema hivi, tumwambie yale tumefanya, makosa, dhambi zetu ndiye atatusamea. So wakati unasema munisamee kwa kufanya nini? What did you do? Tunakusamea kwa sababu you are 10 years kuwa deputy president ama kuserve kwa serikali ya Jubilee imeisha. Sota tunakusamea ama watu wanakusamea juu imefanyika nini? Na ndiye nikapenda vile His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta alisema, I hope yale mambo deputy president amesema ni ya ukweli, because rais anataka kwenda nyumbani retire. So mimi sitakuwa na mengi la kusema. Nyandarua, it was wonderful, it was record. Niliwaambia kwa sababu mimi nimefanya kazi, naishi Nakuru, kesho mama anakuwa Nakuru. Niliwaambia nyinyi, hata Waiguru mwenyewe alisema you can render Kikuyu but you cannot buy a Kikuyu. Today anaomba kura Kirinyaga, akisema munipatie yangu ya kafana, hiyo ingine mjue mahali munaweka. Kwani the darling deputy president, nini imefanyika? What is wrong? Na mulikuwa munaimba munasema Penat, can you imagine? Na nikauliza, there are so many people you cannot see them. Munasema Gavana ya Kiambu. Wengine wanasema walikuwa wametumwa na Jubilee kwa sababu walikuwa hawakutaka Kavoko na Moses Kuria kuchukua. Maybe it is true. So yeye anajua tu anaenda labda ni wetu kwa sababu hataki kutokea kutusiana. Na unajua Penat, ni ukweli. Ukijua unapeana mtu anakuja mchukua msichana yako na ni mtu mbaya, na unajua anaweza chukua, unaweza ambia msichana ama unatuma mtu ingine kwa niaba. So I think mambo ya Kiambu si mbaya sana. But tuko na Gavana Nyoro, nafikiria huyo ndiye atachukua kwa sababu hapo ni nyumbani kwa president. Hawa watu wamepatwa na shock. Kalonzo ile walitaka ililala moto, na unajua tulipigana hapa vita gali sana Penat. We were opposed, tuliambiwa chukweni Kalonzo. Lakini asante kwa baba, alisimama imara, hakurudi nyuma, hakuongea, hakunegotiate. Aliwachia hiyo kazi Gideon na His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So baba ana dhambi, alikuwa na running mate yake. We wish them the best. Asante Penat, kabla hii network tena kulete shida, sitaki kukua nje, lakini nashukuru wa mama ya Kenya vile wanaendelea kusimama. Nasikia inarudi, so wacha nikatia hapo kabla sijatupwa nje. Asante.
Thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru sana. Tunasonga mbele. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Elijah. Elijah vipi?
Poa, habari zenu wote?
Tuko salama.
Kama mnavyonijua Bernard, mimi ni supporter wa UTA na nampenda Ruto na namsupport Ruto. Na siku ya leo kweli papa amekuwa kule Busia, jinsi tumeona wote. Nikianzia hapo na tumeona hiyo ni stronghold yake kweli. Juu naona watu walitokezea kweli na walipokelewa kule. Na vile mimi nasemanga ukweli na isemwe. Msa amepokelewa kule kwa ukweli. Mother Karua kule naye amepokelewa na ni nyumbani, stronghold yao pia. Japo naona UDS idea bado wako. Tukirudi mambo ya msamaha, ambapo William Ruto aliomba msamaha kule. Mambo ya msamaha sioni upaya kwa msamaha. Maana kila mtu anaomba msamaha na kila mtu ukosa. Na chapa achaelezea ni msamaha ya aina gani. Hatuwezi tukakariri ama tukaiongelea hiyo swala kwa upana, maana yeye mwenyewe achaelezea ni msamaha wa aina gani. Japo Biblia inapoelezea ni kuwa msamaha, mtu akikosea hata mara ngapi utamsamea. Mtu akikosea, Mungu anasema ya kwamba 70 mara 70 kwa siku moja utamsamea. Maana mtu akaomba msamaha yaonyesha unyenyekevu mbele yangu mimi. Na pia napoona kulingana na mimi, sisi wote wenye tunaongea mahali hapa, vile wewe ukituongoza Mr. Bernard, tunapochangia tusione side moja, tuone side zote. Maana hao viongozi wote mmoja wao anaweza akatuongoza kwa siku zijazo. Hiyo ni papa, mimi nilikuanga supporter wa papa 207 die hard, kufa kupona. Na nikaja nikabadilika, maana yeye alikuwa kikeukeu pa. Mara papa anakuwa huku mara huku. Angenyamaza side moja. Okay, kwa sasa mimi nasema tuendelee kuchangia. Kwa leo sina mengi sana, ila tuwe tukiongelea side sote na tusilemee mtu mmoja. tuwe watu wa kadri. Asante kwa siku ya leo. Okay.
Thank you Brother Elijah. I will not say anything. Yes, Mama Selina.
Yes, Penat na Elisha ameongea na ametuambia tusipendelee upande moja. Elisha anataka kukwambia hao watu ya UDA wangekuja waongee vile umeongea na wakuwe na maswali, watu wangesikiza. Umesema ukweli na hiyo ndio watu wanataka. We need the truth. Na ninaambianga watu ya UDA mnaripia deputy president kwa sababu amukuji kusema ukweli na amusaidii. But the way you have talked, hata umenifanya nikafunjika roho kidogo ya kwamba it is true. Na hata msamaha umesema yes, tunastahili kusameana mara 770 kwa siku. Kuna Catholic yenye hata uwezi sema umefanya makosa gani, ni wewe na Mungu yako unamwambia. That is true. Lakini chenye tunasema Elisha ni kwamba nikisema unisamee sahi in 5 minutes na nitoke hapo na niende nirutie the same, hiyo ni makosa. Tunaambia ukisema munisamee, karibu sana, hata wiki moja wa Kenya wasahau yale mambo ulisema asubuhi. So Deputy President ameomba msamaha, akafika Coast, wacha nimalize na kuachia. Akafika Coast, akaanza kuongea. Hiyo ndio mambo inatufanya yani ngamwauni nguti kitiale hii kagile kagam gelen kiele tan kong sigechare ko kaita gine amu kago be petusiek kimagotorchin kait koel kong tan sigechare magibendi kitorchin gei ngibarte kwang kikobarta karik tugul kotko nguni ko kigenai ko kasame kitiale hii kagile kiele gei kait sai nekielege amu ngoech karon ko maginae kele kingetyin eutab katam anan kingetyin eutab tai. Kamwaun kityo asikokas biik kyok kole ongielgei akebe mutyo mache igel amu kingen kele betusiek chebwone kemi. Kongoi missing. Penat, asante sana. Nilitaka tu kumwambia Elisha mambo mbili matatu. It is sweet vile tunaona hata viongozi wetu wanaongea kwa lugha. Sometimes ukitaka kuongea kwa hii platform ni mzuri sana ukisema na lugha juu unaisikia imetoka ndani ya moyo. Asante.
Asante mami. Elijah, respond.
Okay, Bernard. Kawaida wanasiasa wataongea. Mimi huwa nasema hivi Bernard. Hata mambo ya kurusha mawe, mimi kama mngeona mimi niko na YouTube na nimejaribu sana kusitisha ya kwamba vijana usiwe mtu wa kwanza kurusha mawe, maana hiyo mawe yenye wewe utaanza kurusha labda itadhuru maisha ya mwingine. Labda hiyo mawe itakurudia wewe ikue. Labda itatoa maisha yangu ama ya mwingine ama hata ya mtoto mdogo. Sasa nikaja nikasema hivi. Wanasiasa hao wataongea, watafanya chenye watafanya. Mwisho hata penda tutakapowachakua hatutawaona tena, tuseme ukweli. Wale tutawachakua na wao watakula wenyewe, maana ni kazi wanatafuta. Mtu atakapopata kipande cha nyama ni kama paka. Paka unapoipa nyama ikashika, uwezi ukafuatisha mkono, itakung'ata. So hawa viongozi wataongea mengi, watasema chenye watasema, lakini sisi tusingatie kutafuta amani kwa nchi yetu. Maana nchi itakapokuwa na shida, kwa wale wanaikumbuka mwaka 2007 ilipokuwa na shida, wengine wetu hata tulikimbilia mahali pengine penye hata kusema leo. Maana nchi ilikuwa imepata ile tatuishi. Sasa kila mtu anakimbia huku wengine waliwawa. So tunapoongea kwa platform kama hii, tujaribu sana kusitisha amani ili nchi ipaki too strong. Maana mpaka leo miaka 50 na kitu, tuongee ukweli, data zetu wameolewa na Wachaluo. Wasichana Wachaluo tumewaoa, Wakikuyu tumewaoa, wale Wakalenjin wameolewa kule. Unataka kuniambia nani leo aseme mimi ni Mkalenjin? Nani aseme mimi ni Mkikuyu? Nani aseme mimi ni Mluya? Sisi wote tuni wa Kenya tuseme mpaka leo. Maana miaka 50 wengine hata sisi labda baba ni kabila nyingine, mama kabila nyingine. Tukiongea leo hivi tunasema tu mimi ni kabila fulani. Maana labda utasikia hata yangu ni useme huyu ni kabila fulani. Lakini huwezi jua roots ya mtu ni kali. Maana miaka 50 hakuna kitu imebadilika Kenya kweli. Mpaka leo. Ndio ninaomba kabisa sisi kama wa Kenya tunapoongea mahali kama hapa tusitishe amani. Tujaribu kujenga amani kwa wale tuko karibu nao, ili amani nayo ikatapakaa ikae kila mahali, nchi iwe na amani. Maana tukiwa na shida nchi yetu, sisi wenyewe ndio tutakaoumia. Ndio jambo wengine wetu tuko nje, lakini wale wenye wako nyumbani ndio wataumia. Na ndugu zetu wanapoumia kule nyumbani, ni sisi pia tunaumia. Okay, kwa neno yenye Ruto alienda akasema kule Mombasa. Ni mambo ya siasa haya, mimi nasema. Mtu atasema kila kitu akiwa mahali penye watu wengi. Ila mimi na wewe tujaribu kuangalia kwa side nyingine, tuseme ndio akasema. Lakini mimi na wewe wenye tuka hapa itatusaidia nini ama itatuturu kwa namna gani? Okay, sina mengi kwa haya. Kama kuna mtu ana swali, maana naona mkono.
Mimi niko na swali na wewe ndugu yangu.
Okay,
swali langu ni kwamba
make it brief, huh?
Umesema wewe ulikuwa diehard wa Mr. Raila Odinga na saa hizi ulitoka kwa sababu yeye alikuwa ni kigeugeu wa hapa, anaongea hii anaongea hii. Hiyo tofauti ya Mr. Raila Odinga kuongea na hii na tofauti ya Mr. Ruto kuongea hii na hii ni ipi?
Okay, wacha nikuje hivi. Raila 207 alikuwa na kina Ruto wote, Musalia Mudavadi, Ruto, au watu wote walikuwa chini yake. Kama mwanasiasa mwenye amekomaa na mwenye anaelewa mbele na itacha watu, angeshika wale maaskari wenye walikuwa nao na awalinde na watunze, leo hata angekuwa na wapinzani. Yeye angekuwa wanasema wote baba tosha na mambo ingekuwa rahisi. Lakini kwa katika ile harakati sasa akaja akasalimiana na Uhuru akamfukusanga Ruto hivyo. Kenya ikaenda, uchumi ndio imesoroteka mpaka leo tukiongea hivi kila kitu ni shida. Unatuma pesa nyumbani saa hizi, ukituma hapa hivi $1 ni kama shilingi 90 Kenya. Hiyo inamaanisha uchumi ya Kenya imesoroteka kweli. Vitu unasikia vile bei imepanda kule nyumbani. Kwa wenye wako nyumbani sasa wanaelewa. Unapoongea hivi, nchi ikaja ikapata shida. Angepaki upinzani na aseme mambo ya vita ishi. Vita ingeisha. Angesalamiana na Uhuru na mambo iendelee jinsi ilivyokuwa. Kila kitu ingekuwa sawa. Lakini mpaka tunapoongea saa hizi kila kitu iko na shida. Judiciary, unaona mambo ya BBI ikakuja, Kenya ilipoteza vitu mingi kusema ukweli. Na mzee angesimama side moja na aseme kama mzee, watu wangesikia na wangemsikiza na Kenya ingeendelea mbele.
Na kama si hii handshake, na hii handshake ilipokuja ilikuwa Kenya ilikuwa inaenda mbio huku na huku kwa shida, ndio ikaja hii handshake. Kama handshake ilipoingia direct, Mr. William Ruto alianza kampeni. Kama hii handshake haingekuja, ama kama hii handshake ingekuja alafu watu wote waanze kampeni, hao wengine wote, hii Kenya ingekuwaje sasa hii?
Kampeni ilikuwa side sote, maana hata kule kulikuwa na mambo ya PPI. Na hiyo ilikuwa na kampeni kwa side nyingine, unapoelewa. Haikuwa mambo ya kurelax, maana kwenda huku na huku na ile walitumia rasilimali ya serikali. Kabugo ndiye alimueleza Ruto hata kazi bwana, mambo ni mbaya huku, maana labda aliangalia sijui nini huko. Akaja akatoboa siri. Akamweleza anza kazi, mambo ni kubaya huko. So mpaka sasa tukisema tutalaumiana mpaka mwisho. Tujaribu kutafuta suluhu ya kutosha ama ya kutumu.
Hata mimi sijakulaumu, nimekosa kuelewa maybe vile ulisema mtu akiwe na msimamo mmoja. Kama wewe vile ulifanya msimamo wako ukasimamishwa hivyo. Sasa pale pakuwa yani wewe unasema watu wakani msimamo mmoja, hutaki upendi mzee Raila kwa sababu yeye ni kigeugeu, na hicho kigeugeu hicho kiko kwa huu upande mwingine pia. Manake hata anaona upande mwingine wa Samuel Ruto ni zaidi hata kushinda Raila. Manake Raila yeye alisimama na handshake, hakuna kampeni zilizoendelea. Hata kama ni BBI walikuwa wanafanya ofisi, lakini Mr. William Ruto alikuwa anaenda county to county kufanya kampeni, kuharibia watu time wa kuingia makazini, waende kumsikiza yeye, watu waache maofisi yake. Hata nafikiri kulikuwa kuna problem ya mabunduki kwa ofisi yake, akasema hakuwekwa, maana alikuwa ameenda kufanya kampeni. Ama
okay, thank you. Nichague nani? Jose, vipi?
I know it is not my time, but I just want to interject a little on what Elijah is talking about. You see, I think Kenyans are very fast forgetting team. So many people really underrate the problems in this country, especially the political problems. It is very, very bad. Either some people are too young or too green, or you see, the truth of the matter is that 2017, there was no winner in the elections. There are no elections. To be honest, we just managed to scrap through. There was no clear winner, but somehow the country had to move on. Let's reverse back to 2017. Assuming that handshake had not taken place, will things be the same the way they were? Huh? Maybe some people don't understand the impact of all these things. You remember when there were people were being told to stop using the Safaricom? It was a serious matter. Where would Safaricom be today? Where would Safaricom be today? People were already boycotting products. The country was divided. The county assemblies, if you remember what David Ndii was doing, the county assemblies have started passing their own laws. All the county assemblies that were in the other zone, the NASA zone, they were going to be on their own. So what would you have done?
Jose, thank you. Let's cut the chase where it is, eh? Bwana Elijah. Makosa handshake ilikuwa nini?
Okay, wacha nikuje hivi Bernard. Ndugu yetu ametukumbusha ya kwamba mambo ya handshake ama 2017 Raila alikuwa ameambia watu wasinunue vitu yenye inahusika sana ukiangalia na familia ya Uhuru. Maana Brookside vitu zenye zilikuwa zinahusika sana na Uhuru. So mzee alikuwa amefinya Uhuru mahali papaya. Uhuru hakuwa na namna.
Elijah,
Hakuwa na namna.
nataka swali lile umeulizwa tafadhali.
Ya, nataka nikuja hapo. Uhuru hakuwa na namna ile kuhakikisha mambo ya kusalamiana ama handshake, kwa sababu alikuwa amefinywa babaya bwana. Kila kitu alikuwa isonge. Wakishika Brookside wakishika mambo
I am respecting you, but you're disrespecting yourself. Go straight to the answer. What was wrong with the handshake?
What we get with the handshake is peace. Yes, I accept. But after peace, we lost a lot of money because of BPI. That's when Kenya started losing a lot of money. And after that,
how much money was spent on BPI?
As we all know, the government will not say the truth.
I'm asking Elijah, how much money in the Kenya budget was spent on BBI?
I tell you, as we know, the government will never say the truth about it. They will keep telling us stories, as we know.
But Elijah, if you are here to share your propaganda, this is not the platform for you.
This is not the propaganda. This is not propaganda. I'm trying to say the truth. The government will never say the truth.
You are looking for an excuse to push your agenda on this platform. The truth is, this country was ungovernable and the handshake was necessary, and the president did what he did because it was necessary. And if you don't see that, you are either blind or you are not in your right senses.
Why?
And if William Ruto finds a problem with the handshake and says the handshake spoiled the economy, and you swallow it to believe it, and you think the handshake was because Uhuru was protecting his businesses, I don't understand you guys.
Of course, yes.
When will you stop thinking about yourselves and think about this country critically? Do you think this country revolves around one person? We have 49 million of us as Kenyans, and this country belongs to all of us.
I know. That's why I say that
and you think
all of us.
The action of the president is in the interest of his own personal business, or in the interest of his personal or of his family. And you're still breathing in and out. Let me just let it rest there. I really want us to mature, to have a mature debate. This country is governed by law. It's not governed by personal interest. And the decisions that are made by the president are made in the interest of the country. And anybody who sees that as a personal move to protect his personal business, he doesn't understand this country, he doesn't know what this country entails, and he should be kept away from leadership. Because he wants to use the same leadership to do what he thinks Uhuru Kenyatta was doing, protecting his family business. Okay, but I'm not going to If it's pursuing that kind of line of thinking, I don't want it. Twende kwa Captain. Captain, make your submission, please. Thank you.
I don't have any submission so far because I came later. But I want to go to the question you asked Elijah about money lost on BBI, or because the genesis of BBI is unchecked. Okay, Bernard, let me ask you, when BBI started all the way until the campaigning or going to counties to seek the things until even the MCAs were signing the thing, does it mean that you don't know how much money that was spent on BBI? That you are asking Elijah that on this platform, the very big platform like this, you don't know the money that was spent.
The money spent on the BBI, okay, from the secretariat of the initiating of the BBI to the place of it going before the county, okay, it was not in the budget. It was not factored in the budget. That means it was money outside the treasury system of making money or expenditure.
If the money was not
unless you have contrary information, utupatie copy ya budget ya 2018 to 2020, okay? Give us the budget and what was given written BBI to 2 billion or this one 6 billion. Tell us. If you have
no
that
problem.
evidence, I want to look at it.
You cannot tell me, Bernard, to tell you the way you want me to tell you. No, I'll just tell you or ask you the way the question will come from my mind.
Way of you saying the government has spent this money like Aror and Kimore. Okay, it was in the budget, it was given out, and money was lost through the budgeting system. The BBI was an initiative. Okay, an initiative started outside the normal system operation of the government.
Which in the first place the president is not even allowed to raise or to support a popular initiative. Let me say this. No, don't pin down people of UDA, my friend Bernard. Don't pin them down to leave the place. Listen.
You keep revolving around things to distract us from discussing what is on the. If you don't have any point on this thing, you don't have any reason to get into the studio. Ukitaka pa kuintroduce maneno ya BBI, you can prosecute it. You are a Kenyan citizen, take the matter to court. We lost 3 billion on BBI. We want it back. Use the proper system. Not Mtembei TV to come and distract us from. We are discussing Mother Karua, the prayer breakfast, the campaign for Raila in Western, and wherever. NYANDARUA, Mother Karua. And of course, Kenya Kwanza in Mombasa. Hii stories zingine msituletee tafadhali. Na kama mnataka kutetea William Ruto, mtetee kwa haki, sio kwa uongo. BBI this, KEMSA that, and all that. Msijaribu kutusungusha hapa. We have not started. I've been on this platform, this is the 5th month or something, doing the show every day. So hiyo kitu mnatuletea si eti ninyi ni wa kwanza. Kulikuwa hapa na Nancy, kulikuwa na nani mwingine. You think you can defend UDA? We had UDA diehards on this platform. So please try harder. Try harder, get some facts. Don't come here to be cry what is non-existent. Ile pesa imepotea Kemorer na Aror na hiyo yote is through the budget. Kuna watu wako kotini saa hii. Rotich bado anajibu maswali. Here you don't want to talk about it because you are looking for an excuse. We will not entertain that. Thank you very much. Yes, Abuya.
Jambo, once again. I just wanted to mention that the issue of of the deputy president constantly castigating the BBI and trying to make it like the BBI and the handshake is the genesis of all the problems that are befalling Kenya. The gentleman who just left, I don't think he's still here, Elijah. Yeah, he doesn't seem to understand that this country is run by a constitution. And the argument that Baba angekaa tu kwa opposition, one thing he needs to realize is that we do not have an opposition in Kenya since the birth of that new constitution. We have a minority and a majority side. And it is the duty of parliament to oversight the executive. So Jubilee had the majority of the members of parliament. It was their work to ensure that all is well in government in terms of expenditure and protecting the Kenyan social fabric. So the idea, this narrative that they keep on saying that because Baba is no longer in the opposition, Baba is not. I mean, is not everything in this country. He was simply playing a role of a patriotic Kenyan. All this he has done in terms of fighting for the new constitution and all the other laws is because he was being patriotic. But it is not that Raila's place is in the opposition. That narrative should stop, and we should not allow it in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't know anybody who goes to the ballot to vote for an opposition leader. Instead of holding to account the people you voted in office, you go and blame somebody you made sure that he did not become president. I don't understand where this kind of mindset comes from. That somebody wanted to be president, did not make it to be president, and they say is the reason why our president and our deputy have not performed, because the person we did not make president did not hold them to account. God help us. I mean, can we get back to our senses? Ni nini tunakunywanga? Hey. Sawa sawa. Thank you, Wanathemba, karibu. I hope you have arrived.
Yes, I have.
You have arrived. Thank you. Thank you very much for arriving. And that means I can do official handing over, but I'll be here for a while before I hand over officially. All these people have spoken except Martin. And so it is Martin and Jose. You see, they are all protesting. And of course, Captain. So let's give it to Martin to make submission, ndio turudi kwa Jose tukiendelea mbele. Nani huyu mwingine? Sawa sawa. Let's do that, and then I will play the video in between. Na kianza kuwaaga nimewaaga. Asante. Martin, go ahead.
Mr. Bernard, first of all, let me also, like I always say, I am very appreciative of what you guys do to what you guys, Wewe, Themba, Kinawekesa, and all those people, we really appreciate, because this is a place where even sometimes when you're at work, you can still be there and listen to this, and you're waiting now for it, because we talk about our country. And like Themba always says, if we stop fighting, I mean, if we stop talking, we start fighting. And because we don't want to go back where we've been, we appreciate you guys bringing this so that people can talk, people in Kenya, and you create that boundary. So every day when I come over here, I will always say thank you to you people. What you do, tunaweza kwaruzana hapa kidogo, but you guys, what you do is very appreciative. You bring Kenya together, and you're doing things that are very humbling and very nice, because the times that we used to fight, we never had people like you. If we had people who are committed like you guys to be here and bring us together and talk even to the people who are on the other different side, we probably would have never lost the people that we lost at the time. So you guys, what you're doing is God sent, and I appreciate it so much every time I come here. Even if I don't have any material, sometimes I just say, you know, I was talking to somebody right now, I was like, everything that I wanted to say has already been said. But I said, you know what? I have to come here, support the channel, because there might be people who like me, people who don't like me. But either way, like or not, we're having the conversation. And that's what brings us together. So for me, I appreciate it. Like, it comes from the deepest part of my heart. And that's why I support this channel so much. And even the people that don't agree with us, I just respect you guys for what you guys did. This is something that if we had, we would have saved a lot of lives, because here we are trying to understand. So my number one is always to pray for you guys and say that these guys do a good job. And I appreciate you guys taking your time, paid or not paid, and whatever you do. I always have to start with that. The people in the comments, there's good people out there, you know, they make the comments work. And it's gaining something, because some time back, a week ago, somebody called me from back home. They told me, why are you talking so bad about this? And I was like, oh, whoa, you watch that? And then I was like, okay, I'm going to slow down on that one. And I slowed down. A lot of people know what I'm talking about here, people that have been here. But let me not waste so much of the time, because really, I think the people that come here late, we run the risk of repeating ourselves, because everything is already been spoken about. There's nothing I'm going to say that has not been spoken about. I mean, you guys speak about it all the way by the time we get here, because that's our time. So let me just go with the mad of the day before I go to the other one that I'm going to run out of the mada kidogo. So mada ya leo, Mada Karua, in Central. Man, I loved that. You know, she started very small. Alianza kidogo. And then alikuwa napigiwa kelele. And today, the show that I saw in NYANDARUA was just amazing. And I don't even think she needed to tell them ati mtu akuja achukue microphone, because at that time, I think everybody now started to really get her that I don't think right now when she says kuja uchukue microphone, I don't think you can even get to that. People are loving that lady. And this is a generational a moment that we're going to remember, and it's going to go into history in our country. That lady, I saw the crowd, and then at the same time I was watching the other crowd with Baba in BUSIA, and I'm like, so even Baba doesn't even have to go on that side. This one can go on that side, the other one goes on the other side, and the whole crowd is just the same thing. This is a revolutionary moment that we are experiencing in our country. And I believe that's why we have this, I mean, the people that come over here with the UDA propaganda and everything, I believe these guys come over here knowing they're going to get bashed, but also know that this is where they belong. They're just trying to find themselves. So for me, even now, I'm starting to fight, Bernard and Otanigonga, but I'm starting to really side with them. I think kuna saa zingine wanakujanga tunawagonga sana, wanakimbia, but there's some that keep on coming. And there's a reason, because they know watagongwa. They come back because they're undecided, they're trying to come into it. I like what Elijah started. Elijah, how he started very well. I was like, wow, okay, now that's what we need to do. But then again, after alianza kuinterrogatiwa, then something changed hapo kidogo. But that's okay. We are Kenyans. They can be. Let me talk about Ruto's apology today. At the time that he was apologizing, personally in my mind, because I think I know, maybe I might not know, I'm just standing there, I have my own preference. I thought, I saw Moi, the video clip that you just played here, over and over again. I saw Moi on that day. I think it was when he was trying to section 2. That's the day ilisema, kama nimekosea mtu anisamee, na ule nimemsamee. I saw the same thing, and I saw an end to an era. That's what came to my mind. And I think Bernard, I sent you that clip immediately after that. Because I think that's what I saw. I think Ruto at this point is repeating what, remember, Ruto was gotten from when they were becoming YK92, they were the rebels of Nairobi University. Nairobi University at the time had two sections. Moja ya kina watu wenye walikuwa na kina Orengo walikuwa wanapigana, but this ones na kina Gachagua became the the snitches of Moi. That's how they got into it. Na wakaingia hapo. So me, I saw that somebody who's really realizing something is gone wrong this time, and I need forgiveness. You guys forgive me, and something like that. And I was okay to forgive him. But 2 hours after, huko ameenda kuimba tena kitendawili na nini, na kwanza ametoka kuturidia a very wrong verse of what he's trying to talk about. So for me, that's I was like, okay, we can forgive him because we know I think he knows he's going home. That's what it is. Now, did Raila really need to be there? No. Mother Karua can be there. Ruto was there. Gachagua was not there. What's the problem here? We can pray wherever we are. What's the problem? Okay. I think Bernard nimemaliza mada ya leo. So now let me kimbia kidogo now, nichafue kidogo, and you'll forgive me. 2,500 acres being given as a gift to a public servant. Are you serious? I thought the Constitution says as a public servant you can be given anything. I think somebody cleared it here. I thought it was you cannot be given as a gift by somebody that actually works with the government, because that's a bribe according to our Constitution. I hope Richard Makiadi will come back, and because Najua is a working Constitution. I read something somewhere there some time back. As a public servant, you cannot be given, especially like you, deputy president, you cannot be given anything that somebody said 20,000. In fact, I don't think the Constitution allows gifts for a public servant by somebody that works with the government. I think that's called pure corruption right there. I am not right on that one. I'm not going to defend it. I think somebody might just go back. I mean, because this whole thing. I don't know. Somebody tell me the Constitution on that one. I don't know anything about that one. Captain, this is the last one I had. I want you to tell me. He's not here, but maybe somebody else can answer for them, and maybe it's a way to talk. Asha Rudi. Oh yeah, he is. Parliament passed a bill for BBI disbandment of funds. When did that happen? And if you tell me that, I will respect everything that you say. Not in our is not anyways never been done. Any money that is disbanded comes from Parliament. They're the ones that do everything. So for me, if I've lost anything else, if I've missed anything, I just want to say I'm going to be here for a few and then I'll leave. Demba, nice to see you. Bernard, nice to see you. Everybody here, the people listening, you guys do a good job. I always like nilikuwa tu napitia kidogo because I gotta go somewhere. But Demba, if you allow me, baadaye nitarudi today. I want to kuimba national anthem, but I gotta go do something. But come we're late, it's so good too. So Bernard, thank you. Have a good day. Endo lale salama. Kesho tunakuhitaji nyinyi nyote. Shukran.
Asante Martin. Kuna swali kutoka captain kwako labda. Captain iko nini?
Sio swali, unasikia ameniuliza stories za parliament sijui BBI nini. Na ulinirusha nje kuhusu hiyo stories za BBI. So I will not answer such things because I was thrown away out of the forum because of this thing of BBI. And we were told, I'm raising hand to tell him that I'm not answering anything about BBI and parliament. That is it.
Thank you. Jose, karibu. Make your submission.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Oh, Bernard has gone where? Well, I'll start with the matter,
I'm
Karua.
here. Go ahead.
Yes. You know, if you see what's scrolling there, it's like it was official. Although I think the deputy president did say that he literally ambushed Martha. So Martha was not in the program. So for us to say that she stands in for Raila, well, that was an afterthought. But even if she did, I think she did it so well for somebody who was ambushed. It is remarkable. I think Martha is somebody who really can think on her feet. Yes, Abuya.
Jose, I just want to mention that get information from the Azimio spokesman, Dennis Onsarigo. Martha was there officially.
Now I was saying that she was invited, but she was not there in the program for the speakers.
She was in the program. He has
in our
clarified that.
capacity as Martha.
No, as a representative of Raila Odinga.
Oh, okay, thank you. All I'm trying to say is that if she did, I think she did it so well, and my actually I was congratulating her for thinking so well on her feet. The short speech she gave there was commendable. Very, very commendable. It is already cutting across and was actually, it really shows that she is already a national figure and has a very good grasp of national issues. Now, still on the same strength, I think I must say that I think Martha is by the day really exceeding all expectations that most of us had expected. And I think me personally, I'm quite amazed at the way she does things. I like her approach to the electorate. As I did indicate earlier, it's like she takes wherever she goes, she takes people where they are. She reminds them where they are. She reminds them why they were fighting in the trenches, so to say, what they were fighting for. She reminds the people where they are, and then she will really propagate the Baba's 10-point agenda so that people can see sense and make a comparison with the other KK team. I really admire her approach to issues. Then she doesn't stop there. She goes ahead to elaborate quite a lot and give solutions to, you can see she gives solutions to what ails, the problems that currently ails the administration and the leadership. She will go take her time to remind the people of what their rights are, especially regarding the issues of education, the issues of CDF, issues of representation, there are issues of health, issues on agriculture, issues of infighting, especially tribal clashes, and generally their rights as citizens. Now, I would wish to I think somewhere in the Constitution there is under the 2010 Constitution there is a way non-performing representatives can actually be recalled. I'm not so sure, but I believe it is there. Now, then fast track to her pet project, the corruption issues. She really knows how to link the problems, the challenges that the country has and the challenges that the Wananchi have. And what what failures in the administration or in the current government have led to the same. She really highlights the issue of scandals, mismanagement of public funds, and mismanagement of public affairs. Then she will go ahead and take the 10 points agenda of Baba and point by point highlights how they are going to address the coming problems, something which I really admire. Now, something else, I want to say something regarding Deputy President's apologies. Well, I think the Deputy President is very smart. And for me, I think he was trying to provoke the President because he really needs that acceptance or even an acknowledgement from the President. But I'm surprised that the President did not even acknowledge the apology that he had thrown his direction. But the Deputy President really needs it if she is to outdo what Martha is doing in Central. I think those are my comments for today.
Okay, thank you, Jose Bonafemba. You can make. Okay, it's like, just hold on now. Let's play the video first. Then you can come in.
Mio wakiongozwa na gavana wa Elgeyo Marakwet Alex Tolgos wanakutana mjini Eldoret kuzungumzia mipango yao ya uchaguzi mwaka huu. Hebu turejee kwake John Wanyama.
Na Nimrod, wote wamefika hapa vile tulivyokuwa tumezungumza hapo awali, na wako na gavana Alex Tolgos. Samahani, nimezoea gavana wangu Mandago hapa. Yeah. Lakini wako hapa gavana Alex Tolgos, pengine swala ambalo mnakutana hii leo ni nini hususan mnazungumzia?
Asante sana John. Tuko hapa kama kikundi ama kundi la Azimio North Rift, na tumekutana hapa na coordinators pamoja na wale pia wanakombea viti mbalimbali ili tuweze kujadiliana na kupanga vile campaign ya Azimio itafanyika katika sehemu hii. Tayari tumeanza, kuna vikundi ambayo wanaendelea na kazi kule mashinani, lakini pia hapa tumekutana ili tuweze kuleta vichwa zetu pamoja na pia tuweze kujua wale wote ambao wanakombea viti na kuhakikisha kwamba, kwa sababu mnajua mkombeaji wa rais ama candidate wetu His Excellency Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa hapa mara moja hapa Uasin Gishu, amekuja pale Elgeyo Marakwet, lakini kuna county na sub county mingi ambaye hajaweza kuhudhuria mkutano za kampeni. Kwa hivyo tunapanga ili aweze kuingia katika kila kona ya hii North Rift.
Naam, shikilia hapo gavana, tutazungumza nawe. Mama wa nguvu, hii leo mnakutana siku hii ya leo, swala hili.
Sisi tuko hapa kufuatilia mikutano mingine ambayo tumefanya. Vile unajua, wakati Right Honorable former Prime Minister alipokuja hapa, ni sisi tulikuwa tumepanga na yeye. Alafu tukasubiri kidogo tupate kwanza yeye awe declared kama candidate wetu. Baadaye sisi wengine tukasubiri kidogo tupate hiyo salamu nzuri ya kumteua Mama Karua kuwa running mate wake. Sasa huu ndio wakati wetu, nafasi yetu, tukutane sasa, tukimbie kutafuta hizo kura na kuendelea na ile kazi vile tulikuwa tumepanga hapo awali. Ndio imetuleta hapa na foot soldiers wetu hapa tuongee, tuone tutaanza vipi, tunaenda wapi, tuendelee na ile kazi tulikuwa tumefanya.
Naam, mshikilia hapo, asante sana. Lina Chebi Kilimo.
Ndio.
Neno moja tu kwa sekunde moja.
Vile elections inafunguliwa, campaigns inafunguliwa Sunday tarehe 29, tuko hapa kujipanga kabisa ili we hit the ground from Sunday.
Na Mashirima na Nimrod, pengine mnajiuliza hapa katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu kuna pia yule ambaye ni mgombea wa ugavana katika chama cha ama katika muungano huu wa Azimio. Kwa sekunde moja tu.
Asante sana. William Kirwa ambaye ni mgombea wa kiti cha ugavana wa Uasin Gishu katika tikiti ya Azimio nikipitia chama cha UDM, na tumekutana leo kuhakikisha kwamba tumejipanga, na ni vizuri watu wajue kwamba Azimio iko Uasin Gishu, iko katika sehemu hii. Unaona wagombea wametoka Nandi, Uasin Gishu na hata Keyo Marakwet. Tuko tayari.
Naam, Mashirima na Nimrod, vile unasikia wanasema kwamba wako tayari na kila kitu, wanasema kwamba watahakikisha kwamba wanapata kura katika eneo hili, lakini tutakuwa hapa ange kuhakikisha kwamba tutayafuatilia ambayo watakuwa wanasema, na tutakuja kwenu hapo katika taarifa zetu za hapo baadaye. Tunakuwa viongozi wengi tu ambao pia wangependa kuzungumza, lakini tunawaahidi tutakuwa tunaleta taarifa hizi katika taarifa zetu hapo baadaye. Kwenu studio.
Naam, mtazamaji, John Wanyama huyo, shukrani.
Okay, Themba, you're welcome now. You can make your submission.
How are you, Abuya, Hosea, and Neto? Nice to see all of you. And indeed, it's a pleasure that we're able to meet here again to analyze, prosecute, and compare and contrast the events of the day. Want to comment on one. One thing, and that is Bertha Karua's, the prayer breakfast generally. It being the last prayer breakfast for this particular government and parliament, I think it was a time for some of them to showcase themselves and what they thought about each other. But one thing that stood out for me is the tendency for us to hide within the religious context and take the bait of using the religious moment to expand and show our hypocritical nature. In the same environment, I as opposed to what Abuya said that Martha was in the program, the way Ruto made it sound was like she wasn't in the program. Maybe she wasn't to speak because I'm aware that the religious leaders were the ones who are taking charge of the program. And in my view, I think Ruto realized that if he didn't call her, he just jumped into a moment. Someone else, and especially the president, was going to call her. And that was probably going to leave him more embarrassed. Then he calls Martha. And then I think when Martha stood up and Martha said that I don't know how to quote, and she gave a Bible quotation. Now he went on a tangent trying to show how much he knows the Bible. I don't mind biblical people and those people who quote the Bible. And Bernard here is a religious person. And indeed, there are people, men of God, who have contributed positively to the development of democracy. Further afield, we can talk about Martin Luther King, who was a preacher. And back home in Kenya, you can talk about Bishop Muge, Alexander Muge. We can talk about Njoya.
We can talk about very many great men of God who stood up very strongly for the progress, and they stood. There's even Bishop Dolan. The people who stood so strongly, they were following. They stood for social justice. They stood for progressive society. But then again, we have seen also betrayal from some people who have tended to move towards the word of God, and that's why Karl Marx suggested that religion is the opium of the masses. In this case, his suggestion on it was that, in his classical theory, that if people are fed with religion, they stop to reason. So it therefore follows, when they came and their arguments have been fronted, that when the white man came to colonize Africa, the scramble for Africa, they came with a religion, and they have used it in some situations to colonize the masses. They have used religion to try and make people forget who they are. And we see a re-emergence of the post-colonial or the neo-colonialists who want to colonize you and still use the Bible to do the same. It acts of embarrassment when you see the deputy president coming in front and saying that he wants to forgive, and yet in the same vein is still going out to lie. We have not seen one person who has said so many lies within a very short time. And he seems not to remember the lies as soon as he has said them. I think Kenyans are woke now, and I don't know if for some reason they think that these things are not said on record. Explain to me how someone can admit to being given a gift of 2,500 acres of land. Who can give you that kind of a gift? AFC, which was being led by one of his friends, was actually going to take land and give to squatters. And so he goes and takes that land, and he becomes one of the squatters to receive land. Now, if he was squatter number one who received 2,500 acres of land, how much were the other squatters receiving? I think we need to interrogate such a person with so many lies, incorrigibly, cannot be changed. He's damaged beyond measure. You cannot believe, you cannot think that just because your speech is flowery, you can deceive Kenyans. There are two things though that I agree with Ruto, that this particular election is the final point at which you put the final nail on the coffin of politics of deceit and conmanship. That is one thing that I agree with him. And the other thing I agree with him, that Kenya has no fools anymore. He has said that we are short of fools. We don't have fools. So those two things we agree. And indeed, he is right. Because in this election, we are going to finish the politics of deceit and conmanship. The greatest conman that we have is the name of the deputy president. You saw the video that Bernard put here earlier, where one time he's busy saying, it is good to borrow. The next time he's running away from it. It is Kenyans who are watching, and Kenyans are watching. Social media is real. Now, far from 2013, 2017, right now, social media is so strong, information travels like wildfire. So if he's still in the 10 years ago campaigning, he should remember we are in 2022. And in 2022, we have YouTube that is all over. We have information that we can retrieve from the time he said them. And I think this time round, Kenyans have to make a decision. And another thing
the deputy president says, may the Lord give the desires of the president's heart. Now, if you know the desires of the president's heart, he has already said it. He has said that he wants an Azimio government. And you see, sometimes, like that's why I said, when the gods wants to finish you, they make you mad first. So he woke up and said that now I pray that God may give the desires of the president's heart and his legacy progress to continue. Now, the president in jest also said that may the prayers of William come true. You know, the prayers of the president is, I want Azimio to take to the government. And if that is his prayer, then that should come true. You know, those are very good prayers. So you even become foolish when you engage too much into deceit and conmanship. So even forget that, you see, he's praying for his enemies to succeed, because according to him, the president is his enemy. So if he's praying for him, for his desires to succeed, then that was a very good prayer. Other than that, I think we are on the right tangent. Martha stood up, said so strongly, and she said so well. I think she was apt. She said that it is one thing for us to pray, but prayers must be followed by action. It is not just going to church every time. It's not just every time coming and speaking. We need, and a lot of prayer, we need action. So I think that was also very, very apt. It was right on point. Thank you, Bernard. I think I want to leave it there for now.
Okay, asante. Now you can take charge. Jose, Ikonin?
Well, earlier on in the beginning, I just remembered members talking about the quoting of the verses. Are you in a position to verify that the verse Ruto quoted was wrong? That there is a talk like that?
Of course, it's true. He misquoted the verses. I don't know whether he wasn't quoting, he was giving his interpretation. Isaiah 1 verse 18 talks about, come, let us reason together. Though thy sin be as red as crimson, it shall be as white as snow. Things like that. And then falling short is Romans chapter 3 verse 23. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God.
Well. Anyway, for Pemba, there's something I wanted to ask you. When the deputy president...
Hold on. I can quote it right now, yeah? So, Ruto said, for we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So that's what he said for Isaiah 1:19. But the actual quote is, if ye be willing and obedient, ye shall eat the good of the land, meaning that huyu ni Arab mashamba, anapenda mashamba sana, aliona land, and that was his favorite quote.
Well. My other follow-up comment was about when the deputy president said that, told the president that when you retire, you know, there have been talk that the president is not retiring from his camp. Now, some people thought so that he was being sarcastic, reminding him that you retire peacefully. But with a light touch. That's all.
So thank you guys. Thank you everybody for keeping it here. Let us keep the conversation going. I'll see you people later on in the day. Tuendele. Temba, carry on.
Hey, Bernard, thank you very much. Tunaku appreciate sana. And nilikuja tu kukusalamia, and we ni pastor wetu kabisa. Tunaku appreciate.
Asante. Thank you. I'll see you people later. Asante.
Okay, sawa. The next person was who? Njiru Maura.
Okay, thank you very much.
So wacha nichagie mada yetu ya leo na wasalimu nyote. First of all, I want to first of all discredit what the deputy president did today. She denied Mother Karua an opportunity to give her speech in a relaxed mode. Yeah, we might say that it was breaking the protocol kama ile kitu alifanya, but it was a setup. She wanted that lady to panic and maybe aende hapo. Then because it was a religious function, the deputy president alifanya hiyo yote, alikuwa anataka, he wanted that lady, walikuwa nataka kuqualify ile maneno wamekuwa akisema yeye hata aendi kanisa. So it was a confusion alikuwa anataka kuletea huyu mama. And I think as a second in command kwa Azimio, watu wa protocol wangetafuta process. Yeah, and now that pia Mother Karua ndiye alikuwa anasimamia Raila Odinga hapo sababu ako kwa campaign huko Western, there was all the merit that huyo mama angepewa nafasi aongee. But the way the deputy president brought it there, I know ni upanga alikuwa anamupea jikate. But we thank God that Mother Karua was able to stand and she performed exemplary beyond vile mtu anaweza fanya. When it was a setup, I can tell you for it was a setup, and that was not the way. People of that level, you don't just ambush them. I think walikuwa wanafata kumupitishia hata kama ni karatasi ili ajipange. In a way, if it was to be done that way. But history tu ya kuambush tu mtu from nowhere, I don't agree with it. It was a setup, and the next time it should be discouraged. People need to be given, yeye mwenyewe, he was given time to prepare. Alikuwa anajua ataongea kwa hiyo nafasi. Ukiona hata Mother Karua pale waliongea na Kanzedena hapo, I think she almost wanted to decline it, but yule mtu alimpea confidence pale alikuwa Kanzedena, kama mliona hata akiongea na yeye kidogo. So the deputy president should stop doing such things. It is not healthy and it is not helping anyone. Hakuna haja ya kuanzia kuwekea watu mitego ili waende pale waanzie kuongea vitu ambazo. But I thank God the mama aliweza at least even if she was not able to read as many Bible verses kama zile Ruto alikuwa anajifanya pale anasoma, at least Mother Karua was able to show what a true Christian is supposed to be. I was a bit frustrated with the deputy president. I wish hata angebeba Biblia. Unajua, ndio mimi unaona kama mimi, by the way, I'm a very serious Christian, but story ya kuquote Bible inanilemeanga sana. So mimi ile kitu nafanyanga, I usually have like a pocket Bible. So mimi ile wakati naongea na mtu and I want to talk about the Bible, naitoanga na nafungua. Unajua, this idea of people wanting to recite the Bible kama vile watu wa Quran wana recite Quran yao, and you know, like some of us Christians we have not fully dedicated our time kusomanga Biblia na kuirecite. At least my brothers Waislamu naonanga wakirecite Quran na wanaweza kutolea hizo vitu, but for us Christian, unajua tuko na hiyo tu pingamizi kidogo because we just refer the Bible and we have not been oriented to this vigorous reading of the Bible, and we have to accept it. And no one said that referring to the Bible is wrong. So mimi nachukua Biblia, nafungua, nasoma ile chapter, naona inanisaidia. But this idea ya kwenda kusimama kwa watu mpale mbele and you want to give verse after verses ili watu so that now people can be able to relate to your Christianity that way, it is very wrong. It is garibu actually. And I was really frustrated kuona our deputy president aki-quote wrong. Unajua, I knew ata misquote. Unajua mimi venye niliona huyo jamaa ameanzia kuongea hapo, mimi nilichukua Bible yangu, akitaja verse nafungua, akitaja verse nafungua. At least ili ya Chariots ali-quote vizuri. And I know the reason why hiyo ya Chariots ali-quote vizuri, sababu that one was a targeted one. Hiyo ya Chariots, that one he was communicating to somebody. That one was a verse to Uhuru Kenyatta. So I know the reason why he had to give hiyo ya Chariots. So I knew So hii ingine ambaye alikuti vibaya, I was very frustrated, and that is who this guy is. Gentlemen, atuchagui pastor, atuchagui bishop, and hii ndio ile shida Kenyans wamekuwa nayo. Sisi tunachagua jamaa wa kuturindia mali yetu. Atuchagui ati jamaa wako. Ati how many verses unaweza recite kama uangalie Bible. To me, those are non-issues to me. Whether unaweza recite Bible ama uweze recite Bible and your character is good, I'm okay with you. You can carry your Bible, you can refer. So, history ingine ya shamba ya criticals, unajua leo nimesoma maneno mingi sana kuhusu huyu criticals, hata nimeona he is a guy from Greece. So mimi ile kitu najiuliza ya kwanza ni first of all, ningetaka kwanza audit ifanywe ya hiyo shamba, kwanza tujue the price ya hiyo shamba ni pesa ngapi, because nasikia ni 2,500. So
Njeru, just quick question. Ilikuwa 2,500, si ndio?
Acres, yeah.
Lakini alikuwa squatter kweli?
No, he is not a squatter. He is not a squatter, definitely. So, nilikuwa nikitaka kujua ile agreement walikuwa nayo na criticals, na alilipa criticals pesa ngapi, and that money needs to be audited, because I know 2,500, hata pair eka moja, even 500k, pair eka moja, maybe a rate of 500k. That one is close to almost I was seeing ni karibu some billions, So hii pesa alitoa wapi? You know, this guy asipo na historia tunasemanga ati ma politicians ati wako na pesa sana, wamefanya biashara. Let me tell you, and let me tell you, kulingana na ile ile pesa hawa watu wana MP makue nani, let me tell you, a Kenyan MP or position, na sio vile umefanya ati mabiashara nini, having a net worth of more than 3 billion is not tangible. Either hiyo inaoneshana umefanya biashara na serikali ama kuna pari. Let me tell you, even as a politician, I cannot say, I need to see zile businesses umefanya na whether umereport. That's why, you know, in Kenya we do not do credible look on books of account. And I can tell you, somebody to have a net worth of 3 billion Kenya shilling ni mulima. I'm telling you, let's be frank, it's a real work. Huyo mtu amefanya kazi mingi sana, sababu unajua tuko na vitu inaitangwa expenses na vitu zingine. Yeah, unaweza fanya kazi ya 3 billion, but out of that 3 billion, what is the net ile ingia kwa account yako? Unajua inamaanisha kama net yako ni 3 billion, inamaanisha umefanya kazi ya 20 or 30 billion. Sababu unajua kuna zile expenses, zile pesa umelipa watu na nini. Then na inamaanisha pia kama uko na shamba ya 3 billion, inamaanisha ulikuwa na pesa ingine mingi, because remember, we invest a portion of the money we have, and that is not the only thing umefanya kwa maisha. Umenunua shamba, you are donating to people, you are doing campaign. So unajua, I want us to do resource separation, na muone huyu jamaa ya kwamba the amount of money we are talking here is not attainable for any Kenyan citizen to have those particular of money. Na historia ya kusema tu huyo mtu amefanya biashara, amefanya nini, that outright tell you that these people have stolen, and we have to call it that way. Mimi hata ile siku nitakuja ati nisikia ati mtu tu you have wondered ati umekuwa tu ukifanya kazi kwa serikali and your net worth is 1 billion, 3 billion, I will question that money. Let's know, have you done business with the government? Is it self-interest? Now, those are the things we want them to be separated. So, and that is why mimi hata nikisimama hapa, I am not ashamed to say that these guys are thieves, and Mr. Ruto himself is a thief. He cannot prove where this money he has gotten it. Hata akikuja kuniuliza, I can confirm it and confirm again. Nimekuwa nikisoma net worth ya Karua. Karua is worth 88 million. You people, you need to follow this. 88 million, at least I can resonate with that one. Somebody who started working as an MP from 1992, somebody who has a law firm, net worth 88 million, it is understandable. But net worth ya kina Ruto ya 50 billion, that one, my friend, it is not, hiyo ni wizi. Let me tell you, it cannot be attained. They are not the only people who know to do business better than others. Na historia ya kusema tu huyo mtu ati amepata hii pesa akaenda akaweka kuku akafanya nini, it is not explainable. You cannot explain wealth. Now huyo mtu, he is not like Google, or yes, he is Safaricom, or he is having serious companies which are employed. You are just doing business with the government. As long as you are doing business with the government, that is self-interest, and there is no any explanation tunaweza sema tumetumia kupata pesa. So nikimalizia ama nikifanya conclusion yangu ni kwamba Kenyans, you have a choice, and there is a thief here who is on the horizon. Na unajua history ati ya kusema ati Kenya kila mtu ni mwizi, we have to stop thinking in that perspective, and we need to know that we also have good people and people who can come and safeguard our wealth. I can tell you, kama Ruto ameiba akiwa deputy president, if Ruto will become the president, and I pray that he will not become, he will steal 500% of what he has stolen. Sai Ruto hajaiba. Munasikia story ya Kimwarel na Arol. I can tell you, Ruto ataiba kila kitu. In the Ministry of Agriculture atakuwa naiba yuko. In the Ministry of Energy atakuwa naiba yuko. Kwa stima atakuwa naiba. Now his tentacles will be everywhere. He will still be old. He will want to compete with Akina Uhuru and other people who have met their perennial wealth. And I can tell you, we are beckoning on a danger. And this is the high time when Kenyans need to reject this guy. With his regarding Gachagua, by the way, somebody who has just been, I think, amekuwa tu ameemploywa through his time. Adio, then sijui akakuwa sijui mwanabiashara kidogo, akipewa macontract hapo kwa serikali, then akakuja akakuwa MP. They are billionaires. Their wealth is not just, ni vile saa zingine au watu wanakuanga wakisoma wealth ya watu. They are not very genuine with us. I can tell you, if people did the right audit ya ile utajiri wako nayo, mutashtuka, mutakuta mtu kama Ruto only 5% ndio ya ukweli ya ile wealth yako nayo. Utakuta mtu kama Rigathi Gachagua only 2% ya ile wealth yako nayo ndio ya ukweli. So we are dealing with crooks. We are dealing with people who are not even supposed to hold any public office. How watu, they are not even supposed to be on the ticket. I'm actually surprised that even the Kenyan government can allow this guy to vie. Guys who have criminal record, guys who are waiting to go to court, who are having charges on criminality, charges on stealing, na bado wako kwa ballot. I think Kenyan government is a joke, and we have to stop it. Anyway, if the Kenyan government is not going to help us, we have a choice as civilized Kenyans to decide on the ballot. Let's not vote people who have criminal records. It is not attainable to us. It is not attainable to our generation. It is just mockery to character. It is just mockery to people who are and hardworking Kenyans who are thinking right and doing the best thing. Thank you, Bwana Semba. I will be here and I will be reasoning. Let's vote people. We are not short of people who have good record. Tuko na watu ambao hajaiba, mbona tunaendea wezi? It's a shame to Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiru. I actually just to further cement what you're saying. There's one senator who was to be the senator of Nairobi, Sifuna. He said that the candidates of Kenya Kwanza looked like a charge sheet. If you look at the first name, William Samuel Ruto, the many things that are facing him, look at Gachagua, the names that are there, he looks like a DCI charge sheet. So we need to choose between a charge sheet and a reformist sheet. You know, people who want to go and loot further. Keep real, keep karibu. Keep had you spoken.
No, long time. Temba, unajua wewe, you're my brother. But tunamisiana because of time zones. Because we used to speak quite often because he used to come at about 12 o'clock Eastern European time. Umekuja hapa asubuhi sana na hatujaongea in a long time, which is a bit of a shame. Sababu najua wewe ni former Man in Black. Temba, it's only a joke. So today's topic. Martha Karua stood for Raila, because Raila was not coming for the prayer meeting because it's like the last leg, and Uhuru's protocol, like coming in for these government functions, it's the last one. You'll never see Uhuru coming in for the final. This is hii ni ya mwisho kabisa atakuja, and Raila did not want to come for that drama, because if you notice on one thing, that in the past Ruto would not invite Raila, and Uhuru would now have to break protocol, because remember the DP is the one who is in charge of these functions, would not invite Raila, and then Uhuru would have to break protocol and then invite Raila, and in some cases Raila would not even be allowed to speak. Sorry.
Keep.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Can you also comment on the seating arrangement?
Yeah, so that's what I was going into that. So we move to that first bit whereby the DP would not invite our friend Raila to come in, the guys you call Baba, to come for these events, yet he's the leader of the opposition, because it's protocol that the leader of the opposition, yet in the former constitution, the leader of the opposition would either be minority leader or whatever it is, would come in. But since he does not have an elected position, you have to invite these fellows, and even his under his capacity as premier of Kenya, the second premier of Kenya after Jomo Kenyatta, he's somebody that you'd have to invite to parliament for certain functions, or the death of a president. This is a very important person that you'd invite, like other vice presidents or other presidents and deputy premier, like Mudavadi himself, who's a former premier of Kenya. That's why he thinks is important. So if you see that those events where Raila's in the last 3 years was invited by the president and not the deputy, this time I think Ruto invited invited Raila, but Raila was in BUSIA. And that is where you'll realize that Martha Karua's speech was quite important for us. It was more like she said, "My principle, I'm here on behalf of my principle." Remember, she says, "My principle," other than being a national party leader of NARC Kenya. She says her principle is an ODM leader, which is Azimio, Raila. So she spoke on behalf of Raila, which was kind of an ambush, which I did not appreciate. They ambushed this lady. But I like the way she walked through there. Second time I'm going to say on Mtembe, she catwalked there and represented her principle with a very sober analogy. Now, this is a prayer meeting. What happened in the prayer meeting is the fact that for the first time, I think, I'm not very sure, for the first time, Uhuru greeted Ruto. But it was not because he wanted to greet him. It's because this is actually more for those who believe in Sagod. It's a religious function. So wakasalamiana hapo, but the fact is Uhuru decided to sit with the judiciary. If you look at other prayer meetings, you'd realize that the VP always sits with, not the VP, the DP always sat with the president. Even in the previous last years, they sat together. But in this occasion, Uhuru sat with the judiciary, including the CS. Not the CS, the Attorney General. The Attorney General kinda is part of the Justice Department, although the Attorney General does not represent the president, but represents the government. So the Attorney General sat with the Chief Justice, and in the same table, but usually the legislative sit together and the justice sit together, and then the military guys sit together. But in this case, Uhuru opted to sit with the judiciary arm of the government, which is very strange. And if you realize even more by the way, even if the speaker of the national government, the National Assembly, is actually the one who invites everybody, the MC of the whole function is the DP, but the person who organizes and invites people in terms of protocol is the Speaker of the House, and not the Senate one, but the National Assembly, the MPs, is sorry, I've lost my train of thought there. So although that was there, you could see that sitting of arrangement was the justice, the justice table, the judiciary table was a bit closer to the podium than the legislative. I didn't even see the military one. I did not see the military one. I think it was way back. So what I'm thinking here is what Ruto was looking for was a photo op whereby he would either shake Raila's hand or shake Martha Karua's hand. But unfortunately, it backfired on him. It backfired on him twice. The first time it backfired on him was the fact that Martha Karua's speech, although it was impromptu, was more of saying that, yeah, this woman is very clever. She didn't quote any Bible quotes. She spoke about practicing what you preach, or praying, asking for prayer with an action. So you do the action first, or whatever it is, you do the action and pray for it, while our guy here was trying to quote the Bible, realizing we're in the digital age where people will actually research those things and then come back and fact check you. So I did that in the beginning of the show and realized that Ruto did Isaiah 1:18 was wrong. So for me, what I'm realizing right now is the fact that the antics that Ruto, because Ruto is a shrewd politician. Please, guys, do not underestimate this person. He's a shrewd politician. Even Gashagua's choice is quite great, and I think even when Alex Loss comes here, he'll explain to you, is the fact that Gashagua's choice is not a bad choice. Okay, I'm not going to continue for a bit because I think there are going to be a few questions here, and I don't want to. I'm going to be here till morning because tomorrow I think I'm going to take a bit of a day off. I'll continue because the number of people here are quite low, and I want to continue to be here. And where's Martin Dotto? Martin has gone. I was going to come into the Ukambani politics, but I'll let it rest there, and then continue a bit. And I hope Fred will come in. Asante sana Temba. I think you entertain my shrewdness, but I'm still gonna be here, and I hope Martin and Kasuti come in.
Who told you you're shrewd? You're not shrewd. You're clueless. Yes, Mr. Hosea. Let me
wait.
Well, Pete, there is something.
No, wait. Ni matusi imekuja hapo.
Keep calm down. Calm down.
Keep before I forget, eh?
I didn't say anything. Yes, Hosea, what is it? I
have two issues for which I'm seeking. Okay, the first one regarding you remember the analysis that did you send me an email so that I send you the file direct?
No, I sent you the file direct, and the file is basically me saying that I already got the raw data now because you send it in a PDF form. So I'm uploading.
I can send you the word version, the editable version.
Tafadhali, because there's a bit of it that I'm gonna phone you because I don't want it to be in public right now because we have to prepare ourselves before Saturday or Sunday. I have it, and I also have the MP data.
Why do you have to send him a PDF? He can convert it, unless it is
The
locked.
other way around, he sent me the PDF.
Well,
and I converted
I've
it.
given Bernard the PDF, and I think that is
That's
what
what I'm
is
saying.
circulated.
If you keep, you need that in Word. Convert it to Word. Why does he have to send one in Word? Which world do you live in?
Keep just confirm that you can convert it. Then we are ready to go.
It is
Wait, relax, Temba, relax. Wakamba wanakuanga funny saa zingine. Ose, I've converted it. I have the raw data, but the only thing I'm missing is
Who told you I'm Kamba?
See your brother Ndeto.
Yeah, he couldn't have been guessing.
Okay, so no, okay, I'll just tell you like fresh. I'm missing the total votes for by ward level, but I've got women rep, senator, and governor data. But we'll discuss that later.
Okay.
Let's discuss this before the weekend here, because this is going to be a hot topic, and I want Temba and I think Richie. This is the person I want to talk to, Richie Makidi. We're going to talk about it, and Fred. It's going to be a hot show. And for the public, I think we should close the channel, the stream for a bit. Then we discuss with these 10 people. Njeru is here, and Njeru wants to be involved. And
that I would suggest that we only do two regions at a time.
Yes.
Otherwise, it will overwhelm everyone.
Yeah. So I have the data for constituency and all that, but let's discuss that later. Because this is a bit boring. Because we Fred and Janataka.
Okay, thank you. Now let me bring in Abuya.
1 minute.
Abuya.
Temba, there is something that.
Hold on, Osea, hold on. Watch out to let Abuya. You cannot take all the time responding.
No, I'm saying there is something I'd ask you.
I'll bring you back, Goja. Watch out to skiz Abuya.
I just wanted to mention something small regarding the Kenyan culture. The Kenyan culture where we glorify the wrong things. And I just wanted to tell Kip, for me, I don't consider the DP a shrewd politician. You know, it's like saying, you know, the way the talk that Kenyans have is that anybody corrupt, unasikia huyo ni Sonko, huyo ni mkubwa. So let's call a spade a spade. The guy is not shrewd. The man is simply ni mwizi hatari. Tusidanganyane hapa ati kwamba ni mtu mzuri, ni shrewd. That is not being smart. Because when you glorify the habits, then we mess with the social fabric. Now, I was not attacking you, Kip. So take it easy.
Okay. No, I'm still here. No, I'm still here.
I think just before I bring Kip, I think that we need to start demarcating certain things in our political culture and leadership in Kenya. We need to start stopping to celebrate people simply because we imagine that where they are. We need to celebrate both the process and the end result, not just the end result. In the ruling that happened in 2017, Maraga said that if the process is wrong, the conclusion cannot be right. Why are we applying that to the law? But now when we come to social fabric, to political discipline, to culture, to the things, the value we want to find in leadership, we only celebrate the result. That it doesn't matter how you go there as long as you are there. We need to start telling people, because when they went and when NASA was arguing its case, and the case, I mean the election was thrown out. It was thrown out. Why? Because of the process. The process had question. BBI was thrown out. Why? Because of the process. So why do you want to look at other things? We want to look at processes. But when it comes to leadership, we are not looking at processes. We don't want to care how someone got where they are. We just want to see, because they got here, they must have worked hard. Because someone went and lied to us, so we say they must have worked hard. Now everybody, for some reason, now everybody wants to say that I hustled to get here. Whether you stole, you did whatever you did, you are where you are. Now we need to clap for you and we need to pick it. We don't learn a lot from when we see when you have something. We learn a lot from the process. So we need to start to stop celebrating people who have done evil, and that is the process. The thing we are teaching our society and our children, so that children and some of the youths growing up, they have now stopped looking at hard work. Why do you think we keep reading every day of people who have gone into, I don't know, SIM swapping? Some of them have gone into conmanship. Some of them have gone into entrepreneurship, things that, they have learned, because they're saying that if those are the things, those are the people who have money, and those are the people we see. Wash things. We need to start celebrating people who have moved, who have earned honest living, who are not mentioned in any corruption, but they are still making it in life, because they are such kind of people. Someone like Gashagwa, who has, I don't know, 200 accounts that cannot be seen where they're coming from. He did business with the county government when his brother was a governor. That was undue influence. And so these are the kind of people who want to celebrate. So what are we creating in the societies to come? People like Anway Guru, you steal NYS, then you go and you come and start saying, I rose from zero. It is time for us to reset our society, and this is where it is coming. So I think even the language we use, we start socializing our kids to start saying that this is the people that we need to be celebrating. No, we need to start calling values, value society, where it doesn't matter. In fact, that is what Azimio says, kazi si kazi tu, kazi ya muhimu, Yes, Skip.
Yes. So basically what you're saying is we're going to move towards what the Chinese people are doing, is rewarding people that are like the American way is they're rewarding celebrities and rewarding kind of justice in societies, rather than rewarding the doctors, the lawyers and stuff like that. So TikTok, for example, was invented by the Chinese. That's a fact. But if you watch the TikTok for the Chinese society, you'd see that the farmers, the lawyers and stuff like that, you'd find that their TikTok is more trending than the celebrity useless stuff. You'd find that people in that society that is important to us is what is being promoted. And I think that's what we need to drive our society towards. It's instead of rewarding justice and thieves in our society, we need to reward the actual, people that bring value into our society. So preaching that is, how do we make such professions in our society in Kenya more attractive? It's by paying them more. And how do we pay them more? We need to start paying our police more. We need to pay our magistrates more. We need to pay our judges more, so that theft and corruption is reduced. And this is the problem we're having in Kenya right now. We're paying just as more than we're paying important people in societies like nurses, like doctors, like surgeons. Why are these people like engineers? Like Raila is an engineer. Njero, sorry, I always bring a topic that asks questions a lot. Njero.
You see, just before Njeru comes, I can see he has issues with his audio. You see, Kip, you are starting from a very wrong perspective. It has been proven psychologically. There's no amount of money that you will pay someone for them to stop being corrupt if they're internally corrupt. What we need to create is a system in which how much hard work you pay, you can get it. For example, work on welfare, work on things that are basic in our society. How do we reduce appetite for corruption? Don't pay policemen more. Give them a good environment to operate. Give them good houses, good housing. Make corruption unattractive. You know, don't policemen, even in these developed countries, they don't necessarily get more than every other person, but their welfare is taken care of. You know, you find the things that you need as a person to operate. Make the environment, the welfare needs well taken care of in our country. But now all of us here know at least 2 or 3 people want to be MCs or MPs. Why? MCAs or MPs. Why? Not because of the salary. If someone tells you, if someone can afford to come and tell you, and then you see the kind of condescending attitude they have. There's this lady, Kate Waruguru, says that, you see, me, I'm a hustler. Even if you don't elect me, I'll go and do my things. So why are you there? Why do you even seek the vote? Why are you standing in front of people to want to be elected? When you're telling them, even if you don't elect me, I'll still get what I need to get. It's like she's doing you a favor for you to elect her. So your vote is not actually something that you need. You know, when I want to imagine that your vote right now is like when you're interested in a lady. You don't tell a lady that even if you don't take me, I'm going to get another one. You have to make sure that you kind of talk nicely to the lady. This time round, they need to talk nicely to your vote. But Ketwa Guru was telling them that, you see, that these people, I'm the one even who bought for them. I don't know what Meko, I'm the one who has done this for them. And even if you don't elect me, I'm going to do this and this. That's a condescending attitude. That is how the leaders are taking us. So why is it that they are going there? Why is it attractive to be a politician in Kenya? Why do you have so many people wanting to be MCAs and all that? It's not because of the salary. The first thing they do when they come, the first time you hear that people in Homa Bay have gone to Mombasa for benchmarking. MCAs in Homa Bay or in whichever county are going to another place, another county to benchmark.
And to be honest, it was the most useless position in 2013, the governorship and the MCA stuff. Nobody thought about it until 2017. That's when they saw and now it's even hotter. Somebody got killed in Kisii because of the MCA stuff, because they've realized this is actually a cash cow. Because, Martin Detto wants to be an MCA somewhere. I'm trying to get him here. He doesn't want to be. So it's a bit of a joke. Okay. Njeru, have you gotten your mic working? No, it's not working, brother.
Your audio is not working.
Remove it. You have to remove it. No, we can't hear you. You need to remove the mic. Remove the whole thing. No. Temba, I really value this guy's opinion, but
I think we may have to go on, Keep. What we are trying to say, the concept of having people like adding more money to them, more money has never been shown to be something that gives them motivation, not an appetite for lack of corruption. How much money does Ruto earn, for example? Ruto has lots of money, but he still went ahead and got some farm without an appetite for corruption. Will still be an appetite for corruption. So what we need to do, and look at Gachagua. How many accounts were those? Over 200 accounts with different amounts of money.
Yeah,
So
but wait, Tamba, before you continue, wasn't Gashagua's company solely responsible for any the payment process of all counties, meaning that the 47 counties in Kenya had the money that they received from the government or any procurement had to go through Gashagua's. This is why people don't understand. This is why the 12 million, that it's 12 billion, sorry, 12 billion that is alleged in Africa microfinancing company that Gachagua holds the funds in was frozen. So I need people to understand that there's a bit of a scary bit here that Alex brought in, whereby most governors are vulnerable with Gashagua's being deputized in the UDA government. Hii pesa yote Gachagua alifanya wash allegedly for all governors that wanted to be corrupt in Kenya.
Those are allegations that we can't prove. So
that's why I said allegedly. I used the word allegedly.
Sisi tunawaka na what is already in court right now. Makiadi, karibu. It's your time.
Demba, thank you. You know, I'm a very generous man. Naona Kasuti amerequest anaenda kazini, so ninaweza mwachia kwanza aende.
Kasuti, karibu.
Thank you, Richard. Asante sana. Demba, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you guys. We kienyeji, sasa hii mambo ya kubadilisha majina, hiyo si mzuri. Hata wewe unatufanyia wash kwa majina bwana. Wacha kutufanyia wash kwa majina. Stick mahali pamoja, weka mahali pamoja, maintain bwana. Unafaa kuheshimu hiyo jina ya kienyeji. Ibaki tu kwa kienyeji. Si mambo na kumara sijui nini, utakuja kutuletea pia watermelon hapa na hatutaki hiyo. So maintain my brother. So mi wacha nisungumzie tu kidogo kuhusu hiyo prayer breakfast ya state. Mi nitasungumzia kuhusu the seating arrangement. And I have opined in this platform for several occasions, nikasema ya kwamba if there is a genius and also shrewd politician in Kenya, is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He don't engage in a battle that he know very sure that he's not going to win. Hiyo sitting arrangement ilikuwa ni reconciliation ya judiciary because they unajua, as you know, hawajakuwa na ile cordial relationship with the judiciary, and this was the only good time to make that reconciliation, because you see the CJ was happy, you see Attorney General was there, and then well, uliona vile mambo ilikuwa tu imepangwa vizuri tu na hata ukaangalia ile maongeo yake hayakuwa yale mabaya vile. So ni mtu ana acting very slow but sure. Akifanya kitu anajua ya kwamba itakuwa na hii result, na hii ndio impact yake. Lakini huyu jamaa wetu na mbogi yake ya maspika, wale partisans speakers, waliambiwa mwinyi kwendeni mkakae huko, mkwende mkafanyie wash zenu huko, because our speakers wote
ulisawe jina assistant Jesus bana.
Chief hustler, chicken seller, son of Sokoi, assistant Jesus himself, the way he proclaimed, which is very wrong. Anakuja sasa anataka kutufundisha Biblia, na tunamwambia kwamba ndugu yetu, hiyo Biblia unasomanga vice versa, because Biblia inakanya, usichukue neno la Mungu kwa mzaha, na kuna kitu kimoja Biblia inasema na inaonya, you will be forgiven for all sins, but you will never be forgiven, and furthermore you will be punished once you take a joyride for the Holy Spirit of God. Ukimkufuru Roho Mtakatifu, hiyo utahukumiwa. Hiyo hakuna msamaha pale. So hiyo mambo wanakuja wanatuambia hivi, anahubiri maji na anakunywa divai, anasema tunafanya hivi na anafanya vile vingine. So hiyo ilikuwa hiyo, mimi naona pale kwa nini, na is the same way ilikuwa it was a message. By the way, that sitting arrangement was sending a message the same way. Ina relate na ile message ya John Musheru. John Musheru said, akasema ya kwamba mmeshinda mkisema ya kwamba mimi ni resign ama sijui nifanye nini, lakini nakuuliza swali, mimi na wewe ni nani ako na powers za hiyo uwezo yenye unataka kusema? Na akasema, akamuuliza swali, wewe na mimi si tunajua, na si tulikuwa na wewe, tulikampeni na wewe 2017, what has changed today? Akamwambia, what is there, we are not planning to rig election, but what we are going to do, we are going to protect Raila's votes, to protect, which means we have won this election not once, not twice before. It means our victory has been stolen. Yani ile tu ile ya wazi tu unachukuliwa, ile walikuwa wanasema nyinyi mtameza tu mate, sisi tunakula nyama. Alafu hii kumbavu ingine inaitwa, I'm sorry to use that one, I withdraw that one. Huyu mtu anaitwa Kashagwa, alafu akiambia kwamba ati nao anataka kuchukua mali zote za unajua, you people you understand how Venezuela once upon a time iliongozwa na mtu fulani pale, na it's the same way ile njia ya Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe. So this thing ya kuanza kusema ya kwamba ati Safaricom wako na pesa mingi sana, tuchukue tupatie mama mboka. Sasa wewe ukichukua pesa za Safaricom upe mama mboka, utakuwa umesaidia nini? Utakuwa unaporomosha uchumi ama utakuwa unasaidia? So watu, it is their time to eat. So I urge Kenyans, open your eyes, smell coffee. These people, once if you make a mistake and you do that one to elect these people, my friend, we'll go the route of Venezuela, and we'll go the route of Zimbabwe, and also we'll go the route of ile jaro ya Hitler. So I think it was a rallying call ya kwamba kila kitu kiko in order. Hata hiyo kuambush Mother Karua kusema atikuja usalimiane, in fact hiyo ni kitu alikuwa anataka tu kujaribu kuappeal with the previous actions, zile vitu ambavyo Kashagwa amezungumza kuhusu Mother, hata yeye mwenyewe amezungumza kuhusu Mother. So walikuwa anajaribu tu kuappeal ama kupersuade the other gender, lakini it is too late. It is a little too late. I don't think that it can change anything. Thank you. Waja nikomee hapo kwa leo. Martin, karibu na utuambie Kalonzo anafanya nini bwana. Kalonzo tulimwambia afanye tu uamuzi mara moja, either aende huko ama apotelee huko katikati, huko jangwani.
Tena na Martin ni mtu wa Kalonzo kabisa.
Makiadi.
Shukrani Ndemba. Kwanza niwasalimie nyote. Kasuti, thank you for your brief comments. It's been a while kabla tukuone hapa kwa show. Most of the things zimeongelewa leo, so it would be very unfair kurudia mambo mengi ambayo yamesemwa kwa siku ya leo. But it is of much importance to at least talk about the prayer that we had today. And I was listening to your submission, Demba, and I kind of agree with what you said. You know, most of the times we try to act Christians or religious, but looking at the prayer meeting that was today, there was a lot of hypocrisy there. I think people, if you can take, for example, the kind of differences that existed in that tent, it's like everybody was hiding a sword behind their back. Kama ungeambia watu hapo kila mtu achomoe kisu yenye ameficha, figuratively speaking, the president has an issue with his deputy. The deputy has an issue with the CSS. The speaker does not see eye to eye with the president. The judiciary, CJ, has an issue with the president because of the BBI. You know, the attorney general has an issue with somebody else. UDA members of parliament have an issue with the president. So there was a lot of hypocrisy there. But since it is a national event, everybody was acting spiritual. And you talked about the seating arrangement. I think it is of great significance to understand that the previous prayer breakfasts have had the president and the deputy president sitting on the same table, probably next to each other. Today, I was surprised to see the president sitting next to the judiciary head and the attorney general. The deputy president was sitting with his friends and buddies in the new political arrangement, Ken Lusaka and Justin Muturi. And the one thing that I really realized today is all the spouses of both the president and the deputy president were missing. I don't know if it was a coincidence. I would expect that being the last event in their tenure, I expected the spouses to attend and at least, you know, have a word or two.
Makiadi, may I interrupt you? Ulikuwa
Sure.
expect wafanyaje? Unaweza imagine wamama wakikuja mahali kama wamekosana. Wewe unaona hiyo drama?
So I think they've been in this thing together for a long time. 10 years is not an easy thing, being the president and the deputy president. You know, the spouses have been together in this thing for a long time. I expected them at least to have this moment to tell the country, thank you for giving our spouses a humble time for them to do their job, and so whoever comes in next, we wish them all the best. But unfortunately, we did not see that. So I talked about the sitting arrangement. I don't know what significance that sitting arrangement was for, but I believe it shows a bit of discomfort between the president, if not much, and the speaker of the National Assembly, the Speaker of the Senate. There is a lot of tension. There was a lot of tension in that meeting. I was even listening to what Speaker Lusaka was saying, and you could see his tension. I think one of the guys that have been really has avoided attacking the president directly was the Speaker of the Senate. When you listen to his speech and he was concluding, he said he's giving, he was very generous and said very openly that he thanks Uhuru Kenyatta for giving him an opportunity to serve, which sounded very genuine to me, because I think Lusaka understands that Uhuru Kenyatta did him a favor by, mobilizing his MPs to elect him as a Speaker for the Senate. So it was really of much significance. Basically looking at the tension that still exists between the two parties. Now,
was the same true with Muturi?
I don't think, if you look at the body language of Muturi, I think Muturi knows that he's not in Uhuru's good books. So he just had to say that. But Lusaka was genuinely appreciative of what Uhuru has done for him. Let me just move to Martha Karua situation. Now, Martha Karua is another thing. The time I saw Martha Karua enter the tent, I think she came in late. So most of the people are saying here that she was on the program, maybe she was supposed to speak, but I do not understand why she came in late. I don't know if it was an afterthought. Somebody told her that you need to be there, but she came in late when the proceeding was already on. And let's be honest here. When I come to this show,
Makiadi, she came in to represent Raila because Raila was in BUSIA. So
Yeah.
she took Raila's seat. So Ruto had to acknowledge him because of his issues at Central. So it was played out well because Martha was not in the initial invite.
Okay.
But how come she was not in Pogisio's list?
Okay, so
she's not you see, she's not an official opposition leader, or she's not a former vice president, she's not a former president or any of those. So she was not supposed to be there. Actually, she's why did she say that she's representing her principal Raila? She said that specifically in her speech.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, so
And
she
she
was
left
not
immediately for the rally.
It was last minute.
Okay, thank you.
Because Kalonzo was supposed to be there, by the way. Martin's boss.
Okay, so thank you, Keith, for the guidance. So I want just to be speculative from here moving on. I think Martha Karua came in late. I don't know if it was an afterthought of someone. Maybe she was called from somewhere and told her, you have to be there, maybe go represent me. I don't know. That one I would not lie. But then, I said when I come to this show, sometimes I try to write down my points so that I cannot forget what I wanted to say. I'm that kind of a person that needs at least a bit of preparation before I make a presentation. And so when Martha Karua was called by Ruto acknowledged that he had broken protocol. So I am connecting the dots here. What have we been seeing this week in terms of Kenya Kwanza and their campaigns? We've seen a lot of goofs. We've seen Rigathi Gachagua making absurd statements that have gone through, through the roof. They shot through the roof. People complaining about his issue of breaking Safaricom so that he can give Mama Mboga the money. We've had Malala on the other side saying that policemen are people who do not need education. Kazi yao ni kushika tu bunduki, hawahitaji masomo. We've had this guy Didmas Baraza saying ataweka 500 kwa mfuko kwa sababu polisi akikuja kumshika ile kitu anahitaji ni 500 tu. We've had all these things. Mombasa, William Ruto talking about mambo ya port commission. So we've had a lot of goofs on Kenya Kwanza side. So I think, and I said here, this is speculative. I think this was a setup. And William Ruto calling Martha Karua to the podium to speak expected Martha Karua to goof so that it would make news for the rest of the week. Speculative, I must make this disclaimer. Now, what does Martha Karua come and do? Martha Karua comes here and gives a speech. She's very careful not to quote the Bible because she knows she might give the wrong verse. And so she says, I'm not very good at quoting verses. And then she hits William Ruto hard and says, from now on, we should do politics of issues and not insults. This goes back to Ruto. Ruto has been doing his campaigns on issues of abuse, insults. So she finishes off and calls him William, thank you for giving this opportunity. She walks back and now...
She was catwalking.
And she walks back, and now we have William Ruto now, giving his closing statement. Now, William Ruto, from now on, you can see the way he's talking. The guy looks like he's been stung. He's talking about forgiveness. The president, if you wronged me, I forgive you. If I've wronged you, forgive me. He talks about a verse that does not exist in the Bible. So from there on, I think William Ruto was basically confused. He did not expect that from Martha Karua. I was listening. In fact, it was very late at night, and I was listening to Martha Karua, and I said, "This lady is a star." She took the moment. I think somebody expected her also to goof, but she took the moment and made the best out of it. And now from there, William Ruto gives his funny speech about, the president and for ukienda retire tunakutakia. So President Uhuru Kenyatta comes to the stage.
Richie, can I just, with all due respect, can I just also just add on, just to say a comment. And if you listen, Ruto, when he came back after Martha Karua said, he said, no, I'm just adding them, but I'm not, okay, sorry.
He is almost finishing.
Okay, thank you Ndemba. Unajua story inakuwa tamu, kila mtu anataka achangie kidogo. It was very very interesting. So Uhuru Kenyatta comes to the podium and Uhuru Kenyatta totally ignores what William Ruto said. He totally ignored the apology. He never spoke anything about the apology. He just said, he read his speech and then he says, Nawatakia, I hope your prayer becomes a reality. And he walks out. And when you look at the end, of the function, in fact, Uhuru Kenyatta walked out of the function without holding anybody's hand. I mean, shaking anybody's hand. He just walked out. So this thing worked. It worked against William Ruto. I'm saying this because I think the way this thing was all choreographed, it was supposed to score some political points for William Ruto. Unfortunately, looking at how Martha Karua was given the kupigiwa shangwe when she walked in the building and she was acknowledged by Pogisio, you could see everybody felt her presence. When she walked to the podium to speak and when she walked back, everybody acknowledged her. So this was a political moment, and I was telling myself, suppose Raila Odinga was there and given a moment to speak and called Gachagua, what do you expect? What would you have expected Gachagua to talk on that political podium? I expected Gachagua to walk on the podium, mnasema bwana rais, wewe ulituzuia kuitisha mchere na kanyama. Sisi watu wa Central hakuna kitu kingine tunataka, ni mchere tu na supu ya nyama, na hiyo mambo ingine inaishia hapo. Kana kwenda kitu kingi mrenda. Julia, Gachagua was taking this politics of Mount Kenya to the lowest level ever. So you could see the presidency in Martha Karua. I really appreciated the way Martha Karua took this moment to shine. And that is what we are saying here. I could see Ruto's face, frown, because Martha Karua has taken this political moment to show us that she is a presidential material. And that is why
you
we
saw
say
how she catwalked. She catwalked to the podium.
Osea, I'll throw you out now.
I don't know why Osea keeps on insisting on catwalking. I'm trying to avoid that.
I'll throw you out. Now, let's allow someone to finish. Let's not just be muting and talking.
Thank you, Themba, because I don't want to go to the other topics. I just want to finish here so that I can give somebody else. So I was saying like this. We've always insisted here that the issue with the Azimio is that we do not have a lack of leadership. We have an excess of leadership, and you could see the display today. Martha Karua took this moment. I was really impressed with her presentation. I was really impressed. If somebody tries to bring you down, they ambush you in such a situation. If you call somebody from just somebody who's just arrived and give them an opportunity, you expect them to make a lot of goofs. But Martha Karua took this moment, and I think William Ruto today didn't feel very well when he was leaving there. And Uhuru Kenyatta is a very genuine politician. As I finish, Uhuru Kenyatta ni wale watu ambaye hakufichi, kama hajafurahia. Uhuru Kenyatta did not take the apology because he knows this guy is not being genuine. He knows the hypocrisy of William Ruto, and so he never even spent a minute to acknowledge the apologies and the forgiveness, because this guy has isolated Uhuru Kenyatta for all that long. He's gone to the political podiums to attack Uhuru Kenyatta, and Uhuru Kenyatta abebangi mtu. That is one thing nimekuja kujua naye. Hawezi kuweka kwa roho ati ndiye akufurahishe, or to act spiritual so that he can show you that okay, you did this to me, but I'll forgive you. No. So basically what as I finish, I just want to say today was a big moment for Martha Karua, and I think she has a political future. This is the kind of lady that we are going to see in the next few years, even, running for president and winning. Thank you. Thank you, Ndemba.
Okay, Martin.
Is this the interjection that the advice that I want, the thing that I wanted to add, or is it my?
Yeah. Just a minute to add on that, and then we move on to other people.
Okay, I was just trying to add on Richie because there's something that Nani said, Ruto said about Martha Karua. He said, after Martha Karua said whatever she said about she said something about we go and campaign without matusi. And then after she was leaving the stage, he said, hiyo yote unajua umesema, maybe hata nyinyi mfikirie kitu kama. There was something, there's a statement that he followed up with it immediately after she walked out. That's all I wanted to add on that. But anyways, then if you let me, and then I leave, like I said, 1 minute.
No, Mato. No, it was just a response to that. Let me give the other people who have come in. Julia, karibu.
Asante Themba. Makiadi, if you take your wife to a place penye apendi, ama mtu amembo, usifikirie she'll pretend like you. She'll not. Don't make that mistake. And the men who are here, you know, men sometimes swallow their pride. I mean, men really swallow their pride and they are kind of friendly and they let go. Wamama ni ngumu, sijui tutaacha hiyo tabia lini, lakini okay, on a light note. Now, I want to analyze. Makede, I love your analysis. It was so awesome about today's breakfast. Now, I think I want to start with DP Ruto apologizing to Kenya. Now, I'm sorry, I don't know when I'll change and start taking DP Ruto seriously. I think it's going to be very hard for me to believe that he's genuine in anything he says, because from the word go when he began speaking, I felt hypocrisy. I don't even know what he was apologizing for. Maybe he should have given us the details and told us that, you see, fellow Kenyans, I'm sorry for 1, 2, 3, and this will never happen again. So, but instead he was apologizing. As usual, he acts victim and he wants to get a mileage from that. And the other thing, he was trying to act like, he was trying to lie to Kenyans that, you see, I'm reaching out to this man. I am reaching out to Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm here, Kenyans, reaching out to him. Now, mimi sina ubaya na yeye. He was acting as usual. He was lying. Now, why he was also doing that, I think it's because of the presence of mother. Now, I think in the recent past, Rigathi and DP Ruto have realized that they will face a lot of hostility if they say anything against mother in Mount Kenya region. So they are trying to change their game because now they see that they cannot win over mother. So they would rather avoid getting to a confrontation with her. So he was acting again, trying to behave like he's a nice guy, he's sorry, he doesn't have grudges against anyone. That's what he was trying to say. However, it didn't come out. You know, I always say something here. Now, your body language speaks louder than everything. Even vile tuko hapa, our body language tells everybody else about ourselves. Even me, just looking at the way I speak, you can describe my character. I don't have to tell you my character. Just from my body language, you can just, and hautakuwa umekosea sana. You'll not miss it so much. You can describe my character. So Makedi, even if I come and tell you, Makedi wewe ni wetu nakupenda, however much, even if I use 100 words, if I don't mean it in my heart, it will come out that I'm lying. So unfortunately, that is what DP Ruto doesn't realize, that it comes out, it shouts. So he was trying to do that and it didn't come out. Now, you also did a good analysis that when he called Mother Karua, he said, Mother Karua said something, that's I think what Martin is trying to get. Mother also said that, ata mukiomba, I think even if you pray, be what you pray. I mean, be like the prayerful person that you are saying you are, you know? Even if she said she can't quote the word of God, but even if you pray, be like the prayerful person that you are saying you are. She hit directly on him, that you are standing here preaching to us the word of God, you know, and being, you know, everything DP was saying, but then you know, DP akiongea, everything DP was saying, ninaomba, ninaamini Mungu, ninashukuru Mungu. He said that very many times. He was trying to do Kenyans, that me, I'm a very prayerful person. But I'm happy for what Mother said earlier, that even if you pray, be like the prayerful person that you are saying you are. So she hit on him directly, which came out very effective. Now, when somebody was saying here, I think it's Mr. Njiru, that it was a wrong idea for DP to call Mother without warning her or preparing her. Now, I would like to say this. If you have a responsibility, if you have, even some of us here, some of you here, you people, you have a responsibility. Now, public speaking, I don't know whether there's a school, maybe there's a school of public speaking, but if you are a leader and you have responsibilities, you acquire public speaking skills. To an extent, you do not have to be prepared to speak. And you always very fast to think about the occasion and speak about that occasion. Those are public speaking skills. That is what mother is. The other thing that helped mother, she doesn't lie. She's not a hypocrite. Na ukizoea uongo, lazima upange huo uongo wako kwa mpangilio. Lazima uanze useme, DP Ruto, maybe he has spent the last 5 days kujipanga, hata akiandika notes vile atasema, because he lies every day. So he must organize his lies on what to say. But mother doesn't need that. She doesn't even need to think what she say when she was called, because she's sure of herself and she's not lying to us. She does not have to lie to us about who she is and what she wants for Kenya. Another thing, Makedi, you say that mother came late. I think that's a debatable. I also don't understand why she came late. I also have a question to the members here. I don't understand why Baba. I would have wished that Baba was there. But if she came late, I mean, this is my speculation as a woman. I don't know whether I'm like mother. Wamama, kama tumeboeka na kitu ama mtu, ni ile tu, we'll go there, lakini we can't hide, umetubo sana. Sasa if it's Themba, amenibo sana, alafu ananiita, nimekuja kwa mkutano, not because of him. Alafu anajipia kimbelembele hapo, ananiita.
Lakini inakuwa kawaida ya Themba na boingi watu kabisa.
Thank you. Keep. I'll throw you out.
Okay, I'm saying for example, sasa Themba kwanza amenibo because of his character and all that, and then I come for this meeting because of Mr. Nyumba, for my respect of Mr. Nyumba. Alafu Themba anajipia kimbelembele hapo, ananiita, just to show to people that we are in good terms. Nitasimama tu, but I'll hit on him, like, and I'm so sorry that we cut him into pieces. So mother doesn't know how to pretend. She wasn't going to pretend. This is a guy who's lying.
Do it for us, Julia. You do it for us, please.
Well, you guys, I think we are becoming unruly now. See, we allowed Julia to finish. Why are you unmuting? Okay, now that's the last warning. If you unmute and I hear you unmuting when someone else is talking, I will not give you a warning. All I'll do is I'll throw you out, and that marks the end of your day today. We can meet tomorrow. So that's the last warning. Julia, continue.
Asante Themba. So that is, I think, the feeling mother had. Imagine, she knows about all of us here. We're talking about DP Ruto. We know the things we can say about him. We know we don't trust him. Okay? And this is mother who is campaigning as the next deputy president. She's hoping to change this country. Then this guy says, nita break protocol. Unajua ni kama madharau tu. It's just like madharau. That's why she spoke the way she spoke. And she didn't have to prepare. So she didn't have to prepare. So I think I have no problem with her being asked to speak, because she's the right person to speak at that particular point, and I don't think she needs to prepare. As leaders, if you're a leader, you need to build your public speaking skills, so that if you are called abruptly to speak, you know what to say at the right time and the right place. So I love the way mother responded. The last thing that Makedi made me laugh, it was so funny, that supposedly it was Baba who called Rigathi. I think Rigathi would have been so confused on what to say. And just like I said, I think DP must have written his speech like 10 times, because the two people, they say this, ukidanganya, hata ukumbuki ulidanganya nini jana. You may have to replay your speaking kwa YouTube, ndio ukumbuke uliwadanganya aje jana, ndio uendeleze na huo uongo, ama you change the uongo. So that is what I would like to say right now, Themba. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Fred has been coming in and out. Ametulia sana. Karibu. Ongea.
Sawa, mnanisikia? Mi unajua nimeshangaa na hii debate yenu bwana, mna criticize debut bwana, alafu debut is a genuine man. Huyo baba wenu huyo ndio sio genuine, ndio liar kwa hii Kenya tuko naye. See it now at time and again mna criticize our debut. Now we know well is our next president, we love August. Unajua kitu nashangaa na nyinyi kila siku tu na hakuna the same thing ndio mnaongea the same about corruption, eti anadanganya, amuongee vitu anadanganya ni nini anadanganya, na hizi zenu baba anadanganya.
Wacha nitupe alafu ndio Alex nitupe alafu Alex aingie.
You guys calm down. Wacheni Fred aongee. Everybody has a right to speak. Na wewe Fred, kwa nini unakuja kusikiza the same thing kila siku?
The same thing. Si unajua ni kama sina kuja ndio ni wakataze muongee amachua
debate. Mbona nakuja kila siku?
Mimi sikuji kila siku kwa sababu mnaongea the same thing about the debut.
Unajuaje ni the same?
Na debut ndio amechange politics ya Kenya mpaka sasa. Huyu baba wenu ameanza kuongea.
Ngoja tuanze hapa.
Ameanza kufikiria mambo ya bodaboda.
Ngoja dakika moja. If you are listening to the same thing every day, wewe ndio uko na makosa. Si. Wewe unakuja kusikiza the same thing.
Bisha ni waelimishe bana. Si eti mnaongea the same thing. Na sie unajua huyu baba wenu wako anajua kulikuanga na mtu wa huko chini. Ni siku hizi nimesikia akiongea.
Ngoja Fred. When you come here, listen, I want to help you so that you make your point well.
So without we allow you to cheat to Kenyans.
Hold on. I want to help you so that you make your point nicely. You have the person you are supporting. You support William Samoei Ruto. That's okay, right? It's okay. By the way, you don't have to support what the other person supports. That's okay. Now, when you come here, just make the points for your candidate. Your candidate is William Samoei Ruto.
Okay.
Just make the points.
Problem kunao na mtambea mtu mnataka tu kuoza baba mpaka mahali hawezi osheka hata akiwa na mato.
Nyumba karibu.
Asante, Bwana Themba. I wish, in fact, I was on my point to say we let that guy talk. Let's hear him out. And I agree with Makiadi. Although he's talking without factual, I know you people like facts. Sorry, nimewasalimia kwanza, nimeanza na maneno mbaya, lazima mzee anasalimia. Themba, how are you? Panelists, how are you?
Nyumba, you see, there's a guy. Listen, Nyumba. I am sick and tired with being told tungesikiza tu mtu. Right now tumefika mahali personally. Okay, this I want to tell everybody. Nimefika mahali I have no patience for mediocrity. If all you want to come here and do is come and talk mediocre stuff, I have no patience for that. But I'll be patient with you if you're someone like Black. There are people, you are free to come and defend your person. Now, where is sense when someone comes and says here, you talk about the same thing every day? Yeye ako wapi wakati wote tunaongea every day about the same thing? Mbona anasikiza the same thing every day? Si aende kwingine asikize at least something tofauti. Why is he allowing himself to listen to the same thing every day? Now, why is he attributing his problem to us?
Ameanza na mambo na akasema anataka kutuelimisha.
Ukienda kwa soko upate mama anauza nyanya. Utaenda umlaumu kwa nini anauza nyanya kila siku? Si uende kwa mwingine anauza kitunguu.
Ni kweli, Bwana Themba.
Yeah. So personally, I don't understand when someone comes and the first statement you make is nyinyi mnaongea hii kitu ya nini kila siku. That already is a sent person. Yeah, ametumwa, hana agenda, ametumwa na only one thing, kukuja kutusi watu.
na ametuambia hajasoma, anakuja kutuelimisha. Hii panel
He becomes and he has points. Personally, I can allow you to speak. I've allowed people here to speak. Come, tetea mtu wako. But don't come starting to tell people that mimi nyumba, I will not listen. Sasa wacha mimi nikuwe mbaya, I'll be a bad person and I'm okay with that.
Ndio nilikuwa naambia Julia ako discipline kidogo na hakufanya. I'm sorry. Not that I'm in agreement. In fact, I'm 10 times more impatient than you are. I've said here on the screen that when I was younger, I didn't tolerate any nonsense. Even now, as old as I am, I'm very impatient with nonsense. But now, the only thing difference is that I'm old now. I'm not as rough as I was at your age. So I'm a bit cool now. Okay, let's go to the topic. I don't have much to say. I came here to say hi to you people. And I think this hour is the hour that I find most of the panelists are not even in Kenya. At the time I thought I was misplaced, but you confirmed I was not misplaced. I don't have much to say. I was here very briefly earlier. The only thing I can assure you people is that we are very ready to receive our Deputy President, Her Excellency Mother Karua, today. I'll be that convoy, and I have to attend a few, not all, because she's actually got a very tight schedule. She'll be moving from some places, Subukia, Kabazi, Mile Kumi, Mile Tisa, Nakuru City, Barnambas, Kikope, Gilgil, Naivasha, maybe back to Nairobi. So at least I have to appear in a few venues, and I'll greet her on your behalf and tell her we are behind her. Thanks. I don't have much to say. Thank you.
Uncle huku nisalamia.
Thank you.
Sorry, unajua wewe Kip, you are wizard ya digital. Na unajua mimi si digital. Sasa hata hiyo picha naona iko nyuma inanitisha sana. How are you behind that?
Thank you, Nyumba. Thank you, Nyumba. Now, I want to urge my UDA friends, and led by Black. If you can learn from Black, you will benefit a lot from this forum. We are here to persuade each other. We are not here to probably chastise each other. Or when we are here, we are talking about leadership and leadership qualities in Kenya. When you see people here talking, they analyze the situations of the day. I wouldn't have had a problem with Fred if he came and said that I found Ruto had already given nice apology and he was genuine. We would be debating. Come and debate. But when you come and your first statement is kila siku mnaongea the same thing. What are you doing in the same channel every day? Go to other channels. There are several other channels that even talk about other things. And if you have, by the click of a button, you can move to another channel. But now when you come here in the evening and all you want to come is learn from your friend. There's a guy called Black. Black comes here, he pushes the agendas of UDA pretty nicely. We debate, we disagree, but that's it. But now when you come na uko na vitu tofauti, I will not allow you, especially at this time. We are not just here to waste time listening. We need to hear you. No. Saizi we are at the 11th hour. We have no patience for mediocrity. Tuko at the 11th hour. Ile time tumefika sasa, ile time tungekusikiza tu vizuri, that one imepita. Saizi tuko kwa 11th hour. You come, persuade us, we persuade you. Kama you have no point, we throw you out. Hivyo tu. Yes, Keep alafu Hosea.
Oh, no, not my turn. Wacha Hosea kuja. Mimi niko hapa mpaka asubuhi. Nangojea nani? Nangojea.
Okay.
Wewe amekuja Alex. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to talk to Yumba that you said that you'll be with the. Did you suggest that you'll be in our entourage?
Not fully. It's very extensive, but maybe one or two stations will be there.
All I'm saying is that if you have an opportunity to say anything to her, tell her that she really made a good account of herself during that show. And personally, I was amazingly impressed.
I'll do that when I was there.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Martin, you wanted to give to say something, Karim.
Yeah, me Themba, the only thing I wanted to say after that, after what I said, because I was replying to that, but I wanted to reply to Kip. You know, Kip is my friend. We grew up together. And Kip knows how to get me. But I just wanted to say, I don't want to take so much time of so much time. All I wanted to say is Kip, made a fun of, because he knows me very well at the talk, and he knows what he's doing. Ukimwona unaona venye anacheka. We grew up together as kids. But I know he took it to your MCA because he knew at some point I wanted to run for, and I'm going to MCA. It's about something that I keep on saying with Kip, and we talk a lot about it because, once we found out where we came from together, we become brothers and sisters, and that's why he's even disturbing me when I'm not here. Just now, not to make it that, it's just like, guys, you call me a motivational speaker for a reason. There's a reason towards it. Yes, one day I'm gonna run for a seat, and I'm hoping is next one that is coming, because I was gonna do it this year, but it's not time yet. But again, when I'm running my seat, is that I've lived outside the country for so long, even though I go every year. I don't want to run into a seat that is being what the mistake that we've been doing, because we don't elect public servants. That was a discussion that Kip and Themba, you guys were going on at that time. Though Nisimamisha nisiseme, but I respect your chairmanhood. We need to stop doing these things that we do of electing waheshimiwa and honorables. It's called public service for a reason. So you have somebody who's called a public servant, but they did not go to do public servant. And that's why they even killing each other to get into that seat. In fact, I've said it again, and I will say it again. It should be the least paid job. That way, then, you're not fighting about how much money, how many cars you have. How do you employ someone and they stand on the car and you're not even supposed to get close to them? So your discussion mlikuwa nao ndio linifanya nikuje when Kip, because I knew Kip will disturb me and then you keep to your public service, because he knows I want to go into public service, and he knows my stand, but he knew how to bring me back. He knows very well. I'm just saying, the moment we stop electing honorables na waheshimiwa and electing public servants, like for me, the reason I didn't go for a seat this time, I know I can get it. Mitaboni, Machakos, I know I can get it easily. The reason I didn't do is because I didn't want to go there depending on public money. I want to go there not depending on handouts or what do you call this? Like, making deals with the government and everything and knowing what's coming up and giving somebody and make money making. I want to be there to be. Na kuna mtu aliniambia na shout, acha nisishout, acha niongee kwa uzuri sasa. It's just very passionate to me about what public service is all about. I think public service is about going there, knowing that, okay, the salary that you get can actually help your family. You're okay. You can at least get something. But then again, at the time that you're going there, and that's what we lack in Kenya, you're not that mheshimiwa that you jump on cars and everybody is running up on you and kila mtu anakuita mheshimiwa and you have to be protected. In fact, as a public servant, you're not supposed to be protected. Everybody is supposed to be able to reach you. You know, if Demba wanted to come to talk to me and I'm the MCA or I'm the public, the public servant, wherever I am of a certain place, you should be able to reach me, because you know what? I'm your employee, because you're the one that pays the taxes. I am here. But again, today you find like even the MCA, you can't reach them. You unawakaribia unabebwa na polisi. Unawakaribia and everything. All I'm saying is that I can't wait for the day that we don't even know who our MCA is, like most of other countries. Like you don't know who your governor is because you don't even get, you don't even get to see them on a road show. I'm hoping Kenya can get there, and I can see it getting there with the humility that even Mother Karua, and that's what actually is changing me with Mother Karua so much, because I wasn't sure. But when I see her go somewhere in Kirinyaga or wherever she's going and say kura ni yako, iko kwa mfuko yako, tutakuja tupalilie na tukuje tutakujia tena, it's yours. That's a whole different kind of politics, and that's my politics. That's what I like, because as a public servant, you are a servant. You're not kuwa pale ukwe mheshimiwa sijui upatiwe kila kitu mkeka and everything. I feel the moment we actually, as Africa in general, and this is not just Kenya by itself, I think it's also in Africa, we need to be able to understand that people give you that opportunity to be where you are. If we don't give it to you, you won't get it. Lakini ukikuja mtu anashikwa anapila kuko na security service and everything. I think we need to look back and sit down, relax, and look at what leadership is all about again. Look back, because today the leadership in Kenya, or in Africa in general, I'm not going to talk about Kenya alone, in Africa is all about money making, the deals, the security and everything, and who big you are and who you are and everything about that. There's no service to the people that actually give you that opportunity to be there. And that's why you find people leave in corporate industry to go and be those leaders. They're not leaders. They're just trying to go there and make money out of it. For me, I think that's my biggest issue that I have. And I think since I began to be a panelist in this show, I've always had a problem with that. And I've always said we need to be differentiate public servants and honorables now, because you need to go there as a public servant. You don't go there to make money, because everybody is just out there to make money. Kip, yes, you're the one that brought me back. Yes, one day maybe I will run.
No, wait.
But when I run, I'm not coming for that.
Before you talk about running, yeah, is a reason of.
Keep, hold on. What did I say? I gave a last warning, right? See you tomorrow.
Yeah, me personally, I'm just saying that I think us as in Kenyans, we need to emulate what Mother Karua is doing when she's not going, standing on stage and telling people ule mganga ule nini nini. She's coming nicely and saying, kura iko kwa mfuko yako, wewe ndio utanipatia, nitakuja. Kama hatusikizani saizi ni sawa. Even in our relationships as friends, sometimes you will disagree and agree with someone, but then if you keep on moving, you still come and understand with each other, and you understand who that personality is, and then now you get. So me, I'm thinking we need to get to a point where one day we understand what public service is, and we forget about the honorables, and we understand these are our employees, public service. We understand, we differentiate. The honorable name is a bad name that makes our leaders who we choose to go there, and we pay them every day. That's why we pay taxes. That they look at us as down, wanatuangalia chini, because they're up there and they're getting this money. And then after 5 years, they come back, now they want it. you know, and with all means of what they want to do, either kama anajua akiwa central akitusi baba ndio wataweza ingia, that's what they will do, and then kesho atakwambia baba ni rafiki yake. Kama ako ile side ingine, hizo vitu zote tunafaa kuacha, na ndio maana we're still so behind in Africa in general, because we don't understand what public service is. I think South Africa has tried to get it where they can actually recall a president. I think we need to stop thinking of waheshimiwas and the honorables and think of them as public servants and look at somebody who can actually humble themselves like Mother Karua is doing and say, I am coming to you not as a person who's up here, but who's humble in myself, because I want you to give me the chance to serve you. The moment we do that in Africa, we'll be the richest, the biggest, that nobody will ever want to leave Africa. In fact, you'll find people from other countries coming into Africa because we have so much potential, so much minerals, and so much blessings that we can do that. And we are very raw. But thank you so much for giving me humble time to say that. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate the channel. And thank you guys. Kama mi kama Ruto, kama kuna mtu nilikosea, nisamee, na mimi nishamsamee. I hope I don't hurt anybody here when I come in and talk. Thank you.
Anyway, let me bring in Alex. Let me not say things so that you guys don't start misquoting me also. I would have said something. Alex, karibu.
Temba, shukrani sana. Yangu itakuwa fupi sana. DP Ruto did not apologize. DP Ruto understood the forum that he was. He has been running in Central Province on Bwana Asifiwe. And now that it was the forum for who is who of Bwana Asifiwe in Kenya, he had to behave his best. Remember, about 2-3 weeks ago, Matiang'i went to a forum of bishops. In his deconstruction, there is one statement that really hit DP Ruto so hard. He connected Christianity with public leadership, and Matiang'i hit on the DP so hard when he said, even the parables of the talents. You remember that? And he said in the parable of the talents, you have to show what you have done with what you have been given so that you can come back and ask for more based on what you had already done. The crowd that you saw there was part of the crowd that Matiang'i had addressed earlier. So DP was trying to be conniving again today. He realized he had been hit 10-0. And his position as a deputy president was what he was addressing in regard to what Matiang'i had earlier said, that if it's about the talent that you had been given, time has come to show what you have done. And to be honest, DP Ruto proved today that he had done nothing. He said it by himself. And I was waiting for my friend here, Black, to come and tell us honestly what he has done for the past 10 years. DP was categorical to the point that I fell short of the glory of the job that I was constitutionally given. And therefore, it's confession time. I am not ready to be the president. Pole san. So DP today has told us and the whole country that becoming a deputy president, he did nothing. he gave the president hard time. And he was lucky enough to find confession that was on a national platform. And he confessed and told us as Kenyans that as a DP, I terribly failed, and therefore we should connect the dots to form the line that this man does not qualify to be the president of Kenya. That was not an apology. That was a confession that he is not up to what is entailed. Lastly, I believe it's a high time we should hire electric people on the podium. And I'm asking Sifuna to get us this man. This man, by all necessary means, must be done. What was done to Orengo should be done to him. Orengo never went to Siaya to campaign. Wanjala should not campaign. Wanjala should go throughout the country and tell people that Rigathi Gachagua, tawe, and William Samoei Ruto, tawe. And I think he can do a superb job. He should be hired for that. I'm waiting when I get to Kisii and I see that man come in a podium. I will go to that rally and I will cross my hands and I will do it like I do it in the gym. Ruto, tawe. Thank you very much.
It's good you brought that one. I think the man of the week is Wanjala. Wanjala did it, and he did three things very nicely. There's a part where he said, Vihiga, wanachukua, wanaweka, ha. Then he went through all the western counties, Kakamega, wanachukua, tunaweka, ha. And people could respond. And then he brought in the idea of the 70% requirement. And then I said, anaye kupenda, pendana naye. You need such kind of vibrancy, Anaye kupenda.
Man, that was wisdom. Anaye pendana, pendana naye. That was wisdom, Themba.
And then, of course, now the part that he killed it, and you could see the crowd was responding. We need such kind of people in our campaign. I mean, we need like 3 Wanjalas, and the campaign is done from up to down. Wanjala should be in all campaigns. I think if Baba people are listening, there's no campaign that Wanjala should be missing. We need such kind of exuberance. You need that kind of energy in any campaign that is going to they're going to have. That's the way to go. Adams Karibu. Let's hear Adams. And as Adams is talking, I want I can't play. Those who are asking for the videos, I cannot play. It's only Bernard that can play it. But we'll be playing it every day for the next many days to come. We'll be playing that first. So tomorrow Bernard will play it again. As Adams is talking, Makiadi, kindly hold on for about 10-15 minutes. I'll be back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Themba. As you go. Yeah, habari zenu. I wanted to come in the same way Alex just came in. Today at, was it at Safari Park Hotel, the prayer meeting, everything went on well except one thing. The only thing that did not happen is the so-called apology. Ruto did not apologize to President Kenyatta. He mocked him. And if you want to know that he was mocking him, give him time. He did not apologize. If you apologize, you forgive and forget. And the way is like he was apologizing and saying, using the word if. If I have wronged anybody here, then forgive me. If you want to know that DP did not apologize, keep watching. The next 1 or 2 weeks, he will go to the rally in public. The things he will say will tell you that he meant what he was saying or he was just giving a lip service. So according to me, what he did there is called lip service. I heard Alex calling it coronation. Or what did you call it, Alex? Coronation or something. Me, I call it lip service. He gave them a lip service. He didn't mean it. He didn't mean anything there. Ruto will go to the to the rally, even tomorrow. The things he will say there will tell you that this guy meant the apology that he made or he didn't. So from my end, he did not apologize. He was doing a lip service. And that lip service, he did it well. He did it to his best. And then, I don't know whether you guys realize that DP, I think somebody tipped him, he knew that they were going to talk after him. President Kenyatta was going to rise up and was going to call Martha Karua to say hello to the people. Ruto seemed to have noticed this earlier. So he snapped the protocol and called Martha. Since when did he start calling Martha? Somebody whom he really don't like. He don't like that woman from the point go. He don't like her. And then they go to the safari park today, and then she likes her and calling, hey, come and talk, blah, blah. And then he wants to play it so cool and clean to be seen that he's a good man. First of all, he apologized, and then he's calling his enemies to come and say hello. But if you looked at Martha's body language, that woman was presidential. That woman was so composed, corporate. He showed the corporate face, the corporate figure in her, and everybody could see that. She was ambushed, and that ambush from Ruto was intentional. But you know what? He outsmarted him. You know, when somebody is smarter than you, is smarter than you. It doesn't matter whether you come when somebody's sleeping or jogging. Somebody is smarter than you. He's just smarter than you. Ruto is street smart. But in terms of other stuff, Martha did better than him. So Martha delivered her message within 3 minutes, 1 to 3 minutes, but he covered the whole thing. And then, if you realized, you noticed that Ruto apologized to President Kenyatta, but President Kenyatta did not acknowledge it. He didn't acknowledge anything. When he was talking, when Ruto was apologizing, the media turned the camera to the president, and he was just there staring at him. When the guy was done and he's coming out, he just shook his hand because he was on his way. The president just shook Ruto's hand because Ruto was in his way to the podium. And then he didn't even recognize what that guy was talking about. He didn't even mention anything. He didn't do anything about it. He just went there, did his thing. Within 6 minutes, he's done and he left. And then after that, I saw Martha Karua went to, which rally did she go that she was electrifying so much? I think NYANDARUA. She did her stuff there. Baba was in BUSIA. Raphael Wanjala was a man of the moment. I think
he charged the crowd.
He charged the crowd, and I think I used to think that Ababu Namwamba was a real ball. He was replaced with his match. The guy who replaced Ababu Namwamba, Raphael Wanjala, he is good. He's really good in the podium. Actually, we need people like that around Baba. I think Wanjala can play good propaganda too. I've never followed him so closely, but I think he can do good in propaganda because already in the podium he's doing well. He's doing his thing. So all said and done, I think I thought Baba will come to the prayer meeting, but he didn't come. Bongoma was, I think, already. He already had a schedule over there, so he could not come. But all went well and everything was received well. I really wanted to see if Rigathi could come there, and I wanted to see how he was talking, but he also was very clever. He didn't show up. So, by and large, as I conclude, Ruto did not apologize. Watch him. Just watch Ruto next week. He will say, and if you guys noticed, today Ruto said that he's part of the executive. He was saying we have served this government for 10 years. Actually, he said 10 years today. He did not say 9. He said we've done 10 years. Well, judiciary did their work, parliament did their work, the two speakers did a great job, and we also in executive, we did our part for 10 years now. And I thank you, Wananchi. I don't take this chance for granted. So today, Ruto did not take that chance for granted. And all along in the public rallies, he's saying the other day in Mombasa, I don't know, yesterday, he's saying in Mombasa that they took everything from him. Yeah? Alipokonywa everything. And then a fortnight, after one night, he's coming to say thank you to the people for the chance. Double speak that we're talking about is not real. Thank you, man. Makiadi.
Thank you so much. I don't know. Let me give Julia just a minute to make remarks, and then we'll come to you, Sarah.
Okay, I was just looking for Mother's clip. I found that she said, words without actions. Your words should be accompanied by actions. Then she said that I don't want to quote the Bible, but there's a place in the Bible that says prayers without actions are not real. That's what she said. So she really sliced Ruto. Yani anamwambia wewe ongea tu hiyo maneno yako yote ya maombi na Bwana asifiwe na umalize, lakini your words should match your actions. I want to ask all of you a question. Alex, Adams, Robert, Richie, Hosea. Now, okay, I totally believe that Ruto did not mean anything he said. That he's sorry and all that. Mimi itakuwa ngumu sana. Maybe in the next, I don't know when I'm going to believe what he's saying. But do you think that after Martha being nominated as the running mate for Baba and Ruto seeing the reaction of Mount Kenya, do you think he's regretting his fight with Uhuru at this point? Do you think he regrets that things came this far and that the damage is done? Do you think he regrets? Do you think he wishes? He looks at Mother and Baba and he wishes that Uhuru should have been backing him. Do you think? That's my question, Makiadi. Sijui nani atanijibu.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Also, can you just one minute and then respond to that?
Well, all I can say that if you have been following what Ruto has been doing, and even what his supporters in Central have been trying to do, the likes of Wahome, Irungu, with the exception of Rigathi, what they have been trying is that it is their big wish, in fact, including Waiguru, their big wish that Uhuru would stay neutral. Unfortunately for them, you see, they have been undermining him and actually abusing him. So that really puts the deputy president in a very awkward situation. And if you look at the undertones, even of what he was appealing for at the prayer meeting, he expected the least. In fact, I think he wanted just an acknowledgement from the president that I've heard you. It's something like that. They would have picked it and start running it to Central. Now that is my what I think is on the same.
Okay, I just want to provoke your thinking here. Why do you think Uhuru Kenyatta ignored the whole thing? you know, if it's a love story. It's a love story. This love story has been going for a long time, and I think this was the opportune moment, maybe for Uhuru Kenyatta to respond, because as they say, this should be their last prayer breakfast together as deputy and president. So I was looking at the way Uhuru Kenyatta was reacting to William Ruto's speech, and basically he was not even looking at him directly to the face. He was, I think, going through his notes or something. So I don't know if you guys realized that there was something, even the eye contact was being avoided. I don't know.
But Richie, if
Abu,
I can add something before I log out. You remember a while ago, is it 2 weeks ago, the bishops, a section of the bishops there had actually said that they want the president to meet with the DP regarding their relationship. And you will not be surprised that what this Ruto speech and could have been an advice from a section of those bishops. Because you remember how, first of all, he apologized to Kenyans. Then he remembered, then narrowed it down strictly to the president. You remember? Now, that is why it is so, it must be very unsettling, the fact that the president said nothing, completely nothing about it. And yet he addressed him directly on the same.
Okay, Abuya.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that what Julia said. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta, in the last 5 years, he has gotten what people normally call nowadays character development. The guy has really evolved. The Ile Makasiriko of 2017, he has learned a lot. There's something that he has learned from that handshake that has changed him totally. In as much as he has learned a lot, he also does not take the insults by Ruto and Brigade lightly. And even the responses that he has been giving, like the one of Labor Day, I want to believe that one maybe came on the backdrop of probably a busy night. Then he had to come and, read a speech on Labor Day. But there is something that he has learned, and he has no apologies to make. And I don't think at any one time is going to give Ruto any audience. The body language you could see today, even as Ruto was talking on the podium there, or the pulpit, call it pulpit, he was reading his notes. He was not interested at all. So there's a breakdown of communication between those people. The chemistry is gone. It's now physics. Physics is what is there. Chemistry is gone to the dogs. Okay, cheers.
Alex, you've been quiet for a while. Your remarks.
You know, when it comes to the relationship between the DP and his boss, and this one I confirmed from close friends who know them, and actually they are in UDA. Deputy was desperate, extremely desperate, to get the church to reconcile them with William Samoei Ruto. If you can remember, they planned 3 times to meet, but at some point, Uhuru said capital NO. But Uhuru was advised not to use his powers at any point and at any moment, especially after he said there's a day Uhuru said this podium ethos that has degenerated into a pathos that even kids cannot watch us as we play our politics. I think that was the end. So I don't think, it's been like 2 years. My assumption now is that I don't think deputy presidents regret. And this is my reasoning. The moment Ruto became the DP, no sooner you found out that Murkomen started urging URP and TNA to come together and form a bigger party for 2017. So Ruto, we like him or not, is a man who had crafted his politics from 2013, continuing until the day he will die. The reason being, when you are desperate, you can do anything at any moment. He saw that unless he becomes a president, someday the ICC case will come after him. And there is nothing Ruto regrets because he knows either way, he understands the situation as how the case of ICC ended, meaning it can be recalled back. So from 2013, when he got, before even the cases were temporarily halted on his part, not Uhuru, Ruto decided, come rain, come sunshine, I'm going after this thing. And he has been behaving like that without any, and you can say it's been gross insubordination for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta from William Ruto consistently, to a point that Atuoli started making noise. How can you invite the president but speak everything about that? So I'm trying to tell Madam Julia, Ruto does not regret anything. He will never regret. When the Kipsigis resonance in their second worldwide meeting, they held it where I live in Minneapolis. That is a couple of years ago. Martha Karua was the keynote speaker in that meeting. And the chairman at that time was called Sam Getich, who was a very good associate of mine. And we went there. And what I realized was Ruto also came that time. Ruto had decided long time ago, come rain, come sunshine, that the Kikuyus were going to betray him. He knew it. The only reason they came together was one and one reason, ICC. And he understood how the ICC cases were used against him to be coerced until wakakosana na Raila and they started working with Uhuru Muigai. So Ruto does not regret, he will never regret, and I don't think he remembers anything called regret at this juncture. Ruto wants to become the president of this republic. He either dies or becomes. And that is why the wisdom of the man Atuoli said, Kata miti huko, is because they have watched him, they have listened hindsight in his statements, phone conversation, and they surely know that this guy is going for presidency. It's either the presidency or nothing. So Ruto will never regret, my dear sister Julia.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Julia.
okay, thank you then. But so I was reading the comments on the comment section. I think he's not sorry about his actions. That's what we can say. And he'll never be sorry because it is either him or nothing. But I think he did not see defeat coming, because from the word go, they only saw Baba as the only competitor, and they looked at him like someone who could not, they were looking at him, he has vied, I don't know how many times, how is he anywhere? And then when they began insulting Uhuru, they also looked at him as the lame duck president. So they saw him as harmless. And for sure he had reasons, because Ruto had occupied Mount Kenya and he felt Mount Kenya he was the kingpin. But now with the entrance of Mother, I think he's very sad. I think, Makedi, you asked about this love story. It feels like, I won't use the words, how if you are a woman and you have a man that loves and adores you and your children, and then you take advantage of him, unamdharau, hakufukuzi, you do all the little drama, he doesn't send you away. But one day he wakes up and brings you a co-wife. And then you begin to realize, kumbe, huyu jamaa amerevuka. Okay, it's not that you are sorry for your actions, but you don't like the co-wife story, okay? And you wouldn't want to be replaced. So that is how Ruto is behaving. But now look at Uhuru like the man mwenye amekosewa. The chemistry is gone, the chemistry is dead, and Uhuru has made up his mind. Come, just what Alex is saying. Uhuru has also made up his mind. He will do what it will take him to make sure Baba wins or Ruto loses. In fact, the word Ruto loses is preceding Baba wins, according to Uhuru. And Ruto knows that. So he's looking at the picture now. He didn't see it last year. He did not see it. Ruto did not see this coming last year. But now he can see it. He can see the presidency going. So, Alex, do you think he's going to kill himself? On a light note.
If
Okay,
let me
hold on, Alex.
30 seconds.
Hold on,
30 seconds, please.
hold on,
Please.
hold on. Learn to be patient. Thank you. There's something about these two politicians, Ruto and Kalonzo, and there are two ways of approaching politics. Now, I want you guys to understand Ruto from how he responded to Jirongo one day, when he had just become the deputy president, and he went to Western. And there's something he told Jirongo, that huyu jamaa mimi nilikuwa mtu wa mkono wake. Sasa unaona mimi nimevumilia hivi nikafika hapa niko. So one, you see a person who is full of bitterness and revenge, and a need to show the other person how much I can get ahead of you. Now that's a trait you need to look at. If you are pursuing to do something so that you can show someone else that unaona ulinifanya hivi naona mahali sasa niko, it shows a lot about you than the other people. So that bitterness, sorry to say for those people who support Kalonzo, is the same thing I see with Kalonzo. A bitter person. He had hoped that, like I said here, Karua was to be his deputy. Then he came to Azimio without telling Karua. Now Karua is the second person in command. There's bitterness. Can you run a political campaign on bitterness? I want us to think about those, even as you comment on other issues. That's just the first part. I'll comment on the second part. Yes, Alex.
Julia, first of all, I'll apologize before I speak, because whatever I'm going to speak is coming from my heart. The future of our country in regard to a better future will lie solely on how the Kikuyus are going to behave when Baba is the president. And I'm warning the people of Jubilee, if you truly put your country front the same way Saitoti said that there comes a time when the country is more important than an individual, then the country will succeed. But in coalition governments, which I have studied a lot, no sooner you get to power, you start belittling to each other. Now, this is hypothetical. If and when Baba becomes a president, if the Jubilee part of the Azimio coalitions are not going to help Baba achieve what we ought to achieve, The same way we never believed that Baba will ever shake hands with Ruto. Let us be prepared for the worst, as opined by Justice Mutunga, who said we will have a handshake. Let it be clear, if Raila becomes a president and there is no support from Jubilee, because the shockers have already been, there are things that shock you as fast, and when they happen twice, it's no longer shock. But if Baba again is forced to work with Ruto, it will be because Mount Kenya gave Baba a hard time. So the ball is yours to make sure that Ruto goes to oblivion. But also the ball is yours to raise again and resurrect Ruto to political lifeline. If I was the Gema community, I will support Raila kwa hali na mali, as Joho says, for 4 or 5 years, and make sure on the 5th year, before we go back to another election, we will have done with Ruto totally and completely. That is how I will answer you, Madam Julia.
Adams.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something a little bit about what Makedi asked. President Uhuru ignored Ruto. Number one, I think because of misinterpretation from the people. Because if he would have not ignored him, then today the newspaper would be saying something else, and then it will turn into propaganda. Like there's this Ruto man, the Ruto man in the US, Cosmo Cherry. Uhuru just shook hands with Ruto just because Ruto was on his way. Cosmo Cherry has come out and said so many crazy stuff in his video, like crazy. So same things would happen. The propaganda is like, oh, these people are back together, they love each other, blah blah. So he snapped him so that Ruto wanted to Uhuru wanted to avoid such kind of scenarios, propaganda, because those people are very good in propaganda. They are going to carry that propaganda and then spread it like a bushfire, and then it turns into something else. Bromance between them, it is gone. In English, they say there is no love lost. We saw it. That thing is gone. And I think President Uhuru is determined to give power not to the people whom he once described on the roadshow. You know what I mean. Thank you.
Yes, Abuya.
Yeah, I just want to concur with what Alex has said. If and when Baba ascends to power, Baba is somebody who is, let me call him a professor of politics when it comes to parliamentary politics. And personally, I would not want that handshake to happen because of the bitterness that Alex has talked about. The two politicians in William Ruto and Kalonzo, who actually have similar qualities. They portray themselves as very religious. They use the church to paint a very nice rosy picture, but inwardly, in fact, no, it's not Alex, it's Themba, you're the one who said it. It's they hide behind the church, but indeed they are very bitter, and I think they should learn from Baba, because Baba has made peace with his tormentors. In 202, for those who were there in 202, there was a group that wanted to, when they got to power, wanted to ensure that they humiliate Moi. And to my surprising, it is Baba who protected Moi all through and ensured that he retires back to Kabarak without any problems. Yet this is the same man who made his life a living hell. So these two politicians, in the name of Ruto and Kalonzo, should learn one or two things in terms of how to play politics, national politics. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, Makiad.
Okay, so let me just make this statement briefly. I don't know if it was Alex or who spoke about, you know, Deputy President trying to steal the show, showing how Christian he is. You know, there's a narrative that KKA has been driving for a long time, and it is about we have ticket here for the church and a ticket here that is not, you know, does not know the church at all. And if you listen to what William Ruto said, there's a statement that he said, I don't know where it came from. I have read it before, but I also don't know where, you know, he quoted it from. The one that says, people believe in chariots and horses. I don't know if you guys heard that statement, but we believe in God. I don't know if I don't know if he said that statement before Martha Karua came to the stage or after she left the stage, but that statement points a very, very clear picture of what Ruto was targeting from his speech, because he wanted to steal the show and show the people that, you know, you have a choice between me who believes in God and my deputy ambayo tunaambiwa hapa ni pia ni muombaji, grassroots mobilizer na ni muombaji hatari, and these are the ticket. And that is where I'm saying Martha Karua is very careful. Martha Karua was very careful not to trade on the dangerous grounds that DP was trying to make her trade. And so he painted that picture of these people that believe in horses and chariots are not like us that believe in God. And, you know, you could see the hypocrisy. And that is why I'll continue saying here that the thing that Martha Karua did today, ninampigia makofi kabisa.
And that is where now we come to our official Kiswahili session. The next few minutes, sasa yule ambaye ako na shida na Kiswahili namwomba akanyage kubwa kubwa wanavyosema siku hizi. Sasa asanteni sana wale wote ambao mmeweza kuja kuungana nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Ulikuwa ni mjadala mkali, tulikuwa tunajaribu kuweka mtazamo wetu, kuangazia yale ambayo yalitokea leo katika maombi ambayo yanafanyika kila mwaka. Bila shaka tumejaribu kwa uwezo tulio nao kuweza kuangazia yote na kujaribu kuyachambua yale ambayo yalikuwa yamefanyika. Tunamshukuru Maulana kwa vile ambavyo ametuwezesha kuweza kuishi sana wakati kama huu, na zaidi ya yote kutuwezesha kuweza kujifunza kinagaubaga kwa yale ambayo yameweza kutokea. Asanteni sana. Hebu acha niweze kuwatambua wachache ambao wameweza kuungana. Naona karibu watu 312 bado wanatutazama. Inaonyesha kwamba kipindi kimekuwa kizuri sana. Asanteni sana. Jamani, nendeni pale kwenye YouTube, muweke subscribe kwa Mutembei TV ili tuweze kuwafikia wengi zaidi popote walipo. Pia vile vile acha comment yako pale, tutaweza kuisoma, na kila siku saa 3:30 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki ya Kati tunapatana hapa kwa ajili ya mjadala, na mijadala inakuwa ni tofauti. Tunakuwa na sehemu mbalimbali ambapo habari zitatokea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, na tunapatana hapa ili tuweze kujadili. Temba asiyejua Kiswahili ang'atuke. Asante Black ya asiyefahamu akimenya Kiswahili ang'atuke. Na mwana Hosea yu ang'atuka. Tuonane kesho Hosea. Maulana akubariki. Tuonane tena kesho.
Nimesema hivi, nimeshachanga sana yangu ya leo. Sasa yenye imebaki nitajaribu kesho.
Haya, hamna
Kwa
shida.
hivyo
Tuonane
kwa
kesho.
heri kwa leo, na kesho
Asante.
usininyime nafasi tena.
Asante Hosea, tuonane.
Eh?
Haya basi. Haya, tuonane. Tuonane kesho inshallah. Ya, yule ambaye Kiswahili kidogo kinampiga chenga ang'atuke mapema kabla tuendelee. Asanteni sana, muweze kupiga subscribe pale kwenye YouTube, na mnapoendelea kupiga subscribe pia tafadhali mpitie kwenye channel yangu na msichana wangu yaitwa Themba Endulu. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kusubscribe pale, tunawapenda sana. Enda pale Themba Endulu Show, piga subscribe, piga like, bonyeza ili tuweze kuona video ambavyo tunaweka kila siku. Asante sana. Tumebaki watano, inaonekana Kiswahili kidogo kinawapiga chenga wengi, hamna neno. Sisi hapa sio eti sisi ni wakwasi wa Kiswahili, ni vile tu tumezoea kusema, kunena. Naomba wale ambao tumebaki hapa kuanzia Makiadi, sijui nianze na Makiadi au nianze na Adam. Wacha nianze na Adams. Adams, naomba utoe hoja zako za mwisho kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili tuweze kuwapasha Wakenya habari za leo, habari za hivi punde. Kama kuna habari ya hivi punde pia tupashe pia vile vile.
Naam, barabara kabisa. Kwanza kabisa ningependa kusema kwamba wale ambao wametuacha sasa hivi, wale watatu ambao wameondoka kwa sababu ya lugha ya Kiswahili, ni tabia mbaya sana wamefanya. Manake ndicho lugha yetu ya kwanza, yani ile tunasema lugha ya taifa. Lugha ya taifa ya Kenya na Afrika Mashariki ni Kiswahili. Unaweza kuwa kuna ufasaha ama si lazima uwe na ufasaha ama uwe msanifu kombo, lakini bora uweze kuzungumza. So nawaomba tu, naona wanauoja, nawaomba tu siku nyingine msiondoke, mkae tu muongee moja mbili tatu, tutasikiza. So langu la mwisho ni kwamba ni dhahiri kwamba uongozi unaelekea upande wetu na wapinzani wetu wako na chuki sana. Ni watu ambao wana chuki na wako na ni chuki kabisa ya kisiasa na ile ya kibinafsi, lakini hayo yote tisa ni kwamba ni binadamu, lazima tukue kwamba tuna expect vitu kama hivyo viwe lazima zikuwe kwenye siasa, manake wakati huu ni msimu wa siasa. Msimu huu ni msimu wa siasa. Kwa hivyo Bi Martha Karua akona nafasi nzuri, nampa kongole kila siku, na baba naye anafanya mambo zake, na msijali, bora tu bwana Raila Odinga anajua anachofanya. Martha Karua pia anajua anachofanya. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta sio mjinga, anajua ukiwa wewe ni rais wa kiongozi wa nchi, wewe sio mjinga. Wanajua uongozi unakuja na uongozi upo. Msiwe na shaka, muwe na matumaini kila siku za maisha yenu. Mola wetu awazidishie mema na mibaraka. Usiku mwema, inshallah.
Shukran Adams. Hivi taenda mbio kwa mbio, tuende kwake Abuya. Abuya, tafadhali, maoni yako ya mwisho.
Nashukuru kuwa nanyi kwa muda huu jioni ya leo ambayo hapa ni asubuhi yangu. Ni kumalizia, ningetaka kuhimiza wafuasi wetu na Wakenya kwa jumla, kitu cha muhimu wakati huu wa siasa moto moto ni tuwe na amani, tueneze sera zetu bila chuki. Hata kama tunatofautiana, sio mwisho wa dunia. Mwezi wa Agosti hautakuwa mwisho wa dunia. tueneze sera zetu kwa amani, ili tuweze kuwa na nchi baada ya mwezi Agosti. Kwa hayo pengine nitasema nashukuru sana, na tumshukuru Mungu na tuombee wale ambayo wako hawana afya njema waweze kupata nafuu, waendeleze kazi zao na wapate pia fursa ya kuungana na sisi katika hiyo kazi muhimu ya kupiga kura mwezi wa Agosti. Asante.
Asante sana Buya. Hivi nilifikiria waishi Pwani wewe?
Mimi naishi Pwani, lakini I don't mix a lot with them.
Bora kidogo Kiswahili chako bana. Nikanganya bwana. Maanake kwa nafikiri waishi Pwani, waishi Mishomoroni, waishi wapi Pwani?
Mimi naishi hapa Beach Road.
Hivi basi hujachanganyikana sana na Wapwani sio?
Nimechanganyikana nao, lakini ni ile tu sijazoea kukaa nao sana. Nikiwa Malindi ndio nilikuwa nachanganyana nao sana, lakini hapa Mombasa imekuwa ni kazi throughout.
Sawa basi. Julia, karibu.
Asante Themba. Mimi ningetaka kuongea juu ya Ruto ama makamu wa rais, na nikiambia Wakenya kwamba mimi siwezi kaamini kwamba makamu wa rais aliomba msamaha kwa moyo wake, na sijui itafika lini ni muamini. Kwanza kabisa alikosea lile neno la Mungu. Nataka kuwasomea hilo neno. Alisoma neno Isaya, aliquote neno Isaya 1:18, na neno lenyewe lasema hivi: haya jioni tusemezane, asema Bwana. Dhambi zenyu zijapokuwa nyekundu sana, zitakuwa nyeupe kama theluji; zijapokuwa nyekundu kama bendera, zitakuwa kama sufu. Mimi ningeomba naibu wa rais kwamba some hili neno tena, pengine aweza akamrejea Mungu. Sio vile na mhukumu, lakini matendo yake hayaendi na maneno yake. Kwa maneno ya Mother alisema, ebu nasi tuchunge matendo yetu yaende pamoja na maneno yetu. Na kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, nikitaka kuacha na neno la Mungu kutoka Wagalatia 6 kuanzia mstari wa 7, msindanganyike, Mungu hafanyiwi dhihaka. Alichopanda mtu ndicho atakachovuna. Apandaye katika tamaa za kidunia atavuna humo uharibifu, lakini akipanda katika Roho atavuna kutoka kwa Roho uzima wa milele. Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka kusema kwamba yale maneno ya naibu wa rais yaambatane na vitendo vyake. Tuache kuona huyu unafiki uko katika hichi chama cha UDA, wanasema hivi, wanatenda hivi. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, sitasahau neno langu la mwisho, na waomba mtoke kutoka kampu la wanafiki au upande wa UDA ama KKA, mvuke sakafu, mje pande hii tupigie Mother na baba kura. Asante Themba.
Shukran Julia. Makiadi tafadhali.
Asante Themba. Mimi ningesema hivi, ningetarajia sana kwamba viongozi wote ambao wanawania viti haswa viti viwili vile vya juu wangekuwa katika maombi ya leo, lakini kwa sababu tofauti ambazo zingewezekana wengine wao hawakuweza kufika. Ningetamani sana kumwona Rigathi Gachagua pale, nisikie hotuba yake na nisikie kile ambacho anabeba moyoni kwa sababu ya Wakenya. Bahati yake mbaya hakuweza kufika, lakini baba naye alikuwa upande wa magharibi, labda safari yake kurudi Nairobi ingekuwa ngumu. Mimi ni mtu ambaye ninaamini katika tofauti kati ya dini na siasa, na hata katiba yetu inasema ya kwamba nchi yetu si nchi ya kidini, ni nchi ambayo inatofautisha kati ya dini na siasa. Na ndio manake ninasema kila wakati hapa, sisi kama Wakristo wakati mwingine tunajipenda sana, wakati tunataka kufanya kwamba ukiwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu lazima uwe Mkristo, yani lazima uonyeshe Ukristo wako. Maadili ya kiongozi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya haiegemei Ukristo wako. Wakati mwingi viongozi ambao wameshikilia dini sana hawaongozi nchi katika njia nzuri. Kwa hivyo uongozi unatoka kwa Mungu, na Mungu akikupatia uongozi haangalii kama wewe ni Mkristo sana ama Muislamu sana. Hizi tabia za uongozi ni tabia ambazo zinapatikana ndani yako. Hata ukiwa Mkristo, ukiwa unasema wewe ni Mkristo zaidi ya watu wengine, haimaanishi utakuwa kiongozi mzuri. Mwishowe nataka kusema kampeni zinaendelea kunoga. Nakubaliana na kile kitu Alex amesema hapa. Kampeni si mahali ya kwenda kuwa na kufanya watu walale, ama katika lugha ya kimtatu nasema kuboeka. So kile kitu ambacho tumeona Busia leo ndio kitu ambacho kinatakana. Ndio kuna wakati ambapo mnapatia watu wosia wenu na hoja zenu, lakini pia unahitaji mtu kama Rafael Wanjala, yule ambaye anaweza kusisimua umati wa watu, na ndio hizo vitu ambazo zinafanya watu wanaweza kukuja katika zile kampeni zenu. Unajua UDA imenoga katika kupiga propaganda, na propaganda inauza sana kushinda ukweli. Kwa hivyo inatakikana mtu ambaye anatumia ufasaha wake wa kisiasa na ucheshi wake ili kuweza kupitisha taswira kama ile ambayo tumeona Rafael Wanjala akipitisha sehemu ya magharibi ambapo ametumia ufasaha ule kuonyesha watu kwamba Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula lazima wangepatia Ruto 70% ya kura za kutoka mkoa wa Magharibi ili waweze kupatiwa 30%. Unaona, anapitisha ujumbe lakini katika hali ya ucheshi. So kwenda mbele tunatamani Azimio iwe na watu kama hawa na iwapatie kazi. Ndio maana watu waje katika mikutano hii ya hadhara wakiwa wamefurahia na kuweza kutumbuizwa katika hii mikutano, na pia waweze kupata ujumbe ambao tunauza kwao kama chama. Asanteni.
Shukran. Naomba Makiadi some katiba.
Nikitamatisha, tulikuwa tunasoma kifungu cha 62 na 62 inazungumza kuhusu ardhi ya umma. Jana tulisoma sehemu ya A mpaka cha. Leo nasoma ni mrefu lakini nitasoma vifungu labda viwili ama vitatu alafu tutaangalia vingine kesho. So da inasema ardhi ya umma ni ardhi ambayo haimilikiwi kisheria na mtu yoyote au jamii yoyote. Ardhi ambayo mrithi wake hawezi kutambuliwa kwa vyovyote kisheria. Ardhi ambayo yeyote iliyo na madini au mafuta inavyoelezwa kisheria. Misitu ya serikali kando na misitu inayotajwa katika kifungu cha 63(2) da 1. Hifadhi ya wanyama, chemichemi za maji, mbuga za kitaifa, hifadhi za wanyama za serikali na sehemu maalum zilizolindwa. Barabara zote kulingana na sheria ya bunge. Mito yote, maziwa yote na sehemu nyingine ya za maji kama ilivyoelezewa na sheria ya bunge. Mipaka ya bahari, maeneo maalum ya kiuchumi na chini ya bahari, miamba ya kibara, ardhi yote kati ya nyanda za juu na za chini za maji, ardhi yote ambayo haijaainishwa kama kibinafsi au jamii chini ya katiba hii, na ardhi yoyote iliyotangazwa kuwa ya umma, sheria ya bunge itakayotumika katika tarehe ya kuanza kutumika kwa katiba hii na ilivyoidhinishwa baada ya kuanza kutumika kwa katiba hii. Kesho nitasoma 2 na 3. Yaonekana Kiswahili kidogo kinakuwa kigumu kusoma katiba haswa mambo ya ardhi, lakini natumai nimejaribu kujieleza kisawa sawa. Asante.
Haya, shukran Makiadi. Julia, Abuya na Adams, asanteni sana kwa kuweza kusitiri Kiswahili, manake Kiswahili lazima kitukuzwe. Kuna wimbo ambao kila wakati naukumbuka, Kiswahili kitukuzwe, kwani lugha ya taifa.
Baba na mama kijana.
Wakumbuka huo wimbo sio eh? Alafu nakumbuka kidogo tulikuwa tunafundishwa kutunga insha na shairi ambazo tulikuwa zingine tunaimba tenzi, zingine tunazimba. Nitajaribu kutafuta moja ambao tuliimba kidogo hapa, tujaribu kujikumbusha. Shairi ambazo zilikuwa zinatungwa na malenga ambao walikuwa wamejikwatua katika hali hiyo. Lakini hata hivyo, asanteni sana, tunawashukuru sana wale ambao mmejumuika pamoja nasi. Naona Black pale chini. Black, tafadhali nenda uwapeleke watu wako wa kutoka Kenya Kwanza katika mazoezi kabla hawajaja hapa, maanake wakija hapa na kidogo wanapapatika, tunawarusha nje kwa sababu hawana mbele wala nyuma. Sasa wakija hapa wanakuaibisha, ndugu yangu. Jaribu Black wakalishe chini wape mawaidha kidogo kabla haja hapa. Julia, hivi uko hapa juu na uko chini tena? Mwana wa Ingo, Elkana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi, asante. Anaiza, niwatakieni wakati mwema ndugu zangu, tupatane tena jioni majaliwa, inshallah. Niliwaambia Mwana Ingia kwamba usipoona mtu hapa jua ya kwamba hayupo. Wewe ukitaka kumtafuta, usipomuona hapa, hata mimi pia sijui wako wapi. Sasa labda ukawatafute. Sisi wale ambao wamekuja hapa ndio tunajua wako hapa. Wale hawapo hatuwaoni, hata mimi ni kama wewe. Labda uende watafute, waambie waje. David Olo, asante. Eric, Linet wa Bomba, kipusa chake Makiadi, asante sana Linet wa Bomba. Siku mwema hivi. Makiadi, mbona atabasamu kwa umbali?
Unajua Ndemba, unanitafutia urafiki usiokuwepo. Sasa nashangaa.
Upo kama wakana upo, kama ungekuwa haupo haungekana, wanasema hivyo. Lisemalo lipo, kama halipo laja. Palipo na moshi pana moto.
Kwa maana dalili ya mvua ni
mawingu. Anasema mapenzi hayafichiki.
Julia, umesema kweli, dalili ya mvua ni
mawingu.
Ama ni dalili ya is it dalili ya mvua? I don't know.
Dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, na mapenzi ni kama kikohozi, haifichiki.
Ukipenda mtu wampenda.
Ndemba, wajua Julia amesalimiwa mara mingi sana na watu hapo watazamaji, lakini anatumia ujanja wa kuambia watu ndio wapige kura, na pia amependwa na hataki kupendeka.
Julia, kuna jamaa ambaye yaitwa nani yule jamaa Mise, ulimfukuza maana yake ulikataa mambo yake.
Kuna Mwana wa Ingo pia hapa
akifika pia hapa anataka sana maneno yako.
Mwana wa Ingo,
Mola azidi kukupa nguvu na ishia kukabiliana na wapenzi watazamaji. Asante sana Sara, naona kweli Kiswahili chako kimepigwa msasa, uko sawa. Wapenzi watazamaji, tunashukuru sana. Nimekusalimia Sara, isiwe issue. Charles Mwangi, asiye na mwana ajifungue.
Na aliye juu tumngojea chini.
Anasema kwamba aliye juu usimgoje chini, mfuate huko juu bana. Alisema siku hizi aliyejua harudi chini bwana.
Panda juu. Panda juu mwenyewe bwana.
Akishapanda ashaenda bwana. Sasa anasema aliye juu mfuate. Hao wahenga bwana, hao walikuwa na mgoja bwana, manake walikuwa napanda miti, ilikuwa inaitwa nini? Miti ya nazi.
Miti ya nazi.
Sasa akipanda mtu wa nazi lazima atarudi chini. Sasa sema aliye juu mgoje chini. Lakini siku hizi si miti wanapanda bwana. Aliye juu mfuate.
Inaitwa minazi ama miti ya nazi?
Inaitwa minazi, nafikiri minazi.
Nazi.
Okay,
miti ya nazi.
Nazi ni nazi zenyewe, lakini miti yenyewe yaitwaje?
Minazi.
No, miti ya nazi, nazi. In singular form.
Okay, miti ya nazi zenyewe, lakini miti nayo yaitwaje? Miti inaitwa minazi ama yaitwaje?
Hivi wacha niwaulize. Basi Makiara tusaidia hapa. Lakini waulize ni nini tofauti ya mpunga, mchele na wali?
Mchele ni wali mbichi.
Mpunga ni ile imetoka shambani. Mchele ni ile ikishatolewa ile mpunga. Alafu wali ni ule umepikwa.
Adams watuchanganya kabisa kwa hakika.
Amesema ukweli.
Ndivyo.
Mpunga bado uko shambani. Mpunga uko shambani.
Mpunga ushatolewa shambani, lakini haijatolewa ile nimeshika mchele bado ipo ndani, haijakubulewa bado. Alafu kishatolewa imebaki white, sasa ni mchele. Ikipikwa ni wali. Hiyo nielewa vizuri sana.
Ikipikwa ni wali, ikipikwa si mchele. Useme ati wala mchele.
Wali.
Mchele uko ndani ya gunia.
Kuna proverb fulani nilikuwa natumia kwa shule, inasema mwana wali hali wali.
Lakini Julia unatuambia hapa kwamba ukuli mchele, na tulisikia kwamba Rigathi Gachagua alisema ile kitu wanataka ni mchele tu na nyama. Sasa sijui kupikwa ama ni.
Hata mimi nashangaa, unajua Makedi, wanaume wa Kikuyu hawali mchele. Mchele ni ya wamama na watoto. Yaani wali ni wa mama na watoto. Yaani wali ni chakula ya wamama na watoto. Kulingana na desturi za Wakikuyu, wali si chakula ya wanaume. Wali ni chakula ya wamama na watoto. Sasa hata mimi nilishikwa na mshangao nikisikia Gachagua.
Hivi wanaume wala nini pale mkoa wa kati?
Iko hivi, Temba sisi kwetu.
Unajua githeri?
Sikiza.
Hamna githeri kule, wana mkimo.
Wanakula mkimo. Lakini wali.
Kwetu.
Lakini hivi Julia, huku mkoa wa kati na chakula kweli ambao unatofautika, kila kitu cha kwa pamoja.
Temba. Wacha niwaambie kitu moja, jambo moja. Kule kwetu tumepakana na Waluya.
Ya githeri na irio ni nini?
Okay, githeri ni maharagwe na githeri ni maharagwe na mahindi imechemshwa. Lakini irio ama mkimo, hiyo maharagwe na mahindi imewekwa viazi, imewekwa ile boga ya kienyeji, imechanganywa. Sasa hiyo ndio tofauti.
Wasema nini Adams?
Nilikuwa nasema kule kwetu kijijini kule tumepakana na Waluya. Kwa hivyo mwanaume Mluya ukimpikia wali na maharagwe usiku na chai birika mzima, ataila yote, yani atakula kila kitu, lakini hawezi enda kitandani kulala, manake atabaki ameketi chini na ngoja umlete sapa, kwa sababu hicho si chakula cha wanaume kulala nao. Waluya hawezi lala na kula kama hicho. Kuikula yote kabisa, atakimaliza kila kitu, lakini hawezi enda kulala.
Haya basi kidogo Sara yosema mpunga ni mmea, mchele ni mbegu na wali ni mbegu iliyopikwa ikaiva.
Vile pia Wakisii, hakuna mwanaume Mkisii hakuna mwanaume Mkisia anaweza kalala akiwa amepikiwa ndizi. Ndizi sio chakula, ile ni kama tuaita nini? Tuaita snack ile kwa kizungu, lugha ya Kimombo.
Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwa ufupi, mimi naongelesha wanaume ni kwamba inaonekana wanaume wa Afrika wali si chakula. Wali ni chakula ya wamama na watoto.
Lakini hivi upishi ya kina dada wa mkoa wa Kati kidogo unatatanishi kidogo. Manake kila kitu pale wakachanganya mukimo, wakachanganya viazi, mashakura yote wakakuletea.
Okay.
Manake pia ikawa, alafu kisha kitu ambacho wanapenda sana ni supu. Hivi wakaweka maji mengi, manake lazima chakula yote ile iwe na dhufu, wanaita dhufu.
Nauliza Vemba anataka msichana, kati ya msichana ni nini anataka kwa msichana? Ni chakula ama ni nini cha muhimu kwa hiyo msichana? Atuelezee kwa kinaga ubaga.
Yote
haya basi wacha mjadala uendelee kesho tukiangalia mashakura ni yale mengine.
Kabla uondoke Themba, ni kwako swali hili. Hivi wewe umewahi kujaribu kuionja vyakula vya watu wa Afrika Magharibi, watu wa West Africa?
Mimi naogopa, manake vile vitu ambavyo wale watu kidogo mimi naogopa. Manake Makiadi anaweza kuambia kuna wala vitu vingine vyaitwa sijui nini hivi.
Kila kitu kinachanganywa mle ndani nakwambia.
Kuna vitu lakini sisemi ni mbaya kwa wale ambao wana vila, ni sawa tu. Manake unajua tuambiwa hivi, kama kuna vyakula vyaliwa kwingine ambako sisi labda kuna wengine wanafikiria kwamba vyakula vyetu si vizuri. Manake ninakumbuka nikielezea mtu mwingine kwamba tunakula yaitwa nini hivi ambavyo vyatoka wakati wa mvua, yaitwaje? Kumbe. Tola kumbe. Mimi na la kumbe. Nilimwelezea jamaa kwamba na la kumbe akashangaa. Hivi kumbe.
Yaani Vemba una wala wadudu ama nini? Sikujua hiyo.
Hao wadudu kwanza unapika unaweka tu kwenye pan bila mafuta, yenyewe ziko na mafuta yake tamu kabisa kama omena.
Alafu ni nzuri sana manake pia Julia
wanakula hivyo.
Julia ni nzuri manake pia yazidisha nguvu ya kiume. Hivi ukiona wale ambao labda wana
Sasa watazamaji, mmesikia hayo maono ya Themba. Kama kuna shida pale, enda ukashike wale wadudu.
Pia Themba, ningependa kuwapatia watazamaji wetu mawaidha kidogo, hasa katika hiyo sekta ambayo umetaja. Ukipita pale sehemu ya magharibi kuna mimea ambayo tunaita mikombera. Hiyo mimea ni mizuri sana, inasafisha damu, ina matumizi mengine ambayo sitaki kuyataja hapa kwenye runinga. Lakini
waelezee ya kwamba yaongeza nguvu ya kiume, ndio manake wengine waseme ya kwamba wakienda kule sehemu za magharibi mwa Kenya hawatoki, hawarudi makwao.
Lakini watazamaji, kama hauna bibi usitafute hiyo mimea.
Lakini pia ni vizuri wakati ukitembea huku sehemu za pwani, tembea kule Kibokoni, kunywa supu ya pweza. Kwa hiyo sekta pia na kuhakikishia mambo yatakuwa sawa.
Nasikia supu ya pweza iko sawa. Hivi asanteni sana Waswahili wadau, nimeshukuru sana kweli kubadilishana mawazo, kupiga gumzo kidogo. Hii ni gumzo mtaani, na tumeshukuru sana wote ambao walijumuika pamoja nasi. Tumejielimisha kidogo, tumepata mawaidha hapa na pale. Mengine hapa bana usiyatilie manani sana, uende ukapotea. Kwa hivyo wengine hapa usiyafuatilie uende ukapotea. Lakini nashukuru sana kwa yote 9-10 ni kwamba lazima Kenya iwe moja, na lazima Kenya izidi kudumu na tuzidi kudumu kama Wakenya. Tunajaribu kuleta Ukenya. Kuna lugha mbili ambazo ni rasmi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, lugha ya Kiingereza na lugha ya Kiswahili. Hebu tuweze, na si Kenya tu, manake pia Afrika Mashariki ya Kati wamejaribu sasa kusema kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo ni rasmi, ni lugha ya biashara. Ukienda Kongo, Wakongomani wameanza tayari wanajifunza mambo ya Kiswahili. Tanzania Kiswahili kipo, Uganda na hata Afrika Kusini wameanza kujifunza Kiswahili. Hivi ni bora tujaribu tuwe na uweledi wa Kiswahili, kiasi cha kuomba maji, kiasi cha kujieleza na kiasi cha kuweza kufanya biashara. Asanteni sana. Tutamalizia kama kawaida kwa ombi letu, na ombi letu linaanza na leo tunataka kuanza na Julia, Abuya fungu la pili, kisha Adams fungu la tatu. Tafadhali.
Okay, hebu tuombe. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na ulinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zangu, ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Haya, asanteni.
Ndemba, kabla umalizi ninataka kujipigia debe hapa. Kuna mgombea urais nilimuona hapa siku ya leo mapema sana. Nataka kumweleza mimi niko tayari kuwa mgombea mwenza wake. Akuja wakati mwingine kama ananitafuta atanipata hapa kwenye comment section. Niko tayari, niko na wosia, na pia mimi ni grassroots mobilizer hatari sana hata kuliko Gachagua. Asante.
Sasa huyo nilimuona bana, nikasema mbona huyu bana hakuja akapewa hosting akahostiwa kivyake bana, mbona alafu kidogo wangempa hosting peke yake channel yake masaa mawili, watu wamuulize maswali kidogo, pia aweze kuuza sera zake, na badala ya kuja hapa kung'ang'ana na sisi katika mijadala ambayo tunakuwa nayo hapa, akapata show yake mwenyewe, na naamini itakuwa bora zaidi kwake kuliko kuja hapa. Maanake saa zingine sisi tukija hapa tayari tunajua mada. Sasa tunapomuona labda akiingia tunaona ni kana kwamba kidogo anachanganya, anatuuzia sera saa zingine ambazo sisi wenyewe labda hatujaziangalia. So
mwenzetu pia Martin Deto nimesikia akisema kwamba anaenda kugombea ubunge, sijini ugavana wa wapi wa huko Machakos.
Amesema amesema anaenda kugombea MC huko Machakos.
Anatoka Amerika anaenda kugombea MCA kwa kijijini. Awe serious na yeye pia. Nilikuwa nafikiri kwamba anaenda kuwa governor ama mbunge. Sio mambo na wewe Ndeto bana. Kuwa mbunge kwenda juu, si mambo na MCA tu nini kung'ang'ana watu wa kijiji bana. Tuona nini?
Kwaherini, tuonane kesho majaliwa. Mbarikiwe.